But yeah, Green Hair Woman just sounds so familiar, and I'm like, I don't remember. I'm like, the name doesn't ring a bell.
So very fucking briefly. Is there anything flashed yet?
I have a full-time job, so I'm able to like get things paid down eventually anyways. But your support helps out immensely. And I'm probably going to spend marginally less money on VTubing stuff after this.
After this, yeah, okay.
At least for a while.
At least for a while.
I would like to stay a little more out of debt for a while.
Restraining.
6652 cheer. 25 bits.
Oh my god.
Maybe one day I'll have a YouTube. I'm not sure.
Look at him, he's so far away. And it goes through.
Not sure.
This is the most unique burp DSP's ever given us. Because he's leaning away. He's so far away. He could just burp into the ground. I gotta watch it in slow motion. Just mute the fucking stream. Just mute the stream for the next 50 seconds. Really?
Yeah, I got my bits on me.
Marked underscore.
That was
Rare.
ridiculous, dude.
50
That was
bucks.
actually ridiculous.
Can you believe all the burps and shit? Seriously. Insane low.
Charity, not stream, but a reward stream for getting the, what do you call it, for reaching the goal. And that's a eye tracker goal for a sussy anime game. And I've already picked out the game. It's going to be Valkyrie Drive. But if I find another, like, sussy anime game that's, like, worth playing, or, you know, more embarrassing, I guess, I'll play that one instead. Or maybe I'll just do a double feature. I'll just do, like, Valkyrie Drive and Senran Kagura.
Alright, the chicken feels sticky now after washing it. Is that weird at all? Thing is, right, I'm bad with knots, so GG chicken, you might win this. Why am I talking to a chicken that's probably already been dead for fucking 6 months? Put it through here. And nope. Put it through here. There you go. Put it through there. There you go. Not on it. Not on it. Like that? Is that what they want me to do?
That's it. That's it. I figured it out. That's it. That's the run. That's how I gotta do it.
Dude, I'm not prepared for this. What the fuck was that? That was an accident. That was an accident. Yo, someone clip that. Someone clip that. Someone clip that. Someone clip that. I need that combo for later.
Well, guess I don't have any full time. Did that really just happen? Was it? Well, technically you noticed me.
I went to Vietnam to fight for all. Do you think I care about some feelings? Absolutely not.
What was that? When did I save that? What the fuck was that? When did I save that video? That's not even a lolcow. That's just some old guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba, ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Just another day in paradise, baby. Or should I say parasite? Because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. We're all just parasites in this big, ugly content mill. Hello everybody. Hello, and welcome to another swollen _ dingus stream in the evening time. I hope the evening has found you, as well as it has found me. Thank you to Carl, the first person here. Hello, Carl. Hey, Carl. Knock, J Frosty, Perez, the random DSP greeting, and anybody else coming in? So I have to apologize. We had like a little rare snafu earlier. We had a rare instance of Dingus actually playing the game off the stream and actually accomplishing something. So I'm going to, for the purposes of bragging and posterity, I'm going to show that off right now. It was literally like a couple of hours ago. Thank you, Knock. Unless you said that to Carl. In which case, thank you for saying that to Carl, because you're usually mean to him. But check out this replay. See, remember this map? I was crying about it. I needed to beat it within 20 seconds. I was fucking around after I switched characters. This, what the fuck is her name? Yan Yan? But check out, I found the strat. That's how you're supposed to beat it in 20 seconds. There you go. You just you just cheat. I consider that cheating. You pretty much skip the whole stage. You're not even, it's not the intended method of beating the stage. But, yeah, I did that, and I decided to save it. Because I don't typically save my replays of my attempts in these levels, because they're so minuscule. It's not really an achievement, and it's not unique to this game either. I don't typically save replays of most things in the games that I do play. But I thought that was worthy. Almost as worthy as Perez's 105 stream streak! Swollen streak keeps on going, W pose. I agree, and I think because D-Sype lost his streak a few days ago because of that one really late stream I did, I think you may have the highest, if not at least one of the highest streaks now. Whoa, buddy. Too bad you don't get anything for it. Okay, so I got a choice of things I want to do. I still have to beat the EX Worlds. And then I gotta go back and 100% these ones, because I was kind of just barreling through it. Get it? Barrel? Like a barrel full of monkeys? And then I still gotta do time attack as well. So I got like choices here. Oh, and then we got World Tour, which they make you do the whole fucking game. And then I bet the EX version has a World Tour too. I think I'll just do regular levels, just like the EX stuff, and then probably take it from there. I'll see, I was almost close to the end of this one too. And me and Carl are on good terms, except when JC is involved. Why do you guys hate JC? He's such a nice guy. You just gotta sing happy birthday with him. and then that'll turn your frown upside down. I'm gonna play the Zelda game. I am. I know there are trailers out, new trailers out, but I think I want to stick away from spoilers because they confirmed dungeons are coming back. I think for a minute people thought that they weren't gonna bring the dungeons back for some reason because they thought it was like a, oh, you're playing as Zelda, so Zelda isn't supposed to go into dungeons, and you have all these shit where you summon items, so that must mean dungeons aren't back. And then they confirmed dungeons were back. So out of principle, I feel like if I watch a trailer, it's gonna spoil me on how to do the puzzles. A handful of puzzles. Big up Zeddy B. I hate some follow the trends thing. Is okay, I need like a, you know how they do for some anime or games, they do like the relationship chart? I need one of those.
Ready? I vow 1,000 years.
I also need easy monies. 7 months at tier 1 for 20 months. Big ups, easy money. Welcome to the monkey business. Gonna be we're gonna be racking up some Fall Gouts tonight. Speaking of which,
Ready? Go!
the next 3D Zelda does dungeons on the Switch 2 or whatever. I feel like it will. I don't think they can do like a Breath of the Wild 3 unless they want to make it a trilogy, but not all trilogies are good or end good. Just look at Donkey Kong Country. Not that 3 was a bad game, but it wasn't as good as the first 2. Yeah, I know, Carl. The King streak got felted. See, you gotta have faith in the Ding streak. The Ding streak is just how many days can Dingus boot in a row before he breaks the streak. I wonder what's the answer to that question. I guess I'd have to check my own archives. The Dings streak. It's okay, it was all nonsense anyway. He's gonna make the money again and then still be miserable later in the week. I gotta check my copometer. Are we coping? Or are we sneating? It's binary. A lot like gender. Should I be coping right now or should I be sneating? Am I felted or am I based? How high am I up? But, yeah, I am, through cultural osmosis, I'm vaguely aware of the goings-on with him, but I have not watched his streams this weekend or even today. You know, he brought up that stupid-ass shirt. Was pretty cool. He's got merch again. I can't call that an L, unless he's not selling it. I heard he's not actually selling it, so maybe that's like a tangential L for the audience. Tangential Jade L. You know Jade would have bought that. Or at least he would have had his mom bought it to shut him up. Now he's the writers are getting bored. They're recycling the scripts. He's going against LTG again, and just like he did last year, he's watching a clip of LTG roasting him. So that's pretty cool. Are you kidding me? Big up ZDB43, the 3 stream streak. You know what game wouldn't have fell to the streak? System Shock Remake noted. What did you think of his gameplay of that? I know that's a game you like. He dropped it, and speaking of which, I do know he dropped Star Wars, and he did drop Wukong Donkey Kong.
Ready? Go!
I give Burnout 2 pass, so now it's lower than it should be. Look, things have changed, you know? I have a reality I need to, depend upon, you guys. And sometimes, you know, sometimes I just don't want to boot up. And then sometimes better streamers than me are live, and I'm like, well, I could do a terrible stream. Or I could watch an actually good stream, and I'm like, well, maybe I should do that. That's kind of how my thought process works. Okay, okay. I don't want to be here all night. Let's see if I can... No!
Fall out.
Big ups Golem.
Ready?
Took over 4 hours to clear level 1, which is a demo that lasted maybe an hour. Was he playing besides Street Fighter? Oh, he just dropped Wukong. So WWE Champions, Street Fighter... Oh shit, I guess he dropped everything else. What an amazing schedule. Good thing reacting in drama is filling up all those blanks. Big ups Red Animator. He's coping so fucking hard. Realistically, wouldn't better streamers be on all the time? There's like thousands. Well, streamers that I would be aware of. I don't follow every streamer ever. But from a spiritual sense, you are correct in the sense that no matter what you do or whatever your hobby is, there is always, statistically speaking, at least one person who is better than you at what you do, even if it's the best thing that you do, or the only thing that you do. These fucking WWE champion streams are so bad. Why do you watch them then? Why do you watch them then? Yes! This is like season 46 where they literally just pulled out their trump card with the WWE Champions reveal, but the execution wasn't as good enough as getting caught in the act again. I literally just started the stage.
Ready? Go!
I hate Kino for making Dave do absolute bottom of the barrel content now. It is funny for a channel that prides itself on being called DSP Gaming. He's pretty much just a drama hound now. I do like that it's just all out in the open now. I like that the mask is off. You know how he likes to say Craig has his mask off moment? I think rather the ARC has exposed DSP as putting his mask off. Gaming is like now in the back seat. Gaming is at the back of his mind, back of his neck, back of his head. He doesn't care about games. He just dropped a AAA game today that a reasonable amount of people like, you know? We saw Synthetic Man take a look at Wukong. He actually liked the Wukong, you know? You thought you guys were thinking, oh, it's a game by China, so he's gonna hate it because he hates communism. Well, guess what, idiot? He actually thought it was a pretty good game. Can you imagine that? Imagine that. Synthetic Man liking the game that not even DSP likes. DSP lied about selling down from the Raptors account so he can come clean 7 years from now to Felt the Detractors, 180 IQ plays. Just the prospect of the potential of DSP being 49 years old and all of us, or at least a good amount of us, still being here watching him is quite interesting and morbid all the same, I have to say. He's gonna be kissing 50 and still gonna be there playing at least one game a week, making less progress in games than fucking me. Oh, I thought you knew, Eddie B. Yeah, today's day stream ended terribly. He just fucking tossed in the towel. Big baby mode. Something I've noticed with Modern Phil is that whenever he gets whenever he gets hit with challenge with a very significant hurdle, and he's just losing and losing. You see it in the Elden Ring DLC too. He starts talking about how boring things are. Oh, it's so boring. Oh, I'm so fucking bored, man. I'm so bored. Like, I'm doing this stage, I died 10 times to the stage, but I'm not calling it boring. I'm instead swallowing my pride and admitting my ignorance here. I got 15 seconds to beat the level. 15 seconds is pretty generous, I'd say. Wait, no, I gotta beat it by 45.
Ready? Go!
Even the title of his last Wukong video is cringe. So boring it kills the king streak. Oh, is that the major cope Carl is talking about? The gaming killed the king streak? That's pretty... Doesn't that kind of speak to what the content has become, Phil? DSP gaming, but gaming kills the support streak? Huh, interesting. And isn't he the one that talks about how short-term success isn't good because it doesn't help him in the long term? Like, I feel like we get a speech about that every now and then, about how it would be good to do this, it would be good to do a sponsorship because it helps in the short term, but actually it's gonna spoil my integrity and stated values and morals and principles. In the long term, it's gonna make me look like a fucking asshole, so I'm not gonna do a sponsorship even though it can help me right now. And then the double talk comes out, and he tells us, like, just the other day, that, oh wait, I could have done a sponsorship for Raid Shadow Legends, but I didn't. Not because of my principles, in which I don't take sponsorships because I would rather have my audience support me than big money from big corporos, which is already a kind of a weird prospect. I would rather have a big corporation fund me than to have to beg on my hands and knees for my own viewers to do so, especially if that was like my primary business, if that was like my primary method of making money, was that I'd have to beg on my hands and knees from viewers. I think I would rather in that case take the money from big corpo so that the viewers wouldn't have to fund it themselves. But DSP over here says he rejected the Raid sponsorship, not because, again, the principles he told us about all these years, but because he just didn't want to, because Raid is cringe and lol. I don't do those anyway. It's a meme. Forget the exact reasoning, but it was something along those lines and not at all what he told us previously. So he could have done a Raid sponsorship if he wanted to. And then he could have had a venue to supplement his funds that didn't come from his dents and LARPers.
Ready?
But he chose not to. He chose to instead continue the begging grift. And again, not even his excuse was not even the stance of principles and morality that he used in years past, of how he prefers to have a smaller curated audience that supports him and the content that he produces because they sincerely enjoy it, but rather because Raid's Shadow Legends is a fucking meme. And it's cringe! Like, what is the monster that he has become? I'm not against it, again, because as annoying as it is, it does, again, expose just the kind of person that he really is. And I think it should be out and out, proudly displayed and exhibited for all who come near. The potential new viewer who knows nothing about DSP, maybe wants to find a gaming stream for a game that comes out. They can see firsthand the kind of individual he is. He doesn't have to hide it behind like this thin veneer of allegedly being a safe space proud ally who again enjoys the content that he produces for a small curated audience. Now it's not about that at all. When was the last time you heard him talk about that? Period.
Ready? Go!
Bossy rage quit on Wukong. Is it even hard? Ding it, please. I'm sorry, Knock. I'm bad. Unlike closer to COVID, where I'd watch daily, I can actually confidently say I never saw another DSP stream. I wouldn't really give a fuck. COVID really helped them out. Not just with the money, but just with people literally trapped in their own homes with nothing to do, nothing to watch. Because that was me. That was me, and I say it's fair to wager a lot of people too. They needed something to watch, a little clown show to watch every day while trapped in the home. And I think for a lot of people, a DSP was that clown show. I think that's why, like, 2020 was kind of like that turning point year, where you saw all these new people crop up, and it is a good thing too. It's good to have new people crop up. You get people making art, people making music, people doing the podcasts or talk shows or commentaries. It kind of like. Am I about to thank a pandemic for giving birth to a new generation of detracting? Maybe. That and the move back to YouTube, I would say. Dude, Knock, I'm never beating this level. I think there's a reason I stopped on this one. It could be because I'm playing as the Doctor. Let's try someone else. Big ups, Brian. Casino supporters went on vacation too. What do you think about that, Phil Levante? Thank you for the 3-stream streak, Brian. I do think the casino people are no longer there because, as you may have noticed from PP's Twitter, they're the kind of people that need to be told by PPP what to think and what to do. And it's kind of mellowed out, like the numbers of viewership. They've kind of flatlined back to where it was before. So I think what you got now, you got the dents, the true dents, well, all 5 of them. You got the LARPers, and then the LARPer third parties who want to keep up the charade of him having new viewers. So they pretend to be casino people, and then maybe the 1 or 2 casino people who are still actually tuning in. And I think I mentioned it before, but you get these people saying that they're casino fans, but their accounts are all from 2024, when the show used to be on YouTube. So the real fans should have YouTube accounts already to use. Now, if you're gonna say they're on sock accounts, why would the legit fans coming from a different show, why would they be on sock accounts? They have no reason to. They're like, you could say the LARPers have reasons to be on sock accounts because harassment or whatever. But the fans are the Kino people are built differently. They don't have a reason to be on a sock account. They can use their real accounts. Now, am I saying that goes for like every case of an alleged Kino person giving them money is just what I described? No. but it's just something I've noticed. And Kino people should be more predispositioned to super chatting versus tipping, because the show used to be on YouTube again, and super chat was the primary means of their revenue. So a legit fan would probably super chat first before ever thinking about tipping. And the big shows that Kino promoted, such as like the R2 documentary React and whatnot, those had countless super chats coming in, and those people I could believe are Kino people, because that was the primary method of payment that they were used to doing when the show they watched was on YouTube. I can't really like call it healthy skepticism, but I have trouble believing that they would tip through PayPal, dox themselves, and then on top of that, go anonymous. Why does a Kino fan need to go anon? It doesn't make sense. Why do they know how to go anonymous anyway? It's not like Phil tells you every day that when you tip, you can tip anonymously. But you get people, you get Ryan tipping, claiming he's a Kino fan, but also tipping anonymously. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, you just need to parse it, and it's like, oh yeah, it's probably just Ryan again. Felt it. KC Thread on the farms is so embarrassing. They're still talking about how Phil's the king and how here's how PvP can save Phil when they return. Something tells me they won't be so... I don't think they're gonna be focused on saving Phil when they return. I could be wrong, but my prediction was that they're either gonna ignore him or just go ahead and jump on the "you're felted, buddy" train. Because the goal was always entertainment and seeing what content they could get out of them. And when they were bored, they were going to move on. So if this is the climax of the arc for them, I think it's time for them to move on. They actually, if you haven't been paying attention, they're already into another snafu drama. I don't know who Kenny versus Spenny is. It's like a Canadian drama show or something, reality show from the early 2010s. So they're feuding with that guy. And Ralph's trying to like butt his nose into it. I don't know anything about it because I'm not Canadian. Maybe I should ask Sav what Kenny versus Spenny is. There we go. Yeah, Ralph was tweeting. Ralph finally, after 3 days, Ralph finally tweeted his next tweet about his fucking fatwa against DSP. And his big banger tweet against DSP was claiming that Mr. Mediker was personally funding, and personally supported the Kino Casino's rehabilitation of DSP. Because... ... they reached out to Mediker, and Mediker was interested in doing the DSP interview, but couldn't do it right away because of his health. Because of that, Ralph says Mediker not only supports the rehabilitation arc of like rehabilitating his public image or whatever, but he also personally funded it. Which is, I don't even know, where do you go from there? Okay, let me scroll up. Yeah, thank you, Brian, the 3-stream streak. 22 follows on a safe stage of positive rage quit. Hey, I actually beat it. If this was DSP, he would have given up and called it boring. Just roll down and hope you get lucky. I think we'd be here even longer if that was it. In my opinion, this is always the result with DSP struggling on keeping supporters and consistent viewers. Phil's content gets stale very fast. I said that too, where it's like, I think it was during one of the interviews, I said it live. It was like, okay, it's haha funny to prop him up as he's the king, he's the GOAT, he's a god. People hate this guy so much that I'm just gonna support him ironically out of spite. But then you like get him live on an interview or some kind of collab, and then you hear him talk, and it's like, oh shit, oh my god, I actually have to listen to him. And that's kind of what you're saying, Brian, where eventually you realize, oh wait, I actually have to keep this up for multiple days. I have to actually pretend this is not stale and boring for multiple days. It's a huge DSP L after that very spicy drama segment about LTG. He lost viewers according to Phil. People weren't even in chat talking dirty gameplay. The king streak is over. The coffers are empty. How much was he coping? He should not have... Okay. I get that he was coping, but he didn't have to cope. He could have just said, okay, streak's over, whatever, I still win. See you later tonight. Why couldn't he have just done that? That's how a real king would have taken it. The king should have face tanked the streak ending. Oh, he doesn't know how to listen. He will ultimately revert to where he used to be and will sink back into his humble peasant persona. I think he will be even more worse off. I think after this, if this doesn't end in a way in which he is satisfied with and comfortable with, this motherfucker is never talking to anyone ever again. Which is why I'm enjoying the kind of fallout from all of this and how it's twisted and turned his persona. I'm liking the mask off. I think the mask should stay off. I think after this arc, he should be even more of a heel, even more of a, not even humble peasant, just straight up peasant. I think they're gonna go ghost and clown on him offhandedly. I could see that because they're already not responding to him directly now. Yeah, you could say that's you could say that's because they're on vacation. But PvP's been adding people that aren't DSP. He's still like, just because you're on vacation doesn't mean you can't use Twitter. Casino dents are worse than DSP dents because in addition to giving DSP money, they gunt guard him everywhere while most of DSP dents don't engage like that. True, but DSP told his dents not, well, I don't want to say plural, but I know he did specifically tell Derek to not like gunt guard for him, or rather gout guard. He brought up the reason during the Craig interview, and I think during the Nolan interview too, where he like, I think the only confirmed case is Derek, but I wouldn't be surprised if he went out of his way for other people. He directly emails them or has some sort of correspondence with them and tells them, don't gout guard for me, don't defend me, don't come to my defense because it's just gonna get you in more hot water. We're back at that low support viewers are talking feedback needed era. I love it. I love it because if you think about it, even if there's no, even if he goes right back to where he was before Brian, people are not going to forget this arc. They're not going to forget how he acted. He won't be able to just go back to how it was. So even if he does revert now to how he was before then, people are not going to forget his behavior. They're not going to forget the Philomania shirt. They're not going to forget. They're not going to forget him fighting tooth and nail to ban or not ban or keep or get rid of Darish. Or Derek. It's Derek! They're not going to forget the Champs admission. Him playing Champs. Him doing all this about Champs. Him admitting he lied about Champs. Him getting the big cojones thinking he could do all these fucking interviews with all of his former enemies. And then going out of his way to like suck the cock of these other people who absolutely want nothing to do with them, like Low Tier God and Mr. Medicare, and trying to like get on their train too. It's wild. You and things still forget. But that's like saying it's 2020 and you're trying to argue people are going to forget about the vest streak. I don't know if that's a fair comparison. I think it's a fair comparison because it's like the thing of the now. It's like saying, oh, people are going to forget about the Side-Scrollers interview. I don't think so. I think too many cornerstone events have happened in this arc. This arc is like 3 or 4 Side-Scrollers interviews in one. You could be right. We could fast forward to this time next year, and no one will have thought anything of the Kino / DSP heel / DSP the King arc, and no one will think anything of it. People or the dents, because yeah, the tractors will remember it. Well, yeah, the tractors. That's what I mean. The people in this sphere, normies. Well, the normal. If you mean like the normal people that know about DSP, well, yeah, no, of course, those people don't know about the. Oh, unless they watch the June documentary or something. But like the normal people who know of DSP just know about him because he masturbated on the internet for the millions and millions of children. But I doubt. Even if they know about this stuff, probably the only thing they'll retain is that he admitted to WWE champions. I would say champions, and masturbating are probably the 2 things that people outside of this deep fucking vortex know him for, right? And just begging, I guess. And being bad at games. It's a weird opinion, but I was kind of enjoying the arc of Phil being very smug and fighting back at his haters. It was good content. The thing is, people fucking hate smug side Phil, and I get it. I can't stand smug side Phil either. But I'm kind of like a Pride Before the Fall kind of guy, and this is the fall right here. He's not smug anymore. He's coping and sneaking. That was an easy stage. What the hell did I pause for that long for? Big ups O for the streak. And D-Side for the streak. The streak begins anew, and Filbert is super turbo begging. And OIOAO with the drawn 2 roar. And thank you for the Pepsi O. Guys have changed. You think it gets so bad he brings Derek back, and have you seen Haseo asking for art by artists? What? No, I've not seen that. An artist that draws 6th graders. No, Red Animator, I have not seen that, and you need to report that artist if that is the stuff they're drawing. Dingus, did you see this suspicious shit? No, I don't want to. Dinga failed the turban test. You could do a hotkey counter rather than editing a text box. You're right, I can. I think it's one of those fancy widgets, ain't it? Look, I'm a manual style person. It's like DSP's leaderboard. Phil said during the podcast the support was dry. Then when the gameplay was done, he was blaming the game for low tips. And you should go back to doing more toxic interviews with people that don't like him. That'll bring the casino dents back.
Ready? Go!
Well, first they need to talk to PvP. They need to ask PvP if the bid is still going on. No!
Ball out.
Big up Sosuke. DSP been coping hard today. So I've heard. I'm not been watching the gameplay. I just know. I know he dropped the Wukong.
Ball out. Ready? Go!
I booted up. It was the Thursday Luigi stream where I booted up super late.
Ready? Go!
No, wait, no, not that one. The one where I played the Mario fan game. That was Tuesday?
Go!
Oh my lord.
Ready? Go!
Install Python. That's what all those nerds use and code on. I prefer Cobra. That's what's up, dudes. Now what about that guy? Here he's got some drama going on himself. I've not been keeping up with that guy. Even though everyone I talk to does keep up with him. That crazy bitch is at his house again, his apartment, wherever he's at. I pray for his safety.
Ready? Go!
He dropped Wukong. He said the boss he was on was too boring. And I was saying it too. He usually says that to cope about to cope about him losing. It would be like the amount of times I lose in these stages, and I cope about it by saying the stages are boring. And he did it with the Elden Ring DLC too, so it's not even new. And I think he did it with... What was that other Soulsborne he played? Ah, so boring! Ah! He sounds like such a petty, petulant child, too. Ah, it's so fucking boring!
Ball out. Ready? Go!
Yeah, Wolong. Wolong, Wukong, Donkey Kong, Expandong. When are we gonna get Expandong Fallen Dynasty? Bosses in that game, just a giant ape with a big old red tie.
Go!
Cobra's drama is so lame, it's just been girlfriend drama for months. Cobra is ass and his girlfriend is worse. What can't you say, Goon? Let's get the Goon take. Okay, of all these people, DSP, LTG, Boogie, Wing, Cyrax, Keemstar, Goon, would you not say Cobra is the one with the heart of gold?
Ready?
Because
Go!
what does Cobra really do besides get manipulated by people who send him dusters, which he should not be huffing, but he huffs anyway? What does he really do besides eat and be disgusting and kind of get his just desserts from this bitch he shacked together with? Now, I'm not 100% on the lore, so you could catch me up on the evil misdeeds of Cobra. I think the worst thing he did that we can kind of give him responsibility for is killing the lizard, right? But he probably should not have had that lizard to begin with.
All out.
Puff?
Ready?
I was told Puff was hibernating. I was told he was gonna crawl out of the ground as soon as winter was over. Now I know I know we're entering the fall. Maybe when they said that they meant next winter. I think Cobra said he did some weird stuff in the forest with another mentally challenged girl. Okay, yeah, that's out of the loop for me.
Ready? Go!
The worst thing Cobra did was look like a PDF file. See, look, that's already above Cyrax, who looks like a PDF file and gets catfished by people into like exposing himself as a PDF file, EDP style. So like that's already above him. That's above Boogie, who has his child bride. That's above Wingo, who said the age of consent should be this and that. That's above DSP, the alleged groomer style guy.
Ready?
And PDF defender. That's above LTG. I think. Didn't LTG have that, like, mystery relationship that got exposed? Then people said that was fake, and then I didn't care to look into it. I probably should have, given LTG is relevant in the Gato sphere again. Maybe I shouldn't talk about these guys at all when I don't keep up with them. Or then I just end up looking like an idiot.
Ready? Go!
Cyrax is objectively scary, both from personality and appearance. Look, Cyrax, if you're walking on the same sidewalk as Cyrax, right? In opposite directions. So Cyrax is approaching you and you're approaching him. I'm crossing at the first intersection to go to the opposite sidewalk. So I'm sorry.
Ready? Go!
Thing is, locales are more entertaining when it got something going on, like LTG having a secret daughter that is gold. But was that real? Because I swear to God, I saw someone like a couple weeks ago say no, that got debunked, or there was some misinformation there, painted to make LTG look worse than what it actually was. But I didn't look further into it because I think people kind of like brought it up that one day, and then it didn't really make the news cycle, so it fell off. But I remember reading that. Oh, come on. Got it. That's the Kino Casino code, by the way. Fatty P saying, compared to ESP to Veeth and Ralph, what does he ask? What does he do? Ask for money? Ah, I guess it is, ain't it? Oh, look at this fucking picture. Now, the difference with me is, like, I'm not saying I'm not saying don't make fun of DSP ever. I certainly wouldn't. I'm not. Well, like, what I'm saying now is not like, oh, you literally can't make fun of DSP ever because worse people exist. I apologize if it came off like that. But no, that's not my intention. I'll talk about Cobra anyway. Oh, fuck, I hate this world.
Ready? Go!
Oh yeah, you meant regarding... Oh, okay. It came out as like, alright? I meant okay. It is true though, but it's also like a low bar. So saying, oh, he's at least Cobra's not a PDF file, but that's like, okay, that's true, but it's also like the lowest branch possible, and like 99.9% of rational, sane people also qualify for that. So is it really something worth celebrating anyway? Cobra's a weirdo? That he is. What the fuck is this stage?
Ready?
At least Dinga doesn't grape cheese. No, that's Jersh's job. At least this guy isn't a murderer. Yeah, most people aren't. Oh my god.
Fall out.
What do you want me to do?
Ready?
Now wait a minute, man.
Go.
Thoughts on Donald Trump doing anything based? He's gonna have a debate tomorrow. I think I'm gonna restream that. I'm gonna restream presidential political content.
Fall out. Ready? Go.
Good job you didn't do something most people don't. Yeah, like when you really think about it, it does just come down to that. Now, it is kind of valid when you're judging it relative to other people who are capable of doing that, I should say. So, like, these are all degenerate lolcows. So, for most people, Knock, they wouldn't do that. Well, like a degenerate lolcow, you know, the statistically probable chances go kind of way up, right? It becomes slightly more meaningful, but not really. You don't think ABC is gonna be allowing restreams? Didn't people restream the first debate with Sleepy Joe? Was I wrong on that? I thought Shroom restreamed it.
Fall out. Ready? Go.
Bill, Nick, Ricada, Ethan, Ralph, and Chris Chan have warped Kiwi farmers' minds. Do you mean in the sense that, like, what those guys have done? Those are like the big three. They're like the most evil of evil. They've done the worst of the worst. Therefore, every other locale looks better off by comparison because those guys have done worse things. Is that what you mean? I would say those guys are exceptions rather than the rule. Because if you make like Ethan Ralph your standard, if you make Nick Ricada your standard, okay, yeah, Nick Ricada is the standard of what a locale is. Every locale is just as evil as Nick Ricada. It just doesn't make sense. Nick Ricada is like the extreme exception. What the fuck? Somehow got cocaine in his kid's hair. It didn't feed them. Their clothes were stinking.
Fall out. Ready? Go!
Is Ricada really at that level where he's second to Christian? I think people generally agree he had the biggest fall from grace. Ralph is genuinely evil, yes. Yeah, Ralph is a monster. But I think what Sosuke is saying is that if you make Ralph your standard, because we're talking about Cobra, right? And DSP, it's like, oh, Cobra's not that bad because he's not Ralph. But if you use Ralph for your standard, then aren't most locales not as bad? But at the same time, it can't really be a binary, can it? Like, either you're good or you're bad? Oh, fuck. There are locales who just kind of don't do anything negative at all, and they're like, they stay in their lane. I call those comfort cows, and I think Putz is in that category. Like, he just does nothing, but he yells to, he yells in a game with no voice chat, and everything he does is self-destructive to himself, so he's not hurting other people. But no, you shouldn't use Ralph as your standard when, like, comparing locales, because then everyone is just gonna look better than Ralph. Ralph should be the exception. You should aim to not be Ralph if you are a locale, and I guess if you're a normal style person in general.
Ready? Go!
Big ups, Chrono. Come on, go ahead and say it. Fucking Fall Out. Go on. Think his vote for Harris, she will give you a BJ. What the fuck was that meme? Brat? I still don't get Brat. All of TikTok is going over this fucking Brat meme. Thoughts on Deller's return so no one cares about Putz anymore? Based. People were fucking with Deller. I would say the people fucking with Deller go into his house and throwing eggs at the windows and shit. Like, Deller hasn't really... I don't think what Deller does is worthy or constitutes going to his fucking house and pelting his house with eggs. It's kind of... That's kind of lame. The worst thing he did was, like, yell slurs in Overwatch in 2016. At least all the clips I seen of him yelling slurs were, like, from that early era. I don't think he does that now. He does still spurg out. Insert eye roll emoji. Okay, okay, Goo, tell me why Deller deserves eggs tossed at his window. I know that's not what you're arguing either, but I'm gonna wag my finger at you. Your coping DSP detractors felted. Only Ricada and Ralph are true cows. Everyone else is normal. And that's the thing too. That's the thing too. If you let Ralph be the standard, if you let Ricada be the standard, then that's like a level of troll shielding. Because like, oh, DSP is not that bad because Ralph exists. So now we gotta like suck DSP's cock. Well, how about you're able to think that both are bad? You're able to think both are bad, and then at the same time, because these are not mutually exclusive, you're also able to objectively accept that what Ricada has done in reality is factually worse than what DSP has done. But at the end of the day, they're both still bad. Just because what Ricada has done is worse than what DSP has ever done, that doesn't mean you need to cap and get on your hands and knees and suck DSP's cock and call him the king. Correct? Wings is a comfort cow too. Wings has done a lot. Wings has done a lot negative and bad. I think he is kind of turning it around thanks to Lolcow Live. And when I say thanks to Lolcow Live, I mean thanks to Lolcow Live exposing Boogie and Keem as that much worse than Wings. I will say Wings fucked up last Saturday when he fucked up this thing where they had him go to like a water balloon thing where people would throw water balloons at him, and then he got bored or scared or something and then left early. They made him held up a sign that was like, I was mean to my wife. And Keem's original desire was to have the sign say that Wings killed a cat, or Wings said the age of consent should be this and that, and he didn't want to do it. I think that would have invited people to throw more than just water balloons at him. Yeah, I posted that stream, Carl, in the chat when it went live over the weekend. But he left early. I think maybe two or three people threw water balloons at him. One of them threw a water balloon filled with Wendy's chili. Like they brought their own water balloon and pelted him with Wendy's chili. And then he got tired. I will say Keem fucked up. Keemstar moved him out of the call to like the waiting room so that Keemstar could read super chats without telling Jordy. Now he thought he told Jordy, but people rewound and found that he didn't tell Jordy. So Jordy just thought, oh, it looks like Keemstar wants to cancel, I guess. And then took the whole fucking crate of water balloons back to his truck. And then once he was in the truck and back in the call, he didn't want to move it back out once they clarified that they weren't canceling and they still wanted him to do it. It's like, I already carried the water balloons back in the truck, man. I don't want to carry them back out. Big ups Almighty Tevin. How do you feel about the streak ending? I didn't see anything, Tevin. I'm a fake fan. I heard it ending. I heard he coped so bigly he stopped playing Wukong. I don't even understand why he had to cope about it. Like, if this is a true kingly Phil, he could have just said, "All right, streak's over, but I still win. I'm playing Street Fighter tonight. Bye-bye." When you get emotional about it, you open that avenue for people to fucking laugh at you for it. That is not at all what happened. Did he not drop the game and did the streak not end? And then he blamed the gameplay for the streak ending for the low tips? I'm saying what he should have done is just said, streak ended, but I still win.
Ready? Go!
He already spent the money he was You spent the money you were expecting to get? And this is the guy calling people who did the Chase Infinite money glitch stupid? No, you're fucking with me. He didn't do that. The night pre-stream was great tonight. I see. I'm looking over here. Why is he not playing the game? Why is he on full screen looking at his phone? Why are we so devoid of gameplay these days? Where is the gameplay on DSP Gaming? Deller's not that bad. Gaslight him, Dogga. Deller has some really interesting pass. LMFAO example. I didn't know he used to do drugs on stream. Like Andy. Fuck yeah. Hey, Andy's sober now. Or at least he tells us he is. At least with Wings, you can kind of say, well, at least he did that thing with donating controllers to kids or something, but with Phil, nothing. Yeah, he did that, and then he helped out. He helped out that that girl. He did like the whole charity for her. Like that was kind of nice. Again, it's like you can't say DSP ever did that. I'm not saying that clears Wingo of any criticism, or you can't make fun of Wingo because he did charity, but it is something to know. It's like when Wings and DSP are in purgatory, right? They're in purgatory at the pearly gates, and they're looking over everything DSP and Jordy ever did in life to see if they got the okay to go into heaven or if they're getting sent to hell. You know, Jordy will at least have, he did a couple of charities. And DSP will just have nothing because he's a Roman Catholic. He's ranting and raving about restarting the streak. Oh, the trolls! He should! You know, at this rate, he should. Because there's no way he can come back from it now, so you may as well just go all in. He can't do what I said and just like, just say, I own it. Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna play games tonight. Bye-bye. He can't do that now, so you may as well just own the coping. Fastest code black in a while. Is he still not gaming? Just got a couple of poems clips, make the detractors melt down. I'm saying, I'm looking at, maybe Tevin is behind. I'm looking at Tevin, and he's fucking full screen and talking at us. So that's cool. Chase Money Glitch is just fraud straight up, and you were dumb if you deposited fraudulent checks into your own account. What was the logic there? I don't know. JP Morgan Chase is the biggest fucking bank in the country. You thought they wouldn't find out? You thought they wouldn't have records of everything? I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but I'm like speaking. I'm speaking. Omniscient narrator here. People thought that they wouldn't get found out.
Ready?
Cash App had the same glitch last year too, didn't they? You just like type in a number and hit a button, and you would just get money from Cash App. Wait, you thought they wouldn't have a way to track those? He's on an interaction break? Oh, he did tell us he needed to do more of those for Street Fighter, huh? Alright guys, I'm on my interaction break. Oh my lord.
All out.
I fucking love this level,
Ready?
guys.
Go!
Well, one isn't a streak, so he can only restart it some. You're being so fucking extra, but you're right. You were right. What is the banana goal? 90! 90 fucking bananas. At least it's not 100 bananas. What do the monkeys do with all these bananas anyway?
All out.
At least Donkey Kong stores his bananas. Like, Donkey Kong has a whole cave just for storing his bananas. Not really that sanitary. What if cave critters get all over Donkey Kong's bananas? Need to detox with a 3-hour video essay on how Super Monkey Ball runs were treated in 2004 that was exposed. I think I got that in my recommended videos. That with the crab guy balding about how this game is not as good as the previous ones. I did have True Crime. And then we got on the subject of DSP.
All out.
Hello, Nurgle.
Ready?
Been drinking a rum and coke, everything feels slow right now. Oh, take it easy. Take it slow and steady. Don't look at DSP, it'll just raise your blood pressure. Oh, see? You just need to change direction after you go up the hill. Oh, there's a golden banana. How? How did I miss that, Carl? How did I miss that? 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 How fucking small is that hitbox? You want to tell me those hitboxes weren't correct? Fuck you.
Time over.
That doesn't count as a fall gal.
Ready? Go!
Thank you, Nurgle. I'm enjoying my detox. But is it really a detox if we're still talking about him anyway? I just want to play games and have fun, man. Oh my god. Why did levels have to be like this now? What happened to just guide the monkey into the goal? Why is it gonna be all this bullshit? Look at this, look at this, look at that! What?
Ball out. Ready? Go!
Did I say something about Deadler? Oh no, I scrolled up and realized you were still talking about wings, but then I bullied you because I thought you were talking about Deadler. But if you want to go in on Deadler, you can, because I don't know what his misdeeds are.
Ready?
Deadler goes clown mode, rage and breaking shit, carrying water for Twitch like an abusive ex-girlfriend. He gets back, but then leaves for several months. I think Deadler actually has fans, so go in. MIA is whack as fuck. Was he not giving people updates? Because I saw tweets where it was like a screen cap of a notepad. Like he was giving people updates.
Ready? Go!
But you're saying because Twitch treats him so bad, he should probably move to an alternate platform? Do you imagine Deller on Kick? Okay, the N-word during Overwatch, I do remember seeing that. Yeah, probably should not do that. Especially, well, I don't know if he was a Twitch partner back then, but it's like, well, it's a bad look, man. It's bad optics. Undeniably it is. Can we just get the golden banana? How are the golden bananas in DK64 easier to get than the golden bananas in this game?
Ready? Go!
Was on YouTube, pining for Twitch the whole time because he was banned for self-harm, which was the breaking keyboard thing. How is breaking your keyboard self-harm? Unless he was breaking it over his head. You're not hurting yourself, you're hurting your keyboard. Bossman Jack doesn't get banned for self-harm when he fucking destroys his keyboard. But he does get banned for self-harm when he fucking smacks himself in the head. Rise and shine, early in the morning. Oh my lord. Dude, we're gonna be trapped on this stage.
Go!
Hey look, if DSP gets to say his evil misdeeds were a gazillion years ago, does Deadler not get to say him saying the N-word in Overwatch 1, a game you can't literally play anymore? Is he not able to say that it was a gazillion years ago? Look, I think most people are understanding, right? They can acquiesce if you show that you've grown from that and you're actually changing, not like DSP, he only says he's changed, but he's not actually changed. But if you actually show via your actions that you have exhibited a new pattern of behavior, like you don't say stuff like that anymore. I think it's fair in that case, if you actually show growth, personal growth, and you haven't done stuff like that anymore, then you have the right to say, oh, I was a gazillion years ago. I'm not like that anymore. Thank you, Mr. Pun. GVM got banned for calling people F-slurs in Conquer. Did he? That was literally years ago. Everyone knows Sony's Classic was around for 10 years. No, you're just fucking with me. Twitch isn't consistent in moderation. True. The amount of times I've had naughty words slip by in this stream. Look, ridicule and critique. Y'all know how it is. Says the N-word continues to harm POC today and has a legacy of hate. It should be banished from society for saying it. I agree. That's the dystopia that I vouch for. Actually, no, this is my dystopia right here. Whatever this is. Do you think Twitch has a vendetta or something against Deller Goon? Because I hear he cops bullshit bans all the time. relates to all the times that Bossman gets banned on Twitch. Most of them were justified, weren't they? It's inconsistent, sure. Like he'll do something and not get banned for it, but then do it on another day and then get banned for it. But that's only because, like, in the latter case, actual human-style moderator was actually paying attention. I feel in that regard, in practice, moderation is just kind of by nature inconsistent. If you're using human moderators, it's because there's not always someone gonna be watching.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ball out. Ready?
I wish there was no one to watch that. Twitch plays favorites, or the CEO follows LTG, and that's why LTG gets away with everything. The CEO was like a DJ, I think. I saw his Twitter, and he does like DJ streams for some reason. And I would have thought, you know, he's the CEO of Twitter. He probably has like 1,000 people following him. Not really. And his tweets were only getting like a couple dozen likes. I guess no one cares to follow the CEO of the platform they all use. I don't know, just mildly amusing.
Hurry up. 10.
We're not making it.
Ready?
I want the golden banana. No, not Jeff Bezos, the guy he put in charge. But it is funnier to say that Bezos is still in charge. Like how you say Susan is in charge of YouTube, even though bless her soul, she's no longer with us. And even when she was still alive, she handed it over to that new guy, and nobody doesn't even like him. So you still just say blame Susan. Yeah, the figurehead, the scapegoat, if you will. CEO is a big fan of Hassan. Oh, well now I really don't like him. Heard less controversy I heard with Hassan is that he got caught at the DNC peeing, like with the mic on and the cam on. You know, you didn't see anything, but it was kind of funny because you hear him in the video. He's like, "It's muted, right?" It was not muted.
Ready? Go!
Oh, that was clean. That was not clean. Destiny's permaban for being anti-LGBT because he said something about how we shouldn't let trans women in women's sports. Well, I'm surely not going to be baited by a comment like that into agreeing or disagreeing. I acknowledge that comment and the radical social politics which our society is currently engrossed in. I have no thoughts on that one way or the other. Oh god, please. Okay.
Hurry up! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ball out.
How?
Ready? Go!
Lightning their portal! I'm not doing this just for like clickbaiting or anything. I actually thought I had it. Is it just because I'm using... Is it the character, the stats? It feels like she bounces around so much more than like the other characters. Just give me the banana. Just give me the banana. Okay. 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 No! Why was I not looking?
Hurry up! 10, 9, 8. Ready? Go!
The same Destiny chastising that lame fuck Turkey Tom for dead naming the Mr. Beast associate friend, whatever. We're talking about this person because they did suspect criminal groomer stuff, but oh no, I used the wrong name. It's like when people were like, you're misgendering Christine Chandler when he was getting arrested for rape. Great guy. I almost did not say graping. Graping his mom. I think okay, I'm not saying I agree with it, Goon, but I believe the cope was, you perpetuate the stereotype, or you perpetuate a justification to treat all alphabet people negatively because of this one person who did bad stuff. So we still have to acknowledge their stated gender. Even if they were like fucking Hitler, you would still have to respect Hitler's pronouns. It's basically how I interpreted the argument. We have to respect Hitler's pronouns because if we don't, it perpetuates a stereotype that we get to treat them all like that. It was basically like not all rumors.
Ready? Go!
I gotta say, if it gets to the point of hashtag not all groomers, maybe you should take a look at your sector. You should maybe take a look at your community. If you find yourself saying not all groomers, please respect their pronouns. This is kind of silly. Oh my lord.
Ready?
As a true American hero, I fight for the right of biological men to put on a dress and meet up biological women, just as the founders intended. Ah yes, the founding fathers of our country. They also intended for me to smoke crack and to put crack in my kid's hair. You're encroaching upon my fucking civil liberties if you say I can't do that, sir. Okay, there's a banana. Alright, check this out.
Hurry up! 10, 9.
I hate my life.
Ready?
I mean, I love my life, guys. Oh yeah, it's a stupid monkey. She chirps every time you do your speed boost. I honestly, look, real talk, I don't like the speed boost, and I don't know why it's in a... I don't know why they added it. I don't think this is innovating on the monkey ball gameplay.
Ready?
Pretty funny when Nick Rekieta said the hair test was deemed racist because of a white person and black person test results show more cocaine usage or something. I vaguely recall him arguing that with... Was it the Dick Masterson show? I think that's where he said that. Or it was one of the streams in which... That was one of the streams in which he said that. It's like, Rekieta, do you know what sector you're in?
Delightful to be somewhere so lively.
It's like a Pass the Remote raid with the party of 2. Big ups, Pass the Remote. Welcome in. I'm losing in Monkey Ball, but it's okay. It's okay. We're all gonna get laid one day. Wait. Got it. Never say I'm bad at this game ever again. I'm sipping. The worthy sip right there. Thank you for the raid, sir.
Ready?
Can we be done with this world, though? Like, honestly? Like, honestly, man. Wait, what is this stage? Oh.
Ball out.
I was like, that's too easy.
Go!
Interesting stage layout. Ah, yes! Easy. It's easy. Almost too... I'm falling asleep over here. It's too easy. Look at that knock. I think I'm promising a Dinghead's orgy. I will be busy that week. But you lads enjoy yourselves. You're saying if you weren't busy, you would consider.
Ready?
What the... is this level? Agoon, what are your thoughts on the PS5 Pro? I didn't even mention this, so this will be the first time that I mention it on the stream. Sony is doing they call it a technical demonstration tomorrow. I guess because they don't want to call it a Nintendo Direct.
Ready?
The PS5 Pro is allegedly getting revealed, and boy, do I have a lot of egg on my fucking face having this day one PS5 that I barely fucking play. 4 years later, it's already getting a Pro version. I say already, but that's probably roughly the same time frame that the PS4 took to get the PS4 Pro out. So, massive dingus L. I mean, how much stronger could it be in reality anyway? Look at that. Embarrassing.
Ready?
What's the point of a PS5 Pro? Yeah, I don't know. The games I played on PS5, now I know they're all... When I say games I played on PS5, it's like 2 or 3 of them. And they're all cartoony, so they weren't that intensive on the system anyway. But it's like, the games I played didn't really have any issues. You know what I also don't have issue with? DJ Filthy Rich. Tier 1 for 31 months, and they say, hello. And I say, hello, sir. Just monkeying around here, talking about the PS5 Pro. I know you're excited for that, DJ Filthy Rich. I know you're all about the PS5. I know Dave's gonna be begging for it day one. He's gonna get the trade-in at GameStop. Be the first time he ever goes to GameStop in like 8 years. He's gonna be trading it in, trading on up. I can't mock him for it, because I did that with my Switch. When the Switch OLED came out, I went ahead and traded in my... Now, to be fair, Dingus had the version 1 Switch with the worst battery life. So I was getting an upgrade literally straight up. I was gonna have objectively better battery life, in addition to a LAN port that I don't need a fucking accessory for. So, I win. Wait. What am I doing? Why am I rolling on the Triforce? Regretted my PS4 Pro, I skipped the PS5 entirely. I skipped PS3 and PS4. No, you already knew that. So when I got the PS5, I felt like it was worth it to me because I had 2 generations of PlayStation games to catch up on. So I was like, you know, that was my justification. I felt like if you're in my camp where like you last touched Sony with the PS2, there'd be more of a reason for you to pick one up, right? You got like a whole generation PS Plus, PS4 games on the catalog. PS3 stuff still streaming only. That sucks, but you still have that. And then they put PS2 and PS1 and PSP games on emulator. It's not the best emulation, and you could just go emulate those yourself on PC. But just because you can go emulate those on your PC, that doesn't mean Sony should just never put them out officially. I think. So it is good that they're doing that. No!
Hurry all out.
I don't get this stage at all.
Ready?
I don't need it, but I'm probably still gonna get it. Sorry for moaning there. I'm just thinking about it. It's like... Normally, I feel like I would be pogging out more than I am, you know? But it's like, I haven't even used my PS5 for really anything. Like, think about if you have a PS5 yourself at this moment in time. What if you really played on it for the generation? We're like halfway through the generation already. According to Sony, Sony officially said we're halfway through the generation. So what if you really played on your PS5? And I'm not talking about like exclusives. Like, it doesn't have to be an exclusive, but I suppose it helps if it is. It's like we're already talking about the PS5 Pro? How is gaming already accelerated to a point where we need the Pro? Like, how intense are the games becoming?
Ready?
You haven't beat a single PS5 exclusive. Donga, you could have played Returnal. I could have. Too bad it's on PC now. Get a PS5, play PS2 games. Not your old PS2 disc games, but it has a couple PS2 games on the store. I got a Twisted Metal Black. That's a game that people like. Classic, never beat it. It's got War of the Monsters. It's got Parappa the Rapper 2.
Ready?
Now, some of these are remastered style, and other ones are just piss-poor emulation. All of the Jak and Daxter games are on there, and they're all remastered. Or at least they got, like, touch-ups done to them. Whereas, like, Parappa the Rapper 2 is just ugly-ass emulation. Ape Escape 2, ugly-ass emulation. It's very much a pick and choose, pick your poison. It's not really that much All of them are not built equally, and that's a bit unfortunate. Ape Escape 2, the version of Ape Escape 2 on there is the one I used to race against Tevin when I raced Ape Escape 2 against him. And that port was just bugging out constantly. And it's like, it kind of bugged me because it's like, why would Sony put something like that on there as buggy as it is? Kind of got me fucked. I paid money for that. Oh, no, I didn't. It was part of my PS Plus. Like, people shit on Nintendo's emulation for their NSO, right? But I haven't seen an NSO game on these services that bugged out as much as Ape Escape 2 does on PS5. And if you don't believe me, go look at the VOD for that stream. Or just anyone's gameplay of Ape Escape 2 on PS5. It's wild that they put out the game out there looking like that. It's like if you were playing it on... What's the name of the emulator? PSX E2 or whatever the fuck, and it's just textures bugging out. Like it's, I'm fucking Jade over here. My eyes hurt. Was it Parappa plagued by input delay? Parappa 1, not Parappa 2. Parappa 2 is just emulated straight up from PS2. Parappa 1 is a quote-unquote remaster, but it's based off the PSP version, which already had input delay, and the remaster adds even more input delay on top of that. And the only level that's really something that you gotta fight with is Stage 4. If you remember the birthday marathon, when I was playing that level for an hour. Crack the egg into the bowl. Barely used NSO, but I definitely recall experiencing a bug with Tecmo Bowl. Heard stuff about N64 games running like hot ass. Day one, there were reports of issues with like Ocarina of Time, but they have patched those out since. But like, okay, even when Nintendo has an issue like that, it's not every game, and it's patched out, and it's fixed. I haven't seen any news on like Sony patching fucking Ape Escape 2, but they're selling it on there for like $10-15 to buy a buggied out version of Ape Escape 2 released years ago that he just tossed out there and never updated. That's kind of fucked. Whatever happened to recompiled PC ports of the Nintendo 64 games? They're still happening. Wasn't Banjo the most recent one? Go! They were doing Banjo and Zelda the Wind Waker. And I think Paper Mario, if it's not done yet, it's close to being done. I heard news about that one. And then Majora's Mask was finished. Thing is, I don't want to rush things, but I wish we could get to GameCube modding. Like I know people do mod GameCube games, but to get it to the level of like the N64 modding with the recompilations, so that we can get modded GameCube Mario parties with custom maps and custom characters. It's kind of there, but not yet. The Nintendo 64 Mario parties do have they are at that point, but they're still limited in what you can really present. Like, for example, if you want to do custom characters in N64 Mario parties, you gotta remove characters because it's like limited slots. So if you wanted to make Toad or Bowser playable, you would have to get rid of Mario and Luigi. But the GameCube games have more slots, so you wouldn't have to do that if you could mod GameCube games. Oh my lord.
Ready? Go!
Now we only got N64 because of the Giga Leaks. I'm pretty sure that assisted in it. The Giga Leak was all stuff that was intended for iQue, which was China's Nintendo division, or it was a company they partnered with in China to put out Nintendo games over there, but they quit in 2006 because of rampant piracy. That's your free Nintendo factoid for today. Now they partnered with Tencent, I believe, because Tencent is the only company that exists in China. So they partnered with Tencent to put out Switch stuff, rather than this. Because I believe iQue was a division of their own, rather than a company they partnered with. So rather than kind of foot the bill themselves, they just rather have Tencent do it. Because it's like, fuck it, Tencent's doing everything else in China, right? Yeah, that part fucking blocking my way, goon. I was doing it because the golden banana was over there. Now you can like, you got a lot of freedom with the camera controls. So I could have the camera be looser if I wanted to. But generally I like a tighter camera.
Oh, delightful.
Just like I like a Shroom Dukem raid. The party of 13 on top of the Pasta remote raid, on top of the giant Chowda emote. Chowda. Say it right. Big up Zitrus LLC. Let me scroll up. No idea why we're getting a PS5 Pro. Big ups UNF. PS5 and Series X are decently powerful, and PS5 over Series X anyway. Only things I've got are actual PS3 emulation. Maybe forcing every game to 4K 120, same or better RT. Yeah, I haven't had any performance, like, okay, again, it's probably because of the games that I'm choosing to play. I don't know why we need a PS5 Pro. It feels like to just have something out. We have this obligation now in recent generations where it feels like we have to have console revisions, which have always been a thing, but ever since the PS4 and Xbox One X, it's like, well, it's not enough for it to be a revision of just like changing the model up. The innards, the intricacies of the actual components have to be upgraded as well, just so you can price it for higher, when beforehand revisions were meant to be slimming it down or taking away unnecessary parts, like how the PS2 Slim took away the LAN port. And was it the LAN port or the hard drive? No, the hard drive dock. To trim the fat, right? That's why you call it the Slim. And then to have it be cheaper for the holidays because it's an older system. It's kind of repackaged with a new design. But nowadays it's about, okay, revise it and then charge me more for it. And then it does marginally better performance. Because really think about it, the PS4 Pro really didn't perform that much better than the PS4, like realistically. And how many games really benefited from it in the first place? Big ups Beer tonight, and everybody else coming in from the massive raid. We're talking about the PS5 Pro. If you couldn't tell, it's gonna be announced tomorrow, and you're gonna have to buy it, Shroom. You're gonna buy it anyway. I don't care that you have a gaming PC or an Xbox, Shroom. You know you're gonna buy it, Shroom. Because you love Sony, Shroom. You love them and their products, and they just put out Astrobot. So even though they got cucked by the failure of Conquer, they just put out the surprise hit Astrobot, and everyone's loving it. And you have to be, you gotta fall for the Astrobot AstroTurfing, and it's the best game ever. And now you love Sony again, and they're super based because they made a Nintendo game. I love how the reviews for that game are like, wow, we really could learn a thing or two from Astrobot. It's just pure fucking gameplay fun. It's just fun to play. And it's like, now wait a minute. That's what you mock Nintendo games for doing this whole generation. That's why we need to Switch too. Then we can get games that are fun to play, but also look as good as Astrobot. Astrobot kicks ass. It's pretty good, but I wouldn't go that far. I've heard good things about it. I will play it. Oh, just not right now. I gotta clean the conveyor belt. But good to have your mini review. I'm not hating on it either. I'm just like, the discussion around it is pretty funny.
Ready?
Because you got Nintendo soy boys are seething because it's an actual good Sony exclusive that they can't shitpost about, and then Sony people are seething because the Tendies are seething, and they're just like slinging shit at each other. It's been fun to see. I've seen some Sony people buy it who bought it say it's like a game that feels too kiddie for them, like they feel embarrassed playing it. But they bought it because it was a Sony exclusive. If your console warring has gotten to that level, like, whoa, take a step back, buddy.
Hurry up! 10, 9,
Oh, you better let me in. How many bananas? 75? Fuck off. Thank you, Brady Knight, the 5-stream streak. I can't wait to buy all my Wii U games on Switch 2 for $69.99. Let's fucking go. Nice try. But you know they're doing backwards compatibility. I wonder if they would do, like, you know how they did Last of Us Part 2, the PS5 version? Would they do Tears of the Kingdom, the Switch 2 version, for $80? But if they're doing backwards compatibility, then your Switch version should work. Oh, come on.
Out.
How was I supposed to see that? That was mine. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Literally, where's mine? Oh, come on.
Ready? Go!
Best we can do is another Pokemon game, but this time with literal PNGs. I was about to say Pokemon Gacha, but they already got one of those. Now, thankfully with the Pokemon Gacha, it ain't just PNGs, it's like actual 3D models. Thankfully, Game Freak was not lazy with that part. Speaking of Game Freak, where the fuck is this info on this fucking new Pokemon game? Why is it September and we don't know anything about it? I was checking Pokemon Directs, and they did a Pokemon Direct last August to talk about Scarlet and Violet DLC. So what happened to the Pokemon Direct this August? Nintendo? Game Freak? The Pokemon Company? Where's this information on the one Pokemon game that's actually piqued my interest for the last decade? You got nothing for me? Talk about a self-help. There we go. Late 2025, and the next Direct is a Pokemon Day. They said at Worlds. They didn't say that at Worlds. I would have heard about that. Switch 2 put Breath of the Wild and Tears in the same card. Special Collector's Edition with exclusive demo for Breath of the Kingdom 3. I was talking about that. I don't think they're gonna do a trilogy. I think they should just move on to the next thing. No, 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 no! I thought it was just a normal platform. Why did it turn into a Wubble Wobble? Felt it. Felt it! Felt it! No! No, 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 no! First try. Z-8 got delayed. Has not been an official announcement of that. Oh my god, look at this stage. Okay, first off, we're switching characters. I don't like this lady. Oh, so it has like a Breath of the Wild on it, and then Tears of the Kingdom is a download code. So if you buy it secondhand, blocked! Alright, 2 stages from winning. Baby is Ai and Mimi's child who came from the future. That is certainly a backstory for a game about monkeys and balls.
Ready?
Bring back Vati? They should. Fucking tired of Ganondorf. But different with Mario, because like, outside of the role-playing games, Mario has never, like, the villain has never not been Bowser. Like, there have been main Zelda games where the villain is not Ganondorf, and Ganondorf just never shows up. So why can't we have villains that aren't Ganondorf again? How would I even begin to do this? It says there's a 10-second record. Ah, yes! I think I see it. No?
Ready?
You know that's how you're supposed to do it.
Ready? Go!
Oh, he captured Pauline.
Go!
But you count those games? Well, I meant like for the platforming ones.
Go! Ready?
Like, yeah, I know they do Mario versus Donkey Kong now. But it's kind of like its own thing. Like it's a side series. Like it's not mainline Mario.
Ready? Go!
Dingus, it's so over. What's he crying about now? Is he just gonna talk to chat? Why do I see a black screen on Tevin's screen? What's going on?
Go!
DSP doing fire sales, $50 for Gunner glasses? Yes! Wait, he was already doing 50 for the Gunners. How is it a fire sale? That's always that's always the current deal.
Ready? Go!
Knock, I literally had it. I just need to adjust the angle.
Ready? Go!
The Koopalings? I never want to see the Koopalings again in a Mario platformer so long as I live.
Ready? Go!
I just want to cheese the level. No! That was it! That was Knock! Knock, did you see that? Knock, that was it!
Ready? Go! Ready? Go! Ready?
Rip the King Streak. The shit was already over. Y'all told me it ended today.
Go!
Remember Street Fighter 6 Night? Phil did not like to put on glasses or the vest, so he's gonna put on glasses for a game in which he already does not like putting on the glasses? What a scam. The glasses bothers him for Street Fighter 6, but for other games it helps him see. Interesting.
Ready? Go!
The dichotomy of glasses there.
Go!
Fuck.
Ready? Go!
Why does it have to be this way?
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Is it dependent on how on my booster meter?
Ready?
Maybe that and how I tilt the stage. Like, dude, I'm right there.
Go!
I'm not trying to, like, intentionally skip the level, but if you see on the left side, it's 10 seconds for the record. So if I can get this just once, I don't, like, they're gonna want me to do it this way no matter what.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Battle of attrition? For me, yeah.
Ready? Go!
Oh.
Ready? Go!
Ready? Go! Ready? Go! Ooh.
Ready? Go!
Here comes Big Ben. Oh my god, Big Ben, help me.
Go!
I gotta hit that shit right there. 10. Oh my god!
Ready?
What am I doing incorrectly? I have the angle, baby.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Hold up, where we at? Dude, that was it.
Ready?
That was so it.
Go! Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. You're gonna have so much fucking egg on your face.
Ready? Go!
No! That was it.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
My fucking soul dies every time I touch the rim. There! Ah. Saving that replay. For the people back home. Last level
Ready?
of this world. Now how am I supposed to do that shit in Time Attack? Well, I guess with Time Attack, it doesn't matter the lives you lose. It just matters how much time you take. I mean, the thing with Time Attack is just doing it. You know, there's not like a there's not like a goal you have to hit. It would be one thing if it was like Time Attack and it was like Crash Bandicoot where there's a required time you gotta beat. But Time Attack in this game is just, you do it. Oh. No! Okay. Shut up.
Hurry up! 10, 9.
As much time as I want, bitch. Got it. One of my friends, Marine, under his charge as a locale mom that has a vlogging channel with troll channels that react to her? What? Is it like a known locale? Like, how many views we talking here? People know about this person? Alright, we got the photo. Whoa! Guys! We've unlocked the idol outfit! Yeah, give Shroom that channel, Benjamin. He can watch it on Wednesday. You've unlocked the idol hair accessory. You've unlocked idol shoes. Monkeys don't wear shoes, though. It goes against their primitive nature. What does the fucking idol outfit look like? Oh my god. Oh, I forgot I got the... Who's the guy from Marvel vs. Capcom 2? That guy. I got that guy's outfit. Even though I don't think it's based on that guy. I'm just saying it's based on that guy for funsies. Okay, as long as it saves my style. Oh, it didn't save my style. God damn it. Wait a minute, only female monkeys can wear the female monkey shoes? That's not very progressive of you, Sega. Animal Crossing lets you wear whatever you want. It's very, very type A, type B of you. Yeah, that weird cactus thing, Nurgle. I forgot the name. Because I didn't really play that game, I just saw my cousin play it 20 years ago. Here it is. Whoa, look at this funky monkey. She's, jamming out. Let's give her some glasses. No, let's give her... What do we give her? I need to buy some shit. Yeah, let's give her that. Let's give her the sushi backpack. And we can't give her a chain, but we can give her rings. It's almost as good as a chain. We can even pretend like it's her brass knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. Mother the 12? That's an achievement. And I thought Octomom was bad. Former teen mom. Do I even want to ask about her upbringing? It's probably sad and depressing. This mad mama. Oh god. Okay, at least it's not 18 kids and counting. When is TOC gonna hit this bitch up? Alright, some of her videos got a lot of views. Most of them are just like a couple hundred. As if I have anywhere to talk. Heck. It's a casual, factual observation. I'm not gonna make fun of the kids, because, you know, they're just kids living their life. But the mom, though, like, well, what is she doing? Making videos about dyeing her hair? Who's watching this? Allegedly 1.1k people are. I don't know how to feel about, like, sticking a camera in front of kids while they're growing up and just kind of... I feel like that fucks with their development, because aren't the Ryan people, like, that kid's like 12 or something, and they're still having him do videos like he's 5? It's kind of like, okay, when do we cut that off? Because you know what it is, like, even as a kid grows older and kind of grows out of that shit, they don't want the money to dry up, so... I know this is like a much smaller case of that, but I wouldn't do that, because if I was in that position, I wouldn't do that, or at least if it was a meteoric rise to success, I would at least cut the cord when when I would cut it when it was the time to cut it, right? Like when it was just so blatantly obvious that it's kind of like past its prime. Like you can't have Ryan's World Ryan and he's like fucking 14 pretending he's 5. Like at least transition the content to something else, correct? When do we get the Ryan's World Gaming Marathon? Never. Because that would be another idea that I'd steal from Tevin. She's been on Tucker Carlson and all those TLC stuff. She has? The Ryan's World movie? Okay, but is it animated? If it's animated, it's fine. I'm saying like live action. You can't have a live action Ryan. It's one thing if it's animated, because then he could just voice the character as long as puberty hasn't fucked his voice up. He could like voice animated Ryan. But you have live action Ryan, he's over here, he's fucking gawky teenager trying to pretend like he's 5. Like we got issues, man. Maybe someone's got to tell the parents to cut it out. Hey, Aqua. I'm dressing up my funky monkeys. We got school uniforms. Monkeys don't go to school. We got monkey swimsuits. For some reason. We got monkey shades for some reason. Let's get the monkey hat. Why do I have to pay for alternative colors? I should only just have to buy it once. It's almost like they're trying to drain my money or something. Let's get the monkey mask. And the other monkey mask. Let's get another hat. That hat looks like a Splatoon hat. What else do we want? Koopa Troopa backpack. And some blue boxing gloves. And some mitts. And now I'm fucking broke. Wow. Thanks a lot, game. Wait, I can buy quotes? What is this, Overwatch? Why am I allowed to buy quotes? What, am I checking my credit score or something? Ryan will turn 13 in October. So yeah, it's basically what I'm saying. Like, they should cut that shit out, or at least have him do content that's more his age range, right? He should, I don't know, do gaming, I guess. Play Minecraft. This kid should not be playing with trucks and Tonka trucks and stuff. Okay, Candy Castle. Ryan on Roblox? Why am I not shocked? Find it funny the Regard is skipping Space Marine 2? You should have never played that. Aqua was right. Wasn't it? Aqua was like the first person to say he wasn't going to play Space Marine 2.
Ready?
No, that's like not like that's a banger observation. It's just like that's not his type of game. So let's talk about this then. He dropped Wukong, even though that's like the AAA game of the now, because, I don't know, he got bored of it, which is an excuse that he used, because in reality it got too hard for him. He dropped Star Wars Outlaws on the first stream. System Shock is not coming back, even though people told him to play that.
Ready?
He's not playing Space Marine 2. Thank you for the video ring. He's not playing Space Marine 2. Street Fighter 6 is only sometimes, and certainly not having fun playing it right now. And they have to be champions. And this Marvel collection coming out, which... Oh, okay, that's what we're gonna play. This Marvel collection. That's what's gonna consume all this time.
Go!
Thank you for the video redeem, Benjamin. His Mad Mama is about to lose everything. Oh. That's depressing. Let's find out what this Mad Mama is all about. Anyone got a clip of Phil saying System Shock is never come back? I don't think he said never coming back. He said his typical, oh, it's not a good time to play because it's a hardcore gaming season. He says as he skips all the hardcore gamings from the hardcore gaming season, or drops all the games from the hardcore gaming season that he does choose to play. It was from last week. I do remember a very specific, it's not a good time to bring it back. Some Dent gifted him Space Marine 2 and mentioned maybe tomorrow day stream now. What? Is that a new announcement? Why didn't Urkel tell me he was skipping it? Alright, we got something from Benjamin here.
Yeah, I don't really care about the haters. I don't watch hater videos.
Hey, Assassin. This mad mama is about to lose everything. Recap. And this is from one of her A-log channels, I believe. Oh shit, I completely forgot about Black Ops 6. He played the beta of that for like a couple days. How long will that last? He's not skipping it. He is playing it. Last Call of Duty lasted well into the year after its release. So whatever one he played, like, if it was when if he played it in 2022, it lasted until 2023. You catch my drift? So if he plays this one, it's gonna last until 2025. There you go. It probably won't be consistent because his rotation is fucking dog shit now. How are you even supposed to keep up with what he plays? Like, I know the fault is on me partially because I'm just not watching the content like that at this time. He's just not playing anything that I'm interested in. But how are you supposed to keep up with what he's playing when the streams are just so disjointed right now? I don't know if that's, again, if that's something you can necessarily pin on me, because I'm not catching up with his schedule at all, or his gameplay segments, but I feel like if you were in search of gameplay, you wouldn't really be getting it, and you wouldn't really know where to tune in. Like, this would be the time for DSP to repeat his schedule a gazillion times to me, because I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Modern Warfare 3 lasted until Season 1 release. Nobody should watch his trash. I agree. But here we are.
Hi, Curselings. Today we're getting caught up on
Hey,
this
y'all.
Mad Mama because it's a lot.
She looking like a ghoul.
Remember how I said back in July that there's a lot more to this story than Veronica was telling us? Yeah, well...
You know this catty lady got like
it
4
turns
kids of
out
her
that
own.
I was right. And it is so much worse than Veronica initially led us all to believe. So let's get into it, shall we? Beginning with the lead situation. Last we heard, Veronica's problems revolved around the lead paint in her home, with the health department recommending that Veronica replace the windows outright to permanently resolve the problem.
So I asked, and it's because the lead inspector said that the windows need to be replaced.
A solution that would have cost her roughly $10,000 to do, money that Veronica didn't have, but that she totally could have.
She should be
made if
rolling
she
in it though.
wanted to.
Do you know that I make between $1,200 and like $10,000 a month on social media?
Oh, she
With this
bullshitting.
$10,000 solution looming over Veronica like a moody storm cloud in a low-budget horror film,
10K
it
is
seemed
just a
like
nice
she
round
didn't have
number.
much
She
of a
doesn't make
choice
exactly
if it meant
10K a
getting
month.
her
That's
4
stupid.
youngest kids back. That was until her August 3rd vlog, when Veronica revealed that a follower had reached out to her privately and told her about lead encapsulating paint.
So, someone messaged me on TikTok and they were like, there's a paint you can buy.
You should not be allowed to message people on TikTok.
Instead of removing it. I didn't know that.
You know, the thing her audience had been yelling at her about since the beginning of July, among other DIY solutions. That? Who would have thunk it? Veronica, excited by this new, shinier, cheaper solution, would go on to tell us that she had already contacted CPS about it and was now just waiting for them to give her the okay, which she seems to have gotten since posting this vlog.
And so I asked the social worker if that would be good enough. And she said she's going to check with the lead department. But they think that that might be good enough. And
Why is she filming videos with the AC on?
That baby should be able to come home. They're gonna get back to me because they want to make sure, you know, like kind of check with the health department or lead department or whatever it is.
We also got a little more information about the lead in Veronica's $20,000 fixer-upper, as it's not just the window and door frames, but also, it seems, her kitchen floor.
But yeah, it'll be much cheaper, so I'll only need like probably a few $100s instead of thousands. So that's, I'm hoping. They're just gonna double check with the
I'm
health
hoping,
department
man.
because they want to figure out what to do with the kitchen floor because there's a couple spots where there's paint on the kitchen floor. I feel like there's so little paint on the kitchen floor, it would make more sense to just scrape it off and then sand.
Why
down
is
the
there so
floor,
much
whatever,
paint on her
go there,
floor
and then we
anyway?
should just cover it up, and so yeah, so they're gonna get back to me on that too.
It also appears that Veronica was aware of the lead paint prior to her coma, just as we had previously suspected.
There we go.
Stating in her August 16th TikTok live that it wasn't her fault that there was lead in her home.
So the lead was painted over. So saying I put them in a dangerous environment is really not fair to me. I bought a house. I bought a home.
And that people saying that Veronica ignored the lead on purpose was, quote unquote, really mean.
Saying don't support creators who put their kids in harmful environments is like really mean because
I mean, they're just A-logging you, bitch.
willfully put my kids in a harmful environment. I just bought a house and there was lead and I covered the lead and it wasn't good enough after, what, 4 years? So.
Because I guess she had tried to fix it with incompetence.
I'll be nice. I could buy she bought the house without knowing like fucking lead paint was there. I mean, what, you guys are experts on lead paint? Probably don't respond to people who A-log you about it though. Just like find a solution to it. Because lead paint is bad.
But the paint chipped off because it was painted over the lead paint.
You watch LTG troll animations?
I
I actually wanted to do true crime after this.
Unfortunately, it came off. And how was I to know, you know, that there's a paint that goes between it? I didn't
Big up,
know.
Saltron, up on doing great.
As for the
Thank you for
lead
asking.
poisoning, my suspicion that more than one child had tested positive would also be confirmed on August 21st in this social media post made by Veronica's niece. We now know that at least 2 of the 4 kids currently in foster care have tested positive for lead, if not all 4, which is not what Veronica had originally
that's
told her
not a good look,
July.
Mom.
The baby's gonna be home too.
Oh, mama,
but
baby mama.
The only thing slowing that up is that Modi tested positive for lead, so I've gotta have the health department figure out everywhere the lead is so I can get it all taken care of.
But her story doesn't keep changing.
So I keep seeing comments saying that my story is changing. My story hasn't changed. I'm just telling you guys what happened.
Regardless of which kids tested positive for lead or not, it seemed like there was finally a light at the end of this lead-lined tunnel. Veronica could paint over the lead with the correct sealant and life could go on, right? Wrong. Turns out the lead was the least of Veronica's problems, as her house was due to be condemned on August 22nd.
Oh.
Going to help me with it.
That's that's not good.
The roof needs to be fixed, and the city did not give me a lot of time either. They gave me until August 22nd.
Yep, you heard that correctly.
Why are you being a misery
Just
merchant,
fun
lady?
little factaroonie that Veronica decided to casually drop onto her audience less than a week before it was due to go into effect. It's no big deal, right?
Right now, the house is due to be condemned on like the 22nd.
Now, houses don't just get condemned on a whim. There needs to be a reason for the municipality to deem a structure unsafe. And in this case, the city decided that Veronica's roof was no longer safe for occupancy, as I guess part of the roof was falling off.
Condemned because the roof is broken, and there's like the part of the roof is falling off.
As to how it got like that, well, Veronica was less forthcoming, at least initially, claiming in the TikTok live that it was because of damage from a recent windstorm. Okay, girl.
Yeah, we had really bad windstorms.
No, that's an act of God, so wet what?
It's not like a tree fell on her house. A healthy roof doesn't just suddenly start to fall off because of some wind.
Big up,
Meaning
Skokie.
that the only
This office lady coworker is telling us about this condemned bitch's big fucking Her house is falling apart and it has lead paint in it, and her children got toxified by it, and she has like 12 kids because, of course.
The way her house could have been condemned was if there were pre-existing problems that had been neglected. Something that we know for a fact was happening because Veronica told us as much last summer.
It did have some damage, but nothing terrible. If I put $20,000 into this house, you know...
Isn't that a female side of localdom that you rarely venture into?
Even still, it's worth
We're not the target audience for this, I have to say.
For $140,000 if I wanted to. So it was worth it. Very worth it for me.
Well, that aged poorly. As for why Veronica didn't repair her roof sooner, she says it was because she used the money for back-to-school clothes last year.
I was doing okay for a little while last year, but I basically spent everything that I made on...
Well, Amber and Chantal have ascended outside of that Goki.
I thought I was going to make more money.
They have that broad appeal.
Some stuff fixed then, but I don't know,
A-Log's voice sounds like the old GameStop voice leader that tells you about all the new games. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, you would walk in and they play like the canned video telling you about all the fucking games coming out. New at GameStop. We have Mass Effect 3. It'll be good, I promise. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. This won't be good. Wait, we saw it? We saved it? We didn't save it.
Which she would go on to defend and even double down on in this TikTok she posted on August 26th, writing in the video description, "Well, I actually took my kids back to school shopping last year. It was necessary. They needed new clothes and it was everyone's first year in public school. I can't regret buying the kids what they needed just because we need things this year." Of course, what?
Women that talk about locals are usually 100% worse than male A-Logs. It feels like they're playing into the stereotype, like they watched Mean Girls and now they want to be Mean Girls.
Veronica doesn't bother to mention
At least this one hits me like that.
Back to school shopping last year, she bought her children expensive name brand clothing, like this pair of Vans shoes. So yeah, but they needed them, right?
$89. If you like them, it wouldn't matter. I guess I wasn't really looking for anything, so.
As for her roof, Veronica would show us in her August 19th vlog, pointing at her chimney on the literal verge of collapse, as well as the part of the roof that the city took issue with.
Why is that something you would show anyone?
It has to come down because it's breaking, and the roof needs to be repaired. But they don't just want the repair, they want the whole roof done. So
Well, what are you hoping to achieve by filming this and showing us?
That is rotted. It can't be for real. As to the dubious structural stability of her roof, Veronica wouldn't actually confirm that there was indeed rot until August 26th in the comments under this TikTok, confirming it again in this follow-up TikTok.
The city wants to condemn my house because the roof is rotten.
Where Veronica explained the scope of her current predicament.
It's not shingles that need to be fixed. So it's not just shingles. Here, I'll back up. Yeah, it's rot.
Lady, your house is
So just to
self-felting
recap,
itself.
on August 16th, Veronica tells us that her
She was homeschooling your kids until her husband was... What did the husband go to jail for?
house is due to be condemned on the 22nd.
There was a new issue that came up with the roof. It's the whole thing. I'm probably going to make a video about it, so for anyone who missed some of it, you know.
With only 7 days
Oh, this is a
remaining
recent
on
video.
her deadline to do something, anything, to prevent this from happening. Surely,
They did say August.
Veronica must have taken steps to at least delay the inevitable, right? Right?
See, look!
No.
Look!
No, not.
Look, they wanna be Mean Girls. I don't know if that's for Mean Girls. It looks like it looks like it should be from the movie.
not at all.
That if it isn't Mean Girls, it wants to be Mean Girls. Look, she wants to be Mean
The only
Girls.
thing that Veronica had done by August 16th was apply for a grant to have her roof fixed.
So I applied for a grant to get my roof fixed.
She hadn't called any roofing
Enough bad
companies yet
stuff
to
for
get a quote.
20
No, I haven't
years.
gotten a quote yet. I don't even know. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't even want to
Nor
ask.
had she requested the city to grant her an extension, saying that she needed the quote first or something.
Well, I don't have an appointment yet for the roof because I still have to get an extension.
Nor does Veronica have a plan if and when her house is condemned.
No, I don't have anything set up for after the house is condemned because there's nobody that's gonna rent to
She
somebody
found her
with no
meal
money
ticket,
and a
Eddie
big
B.
family, so
In fact, Veronica doesn't even know what will happen once her house is condemned.
I don't know what's gonna happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. If the house gets condemned, you have to move out. I'm assuming so.
The answer, by the way, Veronica, is yes. They absolutely will kick you out of your home, which means that Veronica and her
Wait,
kids
did she have to
would
Google
likely
that?
become homeless.
But yeah, we have nowhere
Was she
to go.
unsure
Literally
herself?
nowhere. The kids
Can
are
you live
probably
in the
back
condemned
foster
house?
care, and I don't know where I would go.
Which is why it's such a
Well, let me answer that with this. Allow me to explain. So there's a spirit of the law, and there's a letter of the law. So the letter of the law says that you can't live in a condemned house, but the spirit of the law says you're probably a hateful, spiteful person who hates the homeless. If you see a homeless person squatting in a condemned house and you call the police on them.
good thing that Veronica is on top of this situation and didn't do something reckless like adopt a kitten. Just kidding. Turns out, when Veronica received notice from the city about her house being condemned, a notice that she received at the end of July, by the way, she decided to just ignore it.
And I did find
Based?
out last month.
Don't we hate the government?
I was just like so shocked.
Massive Bricada moment.
Are you kidding me right the fuck now? When I have all these other problems. Like I can't, and I didn't even want to deal with it. I didn't want to deal with it. And I guess that's irresponsible, but I'm trying now.
Honestly, irresponsible doesn't even begin to describe this. As for that
$6 in
grant
tips.
Veronica
Had an
applied
interaction
for,
break about 5
she
minutes
didn't
ago.
think she was gonna get it
Oh,
in
she's got an
time.
hour
I was
left.
waiting to see if I heard back about the
Suffer,
grant first, but now
Dave,
it's getting
suffer.
too late, and I just don't know when.
Mostly because
The
of her
Kino boys
unpaid
don't have
property
an inner
taxes.
tube for you.
So I
Suffer.
applied for a grant.
They said
to
their
get my
work
roof
here was
fixed,
done, and they meant
but I'm
it.
behind on my property taxes.
Told you it gets worse. I'm laughing in disbelief. I am laughing because I don't know.
No, you're forced laughing because you want to be mean girls.
Angry because the fuck. See, it turns out that Veronica owes about $1,700 in unpaid property taxes, which Veronica says she will need to set up a payment plan for, meaning that
And we
she
know all
hasn't
about
done that
payment
yet
plans over in
either.
this sector.
So I applied for a grant to get my roof fixed, but I'm behind on my property taxes. So I have to get on a payment plan, which is about $1,700.
This also seems to just be a trend for Veronica because in this
Have you considered a
video that was
bankruptcy
posted
so
to Reddit
all of your
8
debt
months
can be
ago,
forgiven?
Her kids were actually teasing her about her unpaid taxes and possible homelessness.
Lol.
Mother, wait, mother, it's for homelessness. You don't, mother.
This is like $2.
Mother, it's for homelessness.
You're not homeless.
It's not for me. Not for me. It's not for me.
After we lost the house because we couldn't pay the taxes, all this tax, I've been the best thing.
Another gem that aged poorly, eh? But wait, there's more.
Isn't the
Because
kids
in
a
her
logger?
August 3rd vlog,
That's tough.
Veronica also admitted to having trouble keeping up with her bills.
I'm just feeling really overwhelmed because I got the water bill today.
All her debt is secured, so bankruptcy shouldn't help. She should get it anyway.
And I was like, what the heck? I mean, we didn't get a disconnect notice.
You should
And they
fix
were
her roof and
like,
record it for the new
"Oh,
Dingus
well, the
Repairs It
owner
segment.
of
I am
Hudson,
not a
you know,
handyman.
The bills in their name said the Jonathan Power. I was like, what are you talking about? No, I didn't.
Apparently, Veronica's neighbor accidentally set up their electrical service using her address. Back
Now
in
we
April.
did help out Grampy Dingus with his floors, but all I did was remove nails under the discretion of Papa Dingus and Theo Dingus.
Yeah, it's been in the wrong person's name since
If you got the
April,
Dingus
and
brood,
I noticed you
excluding me, we could probably make
She
some
didn't
magic happen.
notice until now.
I'll be the idea guy.
I didn't even notice.
That's a pretty big oversight, don't you think?
So now, they're gonna they're gonna charge me for that.
I would pay people to do stuff for me too.
Power bills since April.
I
and
agree.
All of a sudden, and I'm like,
That's the power. You can flex that when you have money. That's not a cope.
Brain fog.
That's you actually showing off because you have the money to pay people to do things that you don't want to do.
That was
Yes.
a thing. It feels like ever since I was sick, I get forgetful. Like things that I used to remember, I don't really remember clearly anymore. Like, I don't know how to explain it other than it's just.
I know where he's beating every Nintendo 64 game blast from the past. I have not.
Even though Veronica has had her power
I
shut
saw
off
that
in the
channel
past
last
for
stream of some
non-payment,
guy
like
who's really
last
obsessed
May or
with
whatever.
rare games.
That time, she blamed it on her ex, Marty.
Guy was
Are you
hard
starting to see
capping
a
for
trend yet,
DK64.
Kristins, or am I still being too harsh? And then, on top of the unpaid bills and property taxes, Veronica says she also
Realized I
owes the
shouldn't walk
city
after having rum and coke. What
$600
happened?
For mowing her
Take a
lawn
tumble?
all summer.
I told you. I told you to take it slow and steady. You can't say I didn't warn
I
you.
actually did try asking at a church already. I couldn't even get help mowing my lawn.
I'm not gonna say what,
And now
but I am gonna
owe
pray for you.
$600 because the city keeps mowing my lawn.
Now this definitely isn't Veronica's fault. She would have totally made her kids mow the lawn, it's just that she doesn't own a lawnmower.
The older boys can't mow the lawn because
But you're
they don't
lucky
have a
you weren't on
lawnmower.
camera for that.
She have the money to buy one at the moment.
And I don't have the money to buy one. I know, and I don't even have $400 to buy a lawnmower. I have $400, but then if I spend that now, I won't have any money towards my property taxes.
Just pay
She sure as
Mexicans,
hell isn't
lady.
gonna buy a used lawnmower.
Pay the
Are you
landscapers.
crazy? What if it breaks down?
The problem again with buying something used is what if it breaks now? I can't fix it. I don't know anything about lawnmowers.
Didn't realize there were less than 400 N64 games. It's a really tiny library. If you think about it, there are honestly not that many N64 games that weren't released in America. Kind of remarkable, just because there were so few as it is. Very few Japanese exclusive Nintendo 64 games. And I think pretty much the ones that didn't get translated were like card games and mahjong and other bullshit. Some good games that didn't get. I think Custom Robo would be up there. Sin and Punishment. What else am I thinking of? It was a Mystery Dungeon game on N64 that didn't come over. But for the most part, all the games that were translated were all the good shit. It is a very, it's a realistic goal. Less than 400 games. Still bonkers, but better than if I was to ask you to play at 100% every PlayStation 1 game out there, or PlayStation 2 game. It's a bit less feasible. You'd be spending your whole life doing that, I imagine. Oh my lord, I just need to get both banana bunches. Yeah, Custom Robo. There was a localized one on DS as well.
And I know I could get like a used one, but I mean, how do I know? I don't even know how to start a lawnmower. This is not something I've done before.
Oh, and of course, shoot, the first Animal Crossing was N64 only, Animal Forest. But then that just got ported to GameCube and called Animal Crossing over here. Like, our Animal Crossing for GameCube over here is essentially the N64 Animal Crossing with a bunch of more bells and whistles on top of it. And then they did so much work on the localization that they translated it back into Japanese and released it as a new GameCube version for them. Because they were just so proud of the localization work. It's such a different time, back when they were actually doing good shit with localization there.
Besides,
Yeah, Doshin the Giant, that's up there too. They also ported that to GameCube.
You know, I've never mowed the lawn before. I don't know how to start a lawnmower.
That's something they should put on Switch, or a remake or something.
I've never used one.
Like a Switch version of.
I don't know how to buy a lawnmower.
She needs a man to do that for her. I can't edit that last part about the man, but it's true.
My ex used to do that
Yeah,
stuff.
you would need to be like Mr.
Whining a lot
Beast.
lately about needing a man.
You would need to be Mr. Beast and hire a whole team of people to complete all PS2 games for you, and you would have to hope that not a single one of them would be a predator.
And help her deal with everything, because it's just too hard.
I wish that I had like a partner.
The lady making
because
fun of her
I'm
has definitely never mowed her lawn.
overwhelmed,
Yeah.
Frustrated.
She's just a poor single mom doing the best she can.
Yeah. we
Her
don't
live-in
get any
boyfriend
kind
does
of
that for
help
her.
at all from him, and so I'm just a single mom trying to do this crap on my own. Hold on, I'm switching my glasses.
Now, obviously, things aren't looking super good for our Veronica at the moment. But fortunately for everyone, especially her kids, Veronica would get off her ass and actually do something about her impending homelessness. Thank fuck. First, she tried calling the city to get an extension, where she basically dumped everything I just told you onto some poor, unsuspecting
My cousin
city
had Harvest
employee.
Moon 64.
I'm calling because I have a violation notice, and it said I have to comply by
Why is she
8/22,
filming this?
which really gave me like less than a month, and it wants me to fix my roof, and like that's a lot of money, and like now it's like next week, and I can't come up with like 40 grand in a week, and I don't want to lose my house because I have 12 kids, and I'm just freaking out a little bit.
Including the part about how she was in a coma in June, which honestly we should just turn into a drinking game at this point.
Because that's not enough time either, because like I said, I was in a coma in June. Goodbye. Like I don't have money. I have like no money.
Does the coma
And if I don't get the grant,
okay, sorry for the
will
coma,
need
but
at least
that doesn't
months
really
to
have
try
any
to come up
effect
with
on
money.
stuff happening to you in
Despite playing
August.
all her best sympathy cards, though.
Well, I have no idea, because I don't even know how much it costs to fix a roof.
But you just said 40 grand.
I have no
Or
idea
well,
how
40
to
grand was in
do it. I
Texas.
did
Well,
apply
40 grand
for
on top of the
grant,
roof.
and I was hoping that would
A roof
help,
is not
but
40
I haven't heard
grand.
back from
I
that
think.
yet.
Certainly not her shitty
I'm
roof.
really overwhelmed, and I'm just freaking out a little bit. You know what I mean?
Veronica's
Yeah,
call
she is
to the
so
city
freaking
would
out on that
remain
call.
fruitless, with Veronica concluding that she'd just have to go in person on Monday, August 20th.
Monday, I have to go down and see if I can beg them to hold off on.
You gonna beg? You gonna film that too, bitch?
Time to come up with the money for the roof. I'm just having a hard time.
I'm so tired of all the nonsense, man.
I don't know what I'm doing.
She even vlogged it, sharing her comedy of errors in this August 24th vlog.
Oh my god, she did film it!
So I've never actually set
No!
foot in this building. My ex used to take care of, like, you know, going in and taking care of the water bill or whatever. So I don't even know where the entrance is, so I've got to go figure that out. And it's raining, which sucks.
They still exist in it now.
I have to ask them.
Where she
think they
gets
got bought out
lost
by EA.
and has to ask someone where to go to stop her house being condemned.
Hey, like my house is being condemned and like I have 12 kids because I don't know how to use protection. Like, what apartment do I go to get on my hands and knees?
Will you tell them not to condemn your house? That's where I'm trying to go.
Veronica also admitted in her August
beg, not to make
19th
baby
vlog
number
that
13.
she still hadn't gotten a quote yet for the roof because she wasn't sure how to do it, I guess.
But they don't just want the repair, they want the whole roof done. So I don't know what the hell that's gonna cost. And I haven't even figured out how to get a quote. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Call a
Even
roofing
though
company.
In her August 16th
I don't know.
TikTok Live, she said that she had a friend who knew roofers who could give her a quote.
I'm talking to someone.
Dude, where she lives, she could probably go to her local Walmart and there's just like a roofing company right there. You know how like you go to Walmart and they like license out their spaces at the front to third parties? You could she could probably just go to her Walmart. It's like a roofing company right in there.
Who says that they know?
You can do that or file her taxes there.
Like I said, I just
And then
don't
get
know
some
what I'm
Subway
doing.
for lunch.
So things were looking grim.
Because they always have a
until
Subway.
August 21st, when Veronica suddenly and spontaneously posted a link to a GoFundMe for $25,000.
I'm really stressed out already and been going through a lot. And
lady, 25K is not 40K.
I have a link tree in my bio with the GoFundMe.
Now, you may remember that Veronica was initially resistant to the idea of making a GoFundMe back when all of her problems just required $10,000 to replace her lead-ridden windows, saying that she preferred to paint and vlog to raise the funds instead.
I know everyone's like, make a GoFundMe. I haven't made a GoFundMe because I feel bad. Like, I don't know.
I think you're past the point of like feelings. Like you're gonna lose your house,
to this
lady.
idea in her August 16th TikTok Live, saying again that she felt bad about
It might be
making
time
one.
to start begging.
I don't know.
Like I get it,
I'm
but
really
I
torn
mean,
about the whole GoFundMe thing.
like, okay, do you want to make a GoFundMe or like get on your hands and knees over there at the municipality building?
Because I'm not trying to beg. I want to be able to earn the money. I just feel bad, you know?
And also because she didn't know how much money she would need to raise due to a lack of a quote from roofers.
Yeah, and the problem with the GoFundMe is I don't know how much to make it for. What if I ask for 50?
I mean, just, okay. Doesn't she like nice round numbers? Just ask for 50K. Fuck it.
1,000 and I need 40,000. You know what I mean?
Just ask for more money.
Telling her audience
You already do that.
instead by watching her videos and buying her art.
And if anyone wants to donate directly, I do have my This Mad Mama Cash App, but
They always
I'm not
have
doing a
Cash
GoFundMe, so if you want to contribute, that's the most direct way.
Isn't she fine with a Cash App, but not fine with a
Just want to
GoFundMe?
help out, but don't want to send money, that's fine. Please
Like,
just
what's
watch
more
the videos,
desperate?
Or just put them on the background. You don't actually have to watch them.
Well, for whatever.
How's that we just have the Cash App in bio, but like GoFundMe is a step too far? Oh, I feel bad about having to go GoFundMe. By the way, Cash App in bio, Cash App in description. Huh?
Reason beyond my comprehension, Veronica seems to have changed her mind. I guess she doesn't feel so bad about the idea of becoming homeless. She would also confirm in the description of her GoFundMe that she had been granted a 30-day extension to fix her roof.
And it's nothing
writing,
against Cash
"I
App. I'm
did
just like
not
what's your
want to
thought
make
process,
this.
lady?
It's a desperate cry for help. I'm a single mother of 12 offspring, 10 of which are still living at home. Our house is due to be condemned in 30 days if we can't get our roof fixed. By the way, she's totally lying here. Only 6 of her 10 children are currently living with her because the youngest 4 are still in foster care.
4 of them are actually already in foster care because I was in a coma in June. So those kids, those 4 youngest, my youngest
That's
are going to be home
unfortunate.
as soon as we get that fixed. So that's why I'm saying 10 kids at home, because they will be at home as soon as the roof is fixed.
Veronica would then clarify this extension
So you're just
further
saying
in the
10 to
description
make it
of
sound
this
worse.
August 26th TikTok, writing that her deadline is now September 18th. However, I don't think she's going to make it in time, as at the time of this recording, Veronica's GoFundMe has raised about $430. So I'd be really surprised if she gets the money in time. I'm also not convinced that the city will keep granting her extensions, given that she bought the property knowing that it needed repairs, including probably the roof. There's also the issue of the rot. If there's significant rot requiring wood to be replaced, like Veronica says,
The beams are all rotted out and it's all messed up, and a professional needs to come fix it. That's why it's so much.
then there's likely water penetration into the house as well, which in turn means that there's likely black mold too, which in my opinion
Oh,
is
wow,
way
what a
worse
structural
than having
expert
lead on
over
your windows
here.
and door frames. And I'm not the only one who's wondering if there is water damage. When this person asked about it in Veronica's comments, Veronica dodged the question, replying snippily, "Knowing it needed to be fixed didn't make me rich enough to fix it. I was in a coma in June." So the answer is probably yes. There is water penetration and mold. But we kind of already figured that this was the case because you can see the water staining and black spots in her old content. Now, a lot of people have wondered if Veronica could take out a loan to get the money, which Veronica actually addressed in her August 16th TikTok Live, saying that she can't because she maxed out her credit cards at Christmas.
Does sound like
Can't
anyone we
take out a
know?
mortgage. I think that you have to have good credit for that, and I fucked up my credit when I went Christmas shopping for the kids, and I stopped making
I mean,
good
yeah,
money
it's
right
important
around
to get
January.
gifts for your
So
kids
I
and your
couldn't
loved
really
ones,
pay
but
it
maybe
back. I paid what I could for the first couple of
Will it
months.
even
and then
matter if you lose your
I was
house?
Way behind.
You know, the Christmas where she spent over $8,000 on presents alone. Yeah. I'm sure the debt collectors will be coming to call soon for that too. Others have also asked about house insurance, which we've already confirmed that Veronica does not have. And even if she did have homeowner's insurance, her roof was a pre-existing problem, so it wouldn't have been covered anyway. Finally, people have asked if the Doherty Dozen are going to help Veronica with her roof situation, with folks even tagging Alicia Doherty on both TikTok and Instagram. This Veronica also addressed in her TikTok live, saying that she hadn't asked Alicia Doherty for help yet, but if Alicia wanted to help her, she would be very grateful for it.
I'm still friends with Alicia, and I know a lot of people keep telling me to beg her for money, but I'm not doing that either. Now, if she wanted to offer
not
something,
gonna
it'd be great,
beg.
but I am not going to ask her. She's done a lot for me in the past already, and I don't feel right about it.
Unfortunately, though, for Veronica, anyway, I don't think Alicia Doherty is gonna throw her a bone or buy her a new roof, as Alicia just remortgaged her house to pay off her own unpaid taxes, so birds of a feather, I guess. And yeah, that's it for this video. Talk about a shit show, eh? And the crazy part is, this isn't even everything. There is so much more to cover. Like, we haven't even gotten into the food stamps and food insecurity yet, or the kids, signs of neglect and the CPS visits, or just Veronica and all of her bullshit. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Basically, this video was to establish context for everything else currently going on, which we'll get to
quite
in
the
other
situation
videos. We'll be
there.
talking about it.
I agree
It's
not.
just, there's no way. There's no way for me to cover all of it in one video.
And I certainly hope she gets the roof fixed. I mean, that's like, she has kids. The kids are being out of home. It's probably gonna fuck up their development.
So yeah, that's it for me for this video. I want to thank everyone
You don't want
for
those
liking,
people out on the street like
commenting,
that.
and subscribing with a big thank you as
not
always to my mom.
I don't have hate in my heart, man. I hope she finds a way forward, man. But in all likelihood, probably not. If what I glanced from this video is any indication. Maybe she should just beg for extensions. Or she should make a Throne account. Can you put like fix my roof on your Throne account? Oh my god, I had it right there too. Oh, thank you for the video redeem, Big Ben. Really appreciate it. We learned a lot. I did promise true crime, so I'm actually not going to stall for once, and we're going to do some true crime. How about this one? Like fish in a barrel here. Fish in a barrel full of monkeys. We're going to pick this one. Decapitation or self-defense? The case of Rita Camilleri.
Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be covering the case of Jessica Camilleri, the woman who would go on to claim that she beheaded her mother in self-defense. This case has been recommended to us countless times, likely due to the brutality of the attack and how ridiculous the defense for it was. Regardless of the reason, as we began to research the story, the more we felt compelled to discuss it. This case also includes graphic, upsetting details, which may not be suitable for the more sensitive viewers. So please be mindful of that before continuing on. As always, if there is a case you would like to bring to my attention, or a video you would like
Maybe
to see
she should start
produced on
begging
this
on
channel,
YouTube.
email us at dreading.official@gmail.com.
Her viewers and fans call her a queen.
New stories to the
And she'll
list,
rack up
with
the
the ultimate
40K real
goal
quick.
of covering every recommended topic you write in. With all of that said, let us begin. Jessica was born October 12, 1993, to parents Rita and Vince Camilleri in Sydney, Australia. Jessica was the pair's second daughter, and they were excited to expand their family. However, from the beginning of Jessica's life, they knew something was very wrong. Jessica was different from the other kids, and within the first couple of years of her life, she struggled to hit basic cognitive milestones. Walking, talking, and coordination was a struggle for her, and her parents took her to multiple specialists to try and assuage the issue. Whatever was wrong with Jessica, they were ready and willing to seek help immediately, not only so she could get the proper care, but so they could give her the life she deserved. Rita especially was extremely careful and attentive with Jessica, wanting to help her young daughter in any way she could, but the problems would only multiply as Jessica got older. Though her mother could describe her as a loving but misunderstood child, as Jessica aged, she began to display alarming aggressive behavior towards anyone she deemed worthy. She had a terrifying temper and an incredibly short fuse, often lashing out at her parents and sister for slights as small as not paying enough attention to her or disrespecting her in some way. If she believed that a person deserved to be the center of her malice, she would attack them through any means necessary, with little regard towards her own personal safety. Rita would attempt to appease her daughter's outbursts more often, tending to placate her daughter where Vince would rather discipline her, and things would only get worse
Maybe discipline
when
would have
Jessica
been the
eventually
preferred
was
option
enrolled
there.
in school. Jessica's developmental delays and odd behavior was noted by other children, and she became the subject of their ridicule. She was ostracized.
Like surely placating her rage would have been the route to go. Pick up Snog on alert.
bullied, although exact details were never made available. With the addition of her aggressive behavior, her parents took her to more specialists, who would diagnose the child with a swath of different mental illnesses. According to her medical records, Jessica had an IQ of 55 to 60, which put her at the bottom 1% of the world's population. As a reference,
Hey
the
guys, thought
IQ of an
62
average
IQ was
person is
bad.
somewhere between 90 and 110. She was similarly diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, as well as ADHD and intermittent explosive disorder. The Mayo Clinic website would state that, quote, intermittent explosive disorder involves repeated, sudden bouts of impulsive, aggressive, violent behavior, or angry verbal outbursts. The reactions are too extreme for the situation. Road rage, domestic abuse, throwing or breaking objects, or other temper tantrums may be symptoms of intermittent explosive disorder, unquote. The list of diagnoses Jessica could possibly have grew with time, with her also being diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive disorder, dyslexia, and schizophrenia at various intervals.
Oh, that's the thing
Just
I have.
throwing normal temper tantrums, Jessica would wreak havoc on her teachers, classmates, as well as her family. If a teacher looked at the young girl the wrong way, or she simply didn't like their tone, she would disrupt class.
I just want to
sometimes
get the
attempting
golden
to strike
banana while
said
getting
teacher.
40 bananas.
The majority of her anger
So much to
centered
ask.
on women, who it seemed she viewed as potential romantic adversaries. Her female classmates were subjected to the worst of Jessica's anger, with her often responding to slights by pulling their hair and hitting them repeatedly. Jessica did attack one boy while at school, and though the details of the attack are vague,
Did he kick her
court
ass?
documents state that Jessica bit the boy's arm for an unknown reason, then refused to release her bite on the young man, even after multiple teachers got involved. Sources alleged that it took 4 teachers to pull her away from the other student, but again, documentation on this incident is vague, and the source that originated that claim has not been fully corroborated. At
I
this
believe
time,
that happened.
Rita became Jessica's most
This is
fervent
believable to
advocate.
me.
She would explain her daughter's behavior to the school and those who were subjected to her wrath, in attempt to dispel tensions. Despite her insistence that Jessica was a good girl with only a few issues, she would eventually be asked to leave the school during her freshman year for the staff and students' safety. Following her untimely exit from the education system, Jessica would enter the Nova Transition to Work program, which is an Australian program that works exclusively with people who have significant barriers
Big ups
that keep them
Australia.
from entering
Where's
the
Josie at?
workforce. The program works alongside the individual, providing them with tangible life skills and help with things like using public transportation, speaking with others, completing tasks on a schedule, and understanding what is being asked of them while on the job. Nova's approach to helping people obtain jobs and further gain independence in their life is extensive, with them offering counseling and real-world experience to those in the program.
all
But
I
once
was trying to
more,
do.
Jessica's anger got the better of her.
I'm bad at this
After
game, I know.
another explosive incident where the police had to be called, she would be removed from the program. Vince and Rita determined after her expulsion from Nova that it would be better if she went to stay with her grandmother for a short time. The pair wanted some time together to establish how they would deal with Jessica's increasingly horrendous behavior.
Is it possible
But
to
shortly
break
after
the
arriving
monkey's
at her
ball, Dingus?
grandmother's
It is
home,
not.
Her violent tendencies would make a
One of the
reappearance.
minigames, they use it as a
Jessica
hang
would grow
glider.
angry and resentful
So they-
towards her
it is
aunt
possible
while
for
she
them to
was with
open it
her
from the
grandmother,
inside.
feeling as though she was taking attention away from her. This belief led Jessica to grabbing her aunt by the hair and pulling her down some concrete steps outside of the home. She was then sent back to live with her parents, much to their dismay. At this point, Rita and Vince's relationship had deteriorated.
This
and the
lady is
once-loving
trouble.
couple
Lost
turned
cause.
to separation. For his part, Vince would state that
Let me guess,
Jessica's
life in prison.
behavioral issues had
Whatever
driven
she
a
ends up
wedge
doing.
between him and his wife. Rita was the only person that Jessica was close to, but she had no idea how to discipline the young girl. The tired mother had gone to multiple specialists, doctors, and at one point, even a psychic, who she paid $2,500 to quote, get the demon out of Jessica, unquote. But no one was able to help. Mood stabilizers, antipsychotics, and antidepressants had all
Is
been
she called a dog
prescribed
whisperer?
to Jessica over the years, with absolutely nothing working. Without any plan or assistance, Rita ultimately determined the best way to handle her daughter's issues was to placate her as much as possible, which Vince detested. He wanted to have more authority in Jessica's life and establish boundaries and repercussions for her negative actions. But Rita was opposed to the idea. Jessica, it would seem, knew that she could get away with more with her mother than with her father, and would routinely abuse that power.
I wonder why. I wonder why she was conditioned to believe that. It couldn't possibly be because the mother was placating her foolish, fiendish whims.
Unable to reach an understanding, Vince would leave the family home, though he worried about his wife's safety greatly. Eventually, Christy, Jessica's older sister, would also leave the home, leaving Rita alone with the woman who would go on to kill her.
Oh.
Because Jessica struggled to interact with the world at large, she developed
hopefully it's
multiple
life in prison.
alarming obsessions. The first being an obsession with graphic slasher films, such as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Saw, and Jeepers Creepers.
Well, I mean,
whose
doesn't she
director
look
we
like a
previously
delight?
covered, as he is a pedophile, though an appreciation for the genre is normal and not an indicator of potential homicidal tendencies. Jessica's obsession went beyond that of an average person. She would watch these movies on a loop every day and owned multiple copies
weirdo.
of each. Her
Weirdo
sister
confirmed.
Christy would state that Jessica's fascination with the gory material often alarmed her. She testified that while living with her sister, she repeatedly hid the DVDs to try and curb Jessica's consumption of the material. But whenever the angry young woman would realize she didn't have access to these movies, she would lash out, often striking her or Rita. And every time, either Rita would relent, buying her a new copy of the movie, or Christy would give back the originals. But her violent
Buy a whole
tendencies
new
were not limited
copy?
to her relatives. Between 2012 and 2019,
You know, why do you keep
Jessica would
placating
assault
her?
multiple women in public with seemingly no repercussions. According to court documents, in September of 2012, Jessica would take hold of a woman's hair while she held her newborn in a supermarket, pulling her to the ground. She would repeat this exact assault months later in December, grabbing another woman at a supermarket checkout counter without provocation. When Jessica had
At what point do you just get like, you get to a point, it's like, we can't help you. Like, you're a lost cause. All the social programs in the world, and you can't be helped. Like, I just lock her up. Like, I'm sorry. Is that heartless? It seems like they've done everything in the world to help this lady, and nothing's working.
been expelled from the Nova program, she had once again grabbed another woman by the hair and pulled her down to the ground. The following month, while Jessica was waiting for a doctor's appointment, she believed another woman in the waiting room was staring at her.
At what point do you
and,
just put your
quote,
hands in the
saw
air
red.
and just like
She then
disassociate
attacked the
yourself
woman
from it?
pulling her hair. In September that same year, Jessica would go to the hospital after
Go
suffering
full
from a severe
Pontius.
panic attack. And
Pontius?
once more, would
Pilot?
assault another
Wash your
stranger in the
hands.
waiting
Wash
room.
your hands
As
of
with
it.
every time
This
prior,
lady's bad
Jessica believed
news.
the person was staring at her and lost control. Court documents place the next assault as happening in
Hey Carl, he's planning on restarting the streak with Giga Coke. Thought he was gonna let it die organically. I don't know why I thought that. Oh, that's what a bigger man would have done. We're not dealing with a man, we're dealing with a man baby. That's unfortunate, Carl. He should have just I think it comes off as coping even more if you just restart it. You should let it die with grace and dignity. You should be like, it was fun while it lasted. People would still say you were coping, but they would say it less than you restarting it from the beginning. Like that's coping to an even greater degree. You should be able to let it lie, let sleeping dogs lie, let it rest. Put like a towel over its face because you can't even bear to look at it. It's a dead body even anymore. Oh well, it's not the kind of person we're dealing with.
Ready?
Yeah, acting super deranged when he's got his $100 tip at the end.
Ready?
Ah yes, the king streak is reborn. Yes.
2016, 3 years later. It's unlikely, if not impossible, that no other assaults took place during this time, but given that both Vince and Christy had left the familial home, Jessica likely took the majority of her anger out on her mother, leading to it never being reported. In March of 2016, Jessica would attack a stranger for less reason than she ever had, seemingly planning out an assault. She waited near a bus stop by her home, and when another woman got off the bus, she called out to her, feigning an injury. She asked if the woman would come help her, and when she did, Jessica
Seems like a halfway thought out plan here for someone with less than 62 IQ.
the woman by the hair and attempted to drag her to the ground. These assaults would be reported. However, due to Jessica's disabilities and clear mental health
She definitely knows right from wrong.
issues, they would go nowhere. Jessica never had to face consequences for her actions,
Lame.
which directly put anyone around her in danger. She was also obsessed with numbers, associating them with colors, and constantly finding new patterns of numbers out in the world that she thought were beautiful. She would become consumed by these patterns and would find ways to interject the numbers into her daily life. This
Like how
numerical
DSP fell in
compulsion
love with the
led to
number
her making up
150.
phone numbers to call throughout the day, often hundreds of times. Jessica would talk to whoever answered the call, but notably treated male responders differently than females. Court documents would state that Jessica's preference towards men was due to her attraction to them, although no party was safe from her wrath. When she would talk to these strangers, the conversations would quickly turn dark.
I am
describing
aware
in
of the
graphic
Derek live
detail
stream, yes.
How she would like to murder them. When the person on the other line was
think I
a
saw
woman
Cap, don't
or
watch
sounded
that.
female in any way, Jessica would immediately start in on the threats, telling
did the
them that
numbers
she was
mean,
going to
Carl?
come to their home and cut their heads off. In 2015,
Repeat that again.
the line was a woman, describing in graphic detail how she would
Derek livestream really. Derek hanging out with some of his friends who hopefully, I would hope don't know about him, because I would hope it's not a case where they do know, but then allow him to hang out with them anyway. They condone his existence. So hopefully they are blissfully unaware of his dealings. It's weird Canadian people hanging out, which is usually all Canadian people hanging out. All Canadian gatherings are weird, but not as weird as Alpha Elite TV's Prime for the 27 months. And they say, Soul of 5, aye, Soul of 5 Bongo, Soul of 5, aye, Soul of 5 Bongo. Hello, Alpha Elite. I'm losing in Monkey Ball right now. Suffering, you might say, even. The friends definitely goon together. I think someone posted a comment where someone tried to inform them about Derek, and not even someone in the DSP sector, someone completely divorced from the DSP sector. And I think even within Derek's friend circle of weird Asian people, Asian Canadians that pride themselves on being Asian Canadians, which seems to be the unifying thing that ties them all together from what I'm seeing. But the person that was in Derek's friend circle was like, you guys should not hang out with that Derek. He didn't, I don't think they called him anything short of he's got problems or he's got issues or you'll be regretting it, something like that. And the guy was like, the guy who uploaded the live stream was like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll keep that in mind. We didn't, oh, well, his explanation was he didn't invite, the guy uploading the live stream did not invite Derek. So Derek either invited himself or was invited by the other person that was on the stream. But they made note of it for, I assume, future streams to not invite Derek. Psychological horror tag on Steam. Can't you choose those tags yourself? Aren't those like community tags?
would like to murder them. When the person
On,
on the other line was a
New Game
woman
Plus.
or sounded female in any way, Jessica
Or
would
watching True
immediately
Crime.
start in on the threats, telling them that she was going to come to their home and cut their heads off. In 2015,
Oh yeah, this bitch is insane.
Jessica would call Natalie Naylor over 42 times in the month of October. Her calls
That's
were
completely
threatening
normal.
in nature, and she would state, quote, "I will come over to your door with a knife in my hand and slit your throat myself. I will come over to your house with a knife in my hand, and I will shred off your head."
Imagine you answer the phone and it's this fat bitch telling you she's gonna come to your house with a knife and she's gonna gut you right there on the front porch. I'd fucking say, like, bitch, you're like 400 pounds. I'll push you. What are you gonna do?
Your neck, and I will shred off your head to your neck, and you will have no head left. I will fucking ram that knife right through your neck and cut off your whole head. But when she spoke to men, she behaved differently. She would try to establish some form of connection, and she would attempt to flirt with them. It was only when she sensed they wanted her to get off the call that they would be subjected to the same anger she reserved mostly for women, with her threatening them should they end
You
their
can, Nurgle,
conversation.
because she's a
She
menace
called
to
one
society.
family in Bangladesh
This video
over
isn't anything to
100
go off
times
of.
in one day and harassed the family for over 1 year.
Also
When
Australian.
asked why she did this,
So
she
depending on
stated that she
who you
simply
ask, she may
liked
be a
the
menace to
number.
society
In
just by
2018,
default.
Jessica's, quote, prank calls escalated further, with her calling another man over 100 times in one day. Her obsession with his phone number went
Why did he
beyond
block
her
her?
previous antics, as after she was done harassing him, she looked up the number and found his company's online directory. She then began calling this man's coworkers and everyone within the company, repeatedly threatening
Yeah,
their
no,
lives
like-
and telling them that she was going to
Why is she allowed to do this? Why is she just allowed to shitpost and like fucking call this dude's company up and like try to like harass his coworkers and like they give her a free pass because mementos?
off their heads and flushed them down a toilet, but she didn't stop there. Armed with the
Yes, I
names and phone
epically
numbers
owned
of
you
every person
by
working at the company, she reached out
psychotically
to
calling
all
your
the employees'
coworkers all
friends and
day.
family, repeating her threats. Reports vary on if the original man contacted was Matthew Layfield, or if she discovered the factory worker after already harassing his coworkers, but she centered the majority of her attention on him. Layfield's photo had been on the company's website, and Jessica was immediately enamored with him. She called him the most, and when she found out he was married, she repeatedly repeatedly threatened to kill his wife and any other woman in his life. When Rita
Very
was made
normal
aware
for
of her
someone who you
daughter's
just
phone
met
calls,
by going
she
on
was
a fucking
horrified.
website.
She tried to apologize to the men and women that her daughter had harassed, and on a phone call with Matthew Layfield the day of her murder, she informed him that she would be taking action. Layfield would later testify that Rita sounded like a woman at the end of her rope. She had put her youngest daughter first for the last 25 years of her life, and nothing seemed to be working. She had gone to every professional in the area, tried medicine, natural remedies, and everything she could think of, but nothing worked. The only thing left was to institutionalize her daughter.
Thank you. Please do.
But having heard
He's
what
obviously
Jessica had been
unwell.
doing, she decided to put herself first for the first time in 2 decades, or at least that's what she had planned to do. On July 19th, 2019, Rita had been made aware that Jessica had once again made a swath of harassing phone calls to strangers. At her wit's end with her daughter, she brought the 25-year-old to the police station with the hopes that the cops would scare her straight. Rita informed the cops that very morning,
Dude, she looks so
her
much
daughter
older
had
than
called a
25. She
man
looks like
over
she
30
could be in her
times.
40s.
She repeated that she hoped that he would get cancer and die, before adding that if he didn't, she would find him and kill him herself. The officer spoke to Jessica, telling her that if she were to continue harassing strangers the way that she'd been, eventually the police would have to step in. This encounter frustrated
Can you
Jessica,
step in
who would
now?
later be
Like,
heard
what the
screaming
hell?
at her mother over bringing her to
Did you
the
just
police
harass
station.
people on the
Following
phone all
day,
day in
an
Australia and you just get away with
unidentified
it?
young relative came over to the Camilleri home.
just make death
Rita
threats
had
and,
offered
like,
to look after the child
say you're
for
gonna
the day,
kill him?
much to Jessica's chagrin. Almost immediately
Started
after
crying,
the
man.
child's arrival at home, Jessica became irate, believing that the child was taking away her mother's time and attention. Rita tried to placate her daughter, but
She
as
looks
long-
like a demon. Like, look at her. She looks like 25. Looks like she could be like 40s, early 50s. Hello, Rencheck.
she focused any attention on the kid,
Girl's
Jessica
insane.
was furious. Later that day, an elderly neighbor came to the home, requesting immediate help.
Yeah, it's because
as they were
Mementals and because
experiencing
she's a
pain in
lady.
their chest.
So we
They
gotta
asked
have
to
lower
be driven
standards
to the
for some
hospital,
reason.
which Rita immediately assented to. The neighbor would testify that Rita was incredibly prompt in grabbing her things and getting into the car, but Jessica began to berate her mom, stating that they would have left faster had they not had to bring the child along with them. She repeatedly referred to the child as a little bastard and refused to stop. Despite the neighbor's insistence, Rita, for her part, tried to get Jessica to calm down, but she refused to listen. Rita, Jessica, and the unidentified relative waited for the neighbor as she underwent treatment for the pain in her chest.
There's
But
definitely
things
big
remained
main
tense.
character
At
syndrome
some
from
point,
this bitch.
Jessica had seen a man on the street look at her. This passing glance was enough to escalate her anger towards Rita, as she blamed her mother for the man looking at her strangely. She claimed that Rita had embarrassed her in front of this stranger and swore at her loudly, causing even more people to stare at her. This aggressive display caused the child in Rita's care to cry, which only made things worse. After making sure their neighbor was all right, the group returned home, but tensions had not improved. By that evening, Jessica began complaining about severe stomach pain. She told her mother to call a doctor to come home and to make sure she was all right. Sometime between when Rita
Doctors
had
don't
called
make
for the
house
at-home
calls
doctor to
anymore.
come and 9:25 p.m., the relatives sat down for a meal of Red Rooster. Jessica had eaten the meal happily, with no signs of physical discomfort, and after finishing, requested that the family get more. Rita said no, telling her daughter that she had had enough. Jessica, not caring
Yeah,
about
clearly. Have you
what
looked at her?
mother had said, called the establishment to order more food, but, as is her way, began harassing the workers, demanding that they tell her they love her. At 9:25 p.m., the home doctor, Eliza Azam, would arrive. She would testify that Jessica did not appear to be in physical distress, and that despite Rita repeatedly trying to get her off the phone to be examined by the doctor, she refused, demanding that the person on the other line continue talking to her. Eliza would leave after 10 minutes of trying to get
Why don't
Jessica
people just
to
hang up
comply
on her?
with the
Why did
medical
they
care she
entertain
requested.
her foolishness?
After Dr. Azam left the home, Rita became overwhelmed with the situation. She called her eldest daughter and told
Watch
her
this
about what had
immediately,
happened, and
dingus.
stated she feared she could no longer take care of Jessica. She told Christy that she was going to call for an ambulance to
Oh,
come
boy.
pick up Jessica and have her daughter institutionalized.
Too long didn't read on this lady. Mementals and Milady and Australia. Mementals and Milady in Australia. So she gets to get away with everything. She gets to call people for hours on end. She gets to harass people and harass their coworkers. She gets to bully people. She gets to make death threats and talk about how she's going to go to your house and like stab you to death. And she's obsessed with Jeepers Creepers, which is a film directed by a PDF file. And she also likes other slasher films and gore. And she's like real crazy. And she has a 55 IQ, which is somehow even lower than a 62 IQ. But because she's a lady in Mementals in Australia, we can't do anything about her. And she gets to just like exist. And it's like, At what point do you just? At what point do you just put the straight jacket on her? At what point do the people in the white coats just carry you away? This was what we would call a lost cause, and we're only 16 minutes in. But Carl wants to derail us, so we gotta derail. Yeah, this lady, she's too scary. So what we got? Period. They call me DSP. Step up to the plate, pussy. Oh boy. Well, I did say he would go on for like 3 days and then forget about it, so I guess he must have saw that in his dreams and decided, fuck you, dingus, I'm not forgetting about shit.
Hey, Phil Burnell.
No, shut up. I'll let it play. I'm trying to play the video. At least he's not calling him Phil Labonte.
Hey, Phil Burnell.
Someone, like, he saw everyone correcting him, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna say his full name. I'm gonna say his docs to scare him. What do you think about that? Like, no one's ever done that before.
AKA DSP Gaming. I heard you missed your goal today, brother. I heard you're back to your old shucking and jiving.
I hear Ralph fakes all of his goals, and you can see it in his shades whenever he types them in.
And no more feast with the king because you didn't make what you thought you should make. Well, guess what? I make more.
Entirely disconnected promo. He only does that for marathon segments.
Money than you, and I've made.
It's so tough when Ralph has to cut a promo on someone he knows nothing about. Go look at Ralph's Legal Mindset promo. That's his worst promo ever.
More money than you for 6 straight fucking years, you fucking bum. You talk down on the Ralpha Mail. I've hit my
Everyone
goal.
does.
101 straight shows.
No, you don't.
$250 per show. But
Does it? No, he lowers the goal. What? What a liar! Just because he knows DSP and the Dents are too lazy to fact check. Ralph factually lowers his goals, and you can see him fake his donos in his shades. He has even less Dents supporting him than DSP. He doesn't even have his own Ryan, unless you count that Daniel Larson guy.
At least 40 of those shows were $400, $500,
I have to pause it, Carl. I can't let this go. I can't.
It's because I put on a real show.
I know you want me to let this play uncontested, unchallenged. I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Those shows were $400, $500, $600. It's because I put on a real show. I have real guests. I'm an actual talk show host, and you're a fucking bum and a leech. And a loser. And you
were gargling Phil's balls this exact same time last year.
Step on to
Phil, I mean, Ralph was the first person to call DSP a fucking king. It's not even the Kino Casino didn't even come up with that. That was Ralph.
Casino territory because you know they'll suck your dick.
You sucked it. He sucked it for if anything. He introduced sucking DSP cock to the sector.
Give you their top pay pigs, and I don't use that term.
I'm glad I clipped that now because you know that show doesn't exist anymore. You know he fucking took that down or put it behind some kind of paywall or put it behind some kind of site. Robot Streamer. You want to go to a Robot Streamer and download porn just to watch an old show where fucking Rob gargles DSP's balls for an episode?
Top pay pigs, and I don't use that term for my fans. I use that term for theirs because they're fucking losers.
Has to make that specification.
You step on their territory. You won't step on the Killstream territory. I'll turn off all super chats. I don't want the money. I don't want the money. It's not about the money, Phil, even though I make a lot more of it than you do. A lot more, by the way. It's about...
Can we get an abacus out here? Can we crunch the numbers and see if this is actually true?
On what a fucking scumbag you are. And exposing you even further to the masses.
If he calls him a slur, I'm timing you out, Carl.
Full detractor Ralpha Mail alliance.
Cringe.
No matter what you think about me in the past or said about me, I'm willing to...
Oh, look, he knows people don't like him over here.
Forget. No matter what you think about me in the past or said about me, I'm willing to forgive. I don't care.
Look at that. Yeah, he'll forgive it until the arc's over, and then when you shit talk him later, he'll bring up that you were friends with him during this arc.
And it doesn't have to go beyond anything other than wrecking the Kino Casino and wrecking Darkside Phil.
They don't, but okay, ask yourself. But do you even need Ralph to do that? Because the detractors that really don't like the Kino Casino, they're doing just fine, A-logging them without Ralph's help. Like, why do we need Ralph here?
It doesn't have to go anything.
It kind of seems like Ralph just wants in on the action, and he's not in on the action. He's like late to the party. And it's like, well you guys can't A-log the Kino Casino without me, bitch. Not really. They're doing just fine, shit talking them without you. It's kind of like
wrecking the Kino Casino and wrecking Darkside Phil.
But he doesn't even really care about Phil personally. Like, he doesn't care about you'll notice that he said wrecking Kino Casino first. He doesn't give a shit about Phil. I'm willing to bet he's not even really that touched by what Phil said about him. What did Phil say about Ralph? He just chuckled at him lightly during the interview segment and then had that tweet about him. That's it. I'm willing to accept that that's enough for Ralph to declare a full fucking Phil fatwa. But I don't think... Like, this is like, to me, comes as like, this is his way to get back at the casino. Because he just hasn't been able to, he hasn't had an ability, a way to do that. And this is a good way for him to do that. Because he knows that people don't like the Kino Casino right now.
It doesn't have to go anything, it doesn't have to go anywhere beyond that.
It's very much it's very much opportunistic, which I can't be totally against because PvP himself is also opportunistic. Let me rewind.
Other than wrecking the Kino Casino and wrecking Darkside Phil.
Again, notice the order in which he said those. Also, I like how he's like, I'll forgive you for whatever you said about me. I don't need your forgiveness, bitch.
It doesn't have to go
wait a minute, man.
It doesn't have to go anywhere beyond that. That's all I want to see. And Detractor Anon, if I'm getting that right, I think there might be another drop coming here soon. And what they don't have on the Kino Casino, I do have. And I promise you motherfuckers a cruel summer. And guess what?
It's fall.
Summer's not over just yet.
It's about to be fall. Okay, he felted me there. Okay, yeah, I'll just say, let's fucking gun. But I highly advise to, again, it's not even the first time I'm saying this. If you are listening to the sound of my voice, please do not get into an alliance with Ethan Ralph. And you do not need Ethan Ralph's assistance to felt the Kino Casino. Whether you like them or dislike, if you dislike them, even if you dislike them, you still don't need to partner with this man to felt them. All you have to do is talk to Worski and say one negative thing, and you will get blocked by Worski. Then you can screen cap that and put it on your Twitter feed. Wow, bam, you felted Worski just like that, and you didn't even need Ralph's help to do it. Already retweeted, already hearted. I don't want to give him any attention. For my own safety, Carl. I don't want him looking daggers my way. Those are my thoughts on that. Do not get into an alliance with this man. You will regret it. You will regret every second of it. You will wish you were not alive. He'll come back to haunt you. Ralph has come back to haunt each and every single person who has ever collaborated with him or worked with him on anything. Whether it be Rekieta, or Fuentes, or Gator, Pedmenko, surprisingly not Zidane. Maybe Zidane has blackmail on him. Every fucking bitch he ever tapped. Nora, Faith, May. I forgot her name because she's so irrelevant now. Fuck, even his kids aren't safe. as father-in-laws, anyone who comes into the path of Ralph is inevitably gonna get felted. Stop taking it so seriously, just wanted to laugh at it. Fuck you! How can you show me this shit? It's like, hey, Dingus, this is that guy you've been following for even longer than DSP. What do you think about it? And he has opinions on DSP. I want you to just watch it and laugh at it. Dingus out here making a Gettysburg Address out of tweet. I'm being transformative. I'm still not convinced this is going to go anywhere. I think most people understand the kind of individual Ralph is, so I don't see too many people answering the call that he's putting out. And if you do answer that call, you're kind of on your own, I have to say. I would imagine most people are smart enough to leave Ralph to his own devices. Ralph works at his best when he is like an unhinged, unleashed attack dog. Not when he has someone holding on to that leash, directing him to whatever targets you may... whatever targets you want him to attack. I don't know where I was going with that. You get what I'm saying. He's better as an unchained attack dog than a chained attack dog. Alright, back to this crazy bitch.
The establishment to order more food, but, as is her way, began harassing the workers, demanding that they tell her they love her. At 9:25 p.m., the home doctor, Eliza Azam, would arrive. She would testify that Jessica did not appear to be in physical distress, and that despite Rita repeatedly trying to get her off the phone to be examined by the doctor, she refused, demanding that the person on the other line continue talking to her. Eliza would leave after 10 minutes of trying to get Jessica to comply with the medical care she requested. After Dr. Azam left the home, Rita became overwhelmed with the situation. She called her eldest daughter and told her about what had happened, and stated she feared she could no longer take care of Jessica. She told Christy that she was going to call for an ambulance to come pick up Jessica and have her daughter institutionalized. Christy supported her mother's decision, stating that it was what she needed to do, and she heard Jessica react to the information. Jessica had always feared institutionalization and had been heard saying on various occasions that she would rather kill someone than end up in a mental health facility. And
Banana was right there, though.
She would do both things. After getting off the phone with Christy, Rita attempted to call for an ambulance.
Ralph's at his best when he's pilled out, lifting his gun on the table and demanding that cuck bitch Perseps to lick his greasy grease. Agreed. Perseps hasn't been a fan of this Kino Casino art, but I think I already brought that up. He's been doing his own restreams.
Ready?
Oh yeah, I did bring it up, and he privated one of them. I guess he was embarrassed by it.
But Jessica stopped her. Jessica held her mother down, took the phone away from her, and stated that she would not be going to any hospital. But Rita was determined. She got up and made her way to Jessica's bedroom with the intention of using her daughter's phone to call for emergency services. Once again, a physical fight broke out, and once more, Jessica was able to gain control over her mother. At some point during the confrontation, Jessica grabbed her mother by the hair and dragged her into the kitchen of the home.
Why does she always grab you by the
using
hair?
her own body weight, then grabbed a selection of kitchen knives. Jessica began stabbing her mother countless times in the head and neck, with one wound going through Rita's eye into her brain. She stabbed her mother so many times with so many knives that she decapitated the woman who had protected and cared for her entire life.
Very
the attack
normal.
had been brutal, with Rita desperately fighting against her daughter. She
It was
had a
self-defense,
combined
dude.
total of 95 defensive wounds on her arms and hands, meaning that for a significant part of the attack, Rita was alive. But even after she died, Jessica did not stop. 4 knives broke during the attack, with a total of 7 being used. During the initial stages of the murder, the child that Rita had been caring for was asleep. He woke up at some point, likely due to the noise caused, and went to see what was wrong.
Oh,
At just
did
4
she
years
attack the
old,
child
he saw
too?
Jessica killing Rita and attempted to provide aid. He ran towards Rita, wanting to get Jessica off of her, but was subsequently attacked. He
Oh,
jumped
boy.
onto Jessica's back, trying to pull her off of Rita, and when that
Oh,
failed
give this
to
bitch
work,
life.
he grabbed a large cardboard box and
Do they
struck
have
her with it
executions in
repeatedly.
Australia?
Jessica pushed him away from her, cutting his face with the kitchen knife.
This better have a happy ending. I don't want to hear anything about, oh, my mentals, we gotta send her to an institution. No, lethal injection, now.
The process. After being stabbed, the
Ethan
4-year-old
Pham.
threw up and hid in the home. Before we go any further,
You just missed Ralph's second call to action. He's calling for a Detractor Alliance He's saying he's gonna forgive everything you've ever said about him negatively, all to Felt DSP, and more specifically the Kino Casino, because he doesn't specifically care about DSP at all. I'm not convinced. All he cares about is A-Log in the casino, and he knows exactly who to call. People who already hate DSP and people who already don't like the Kino Casino. But guess what? I'm willing to bet those people also don't really like Ralph.
Further, the child is alive and is okay. After Jessica had stabbed her mother over 100 times and tore her head off, she grabbed it and walked outside, where she then tried to get help. She called emergency services once, then hung up. The following is the call made from emergency services back to Jessica.
Hello, this is Alison from Police Emergency. We just received a call from this number.
Yes, I need you to get the ambulance and the police out here immediately.
To which address?
Is that what she sounds like?
This is our immediate life or death situation.
Which suburb or town is that in?
St. Clair.
Okay, so
Listen, can you talk to the neighbour? I'm flustered. Can you just talk to me? Could you, because my hand's bleeding. Yeah. Thank you. Can you talk to what?
Hello? Hi, what happened?
I don't know, we was just home. She just come in and screaming for help, and when suddenly I opened the door, she said, just help me and call the police or ambulance. And she said to me, she had a fight with her mom, I think.
Okay.
My mom is trying to stab me and I killed her, I think.
Jessica just stated that her mom tried to stab her, but she killed her in self-defense. This is patently false, and in many people's opinion, showcases the fact that Jessica does know right from wrong. Immediately after killing her mother and stabbing a 4-year-old in the face, Jessica has already come up with an excuse as to why it was necessary. However, because of her multiple medical issues and mental disorders, it's very possible that Jessica believes that what she is saying is true. Again, if someone said they were going to hang up on a phone call, she would repeatedly make threats towards them. If someone stared at her on the street, she felt justified in attacking them. It's possible that she viewed her mother stating she was going to call the ambulance to send her away as being a literal threat to her life. But probably not. One of the main issues with cases like this is that the reasoning will never make sense to the average person, and so many people attempt to make it fit into their worldview. They think about what they would have done if they were Jessica, and how someone with their mental capacity would go about covering for a crime they committed. But we can truly never know.
If I was Jessica, I would admit
way.
myself. There would be no further question about it.
So did she just say her mum tried to stab her?
I don't know.
It's like the India part from Noel made me view them like the bug-eyed people from Mass Effect. I don't remember right now, A to B. I think you're, I think that rum and coke is really hitting you right now.
In self-defense, I think I killed her. Yeah, can you tell him to come immediately?
Yeah, can you please just come immediately, please?
I must prevail!
Okay, so she...
Whoa, big ups, 666 minion, and 2 quick 2, and 666 minion. The 2 months at tier 1 for 11 months, and they say, Dingus! And who is this? This is an Australian mental case who decapitated her mother, who was the only person to ever love and care for her. She is extremely crazy. She calls people all hours of the day, harassing them. She calls your coworkers. If you don't talk to her for like 24 hours a day, she says she's gonna come to your house and decapitate you and stab you and gorge your eyes out and like eat your eyes and then step on your eyes. And she's really crazy. And because she's a woman and because Mementos and because Australia, she just gets to exist. And we are listening now to the 911 call following the decapitation of her mother. And don't think like this lady, they didn't get this lady help either. They called every social program out there in Australia for her, and they all failed. So it was either institutionalize her or have her live with the mom, and the mom didn't want to institutionalize her because she felt too bad. The dad walked out on him. The sister walked out of him. Older sister walked out of him. So it was just the mom and this crazy bitch, this crazy fat bitch, caked on with makeup, and of course it was gonna go south eventually, and then it did. She decapitated them. She decapitated her with a child in the house, and she attacked the child too. And I don't even know if the child made it. That's the part where you guys are coming in on. It's true crime. It's true crime night.
She believes that she may have killed her.
And she's 25.
Yeah, she said like this. Yeah.
25. She looks like she could be 50.
Is she with you at the moment?
Yeah, she's in the front yard of my house.
Okay, all right. So how old is
Hello,
your
Ann.
mother?
How old is your mother?
Don't you just love Australia?
But how old is she?
57.
57. So is she not conscious?
Nah.
stabbed her because she tried to kill me.
Okay, then you didn't check if she was breathing?
Oh, and thank you for the and check. Big up, Stan. We are in the wake of Ralph's call to action requesting a Detractor and Ethan Ralph alliance. Ralph says he is willing to forgive anything you have ever said about him in the past in the name of felting the Kino Casino and DSP. I think it's very curious that he put Kino Casino before DSP. But Ralph says he's willing to forgive it all in the name of destroying both the casino and DSP. It's almost like he's taking advantage of this situation in which detractors are not really fond of the casino and they already don't like DSP. It's almost like Ralph has ulterior motives. Well, big ups to Ann update. I'm getting ready for bed. Just messing around with a layout or two. Oh yeah, look at Big Ann here with his big fucking layouts.
No, I can't go. Sorry about that.
Jessica herself points out that there is a living witness and a victim in the home that likely needs care. Calling attention to that fact indicates that she genuinely doesn't think she did anything wrong by beheading her mother.
Her mother's severely bleeding?
Nah, that's part of her story. She wants you to think that she's crazy. She is crazy, but not that crazy.
I can't go there.
Okay.
Tevin, okay, since Tevin is here, Tevin, did you or did you not? Because I just played it. I will actually replay it just for. Did you see Ethan Ralph's sequel promo cut? Ralph is calling everyone out. He is offering the olive branch. Okay, I will play it just for you because you are here right now. I will play it again because I'm such a nice guy. We're at 22 minutes into True Crime. Ralph has done a follow-up promo. Ralph is engaging in war tactics. He is offering an alliance to all detractors, and he's gonna fuck over the casino and DSP. I'm telling you, he's gonna be at your front door. Proverbially speaking. He's gonna be at your front door in a minute.
Hey, Phil Burnell.
Found out his last name.
AKA DSP Gaming. I heard you missed your goal today, brother. I heard you're back to your old shucking and jiving.
It never went away.
Feast with the king because you didn't make what you thought you should make. Well, guess what? I make more money than you, and I've made more money than you for 6 straight fucking years. You
Rob literally fakes his donos. I'm not gonna pause it as much this time.
Fucking bum. You talk down on the Ralpha Mail. I've hit my goal 101 straight shows.
I thought he was gonna say 101% here for a minute.
$50 per show.
Where did the margin of error come from?
At least 40 of those shows were $400, $500, $600. It's because I put on a real show. I have real guests. I'm an actual talk show host, and you're a fucking bum and a leech and a loser, and you
no one argued
step
against that
onto Kino Casino territory because you know they'll suck your dick and give you their top pay pigs. And I don't use that term.
Actually, it kind of went away
for my fans. I use that term for theirs because they're fucking losers.
I think he realized in real time that would look bad if he said that there, because I think he felt bad for his own pay pigs right then and there.
Step on their territory. You won't step on the Killstream territory.
Why not?
I'll turn off all super chats. I don't want the money.
He'll
I don't
count
want the
them
money.
after.
It's not about the money.
He'll turn off the alerts for super chats and then count them after.
You do a lot more. By the way. It's about showing what a fucking scumbag you are, and
but you don't need Ralph's help to do that.
Even further to the masses.
He's already been exposed. What the fuck are you gonna do with this art? Like
detractor.
Okay, this is the part where he has the call to arms for the detractors. What could you possibly expose about Phil at this point that this arc has not already exposed? And on top of that, why would you need Ethan Ralph's assistance to expose it?
And further to the masses. I'm calling for a full detractor Ralpha Mail alliance No matter what you think about me in the past or said about me, I'm willing to forgive. I don't care.
He's gonna forgive it all,
And
Tevin.
He doesn't have to go.
He's gonna forgive it all. He doesn't care that that he's on your soundboard. He's gonna forgive it. Ralph is stepping down from the heavens to forgive you for making fun of him. He doesn't care. It's all in the name of a greater cause.
And
yes, he's forgiving you, even though you didn't ask for it. He's granting you forgiveness.
Anything other than wrecking the Kino Casino and wrecking Darkside Phil.
Tevin, I noted this right away, but did you know how wrecking the casino comes before wrecking DSP?
It doesn't have to go anything. It doesn't have to go anywhere beyond that. That's all I want to see. And Detractor Anon, if I'm getting that right, I think there might be another drop coming here soon. And what they don't have on the Kino Casino, I do have. And I promise you motherfuckers a cruel summer.
Yeah, the
And guess
DSP
what?
casino friendship is truly over now.
Summer's not over just yet.
DSP gonna distance for his own good. I said I said the casino would be the ones to ghost him. DSP might actually distance first. He's gonna come on tomorrow and call them an alt-right show. He's not gonna do anything further for him. Doesn't matter anyway, the king streak is already dead. And Ralph's gonna do nothing, as usual. Ralph's gonna talk about this for like 3 days and then forget about it. You know how it is. The same way some people can't be friends with DSP because they're trolls, imagine that. Yeah! I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Andy and Ashton. I can't be friends with you because you guys have like insane trolls. Like this Ethan Ralph guy, like I don't even know who he is. Like he wants me and my supporters dead. He says I should be broken penny. Like I don't even know who he is. He's like allegedly some alt-right guy. He's like not allowed on any platform. You guys showed me one video of his and like all of a sudden he wants me to die. Like he's insane. I'm sorry, you guys. I can't go on your show anymore. Pick up GPM. GPM, you came late. Ralph is issuing a Detractor Alliance with all detractors, whether you like him or not. You're on Team Ralph now. He's forgiving every slight you've ever had against him personally in the name of destroying DSP, but more precisely the Kino Casino, who he never liked, ever. And Ralph has nothing personal in this whatsoever. No, guys, this is all in the name of destroying Phil. Ralph has nothing to gain from this. He's a nice guy. There you go. That's the second Ralph promo cut. This can only end perfectly. Actually, this is what I wanted. This is what I want. Is this not what I always wished for? Was this not my greatest request from this arc? Was for Ralph to enter it and then do something stupid? I think that's specifically, actually, quite specifically what I requested. The very moment we had Pray Tell of DSP doing anything with the casino. I'm pretty sure I said, boy, I can't wait for Ralph to find out about it and then Ralph to get upset about it. Even though Ralph was the first person to call DSP a king. The first person to get on his hands and knees and suck DSP's cock and call him a king. It wasn't even Andy and Ashton who did it first. It was in fact Ralph the whole time because Ralph didn't like that Review Tech USA was talking shit about him. Pretty good. Alright, back to True Crime. Dingus foretold it. I did. For better or worse. Alright, where's this link at?
We could.
Just come immediately, please.
Okay, so she believes that she may have killed her mother?
Yes. Yeah, she said like this, yeah.
Yes. Is she with you at the moment?
Yes. Yeah, she's in the front yard of my house.
Okay, alright. So how old is her mother?
How old is your mother?
My mom's dead, I think.
But how old is she?
57.
57. So is she not conscious?
Nah.
stabbed her because she tried to kill me.
Okay, then you.
Oh, big ups to Devoured Eagle. How you doing, Dingus? Sorry, I'm kind of like clicking all over the place right here.
There's a kid in there. Could you come with me, please?
No, I can't go. Sorry about that.
And Tevin's asking me to do a shot.
A 4-year-old kid on his own in the house.
Jessica herself points out that there is a living witness and a victim in the home that likely needs
Hey, doing?
care,
I'm doing great. Thank you for
calling
asking.
attention to that
We're watching
fact.
true crime. This crazy mental Australian bitch is like decapitating her mom or something. And I just got done watching Ralph issue a alliance, an olive branch to all detractors. I feel like I'm gonna clip that later. Ralph says he's gonna forgive all your transgressions upon him, Eagle. Whatever shit you talked about him in the past, he's gonna forgive it. He's gonna offer you an alliance. The king himself, the god, Ethan Ralph, is gonna forgive what you said about him because we're all going against DSP or something. He's my Pepsi.
Indicates that she genuinely doesn't think she did anything wrong by beheading her mother.
Her mother's severely bleeding.
No, because we didn't go to her house because I'm outside of my house because I can't go there.
Okay.
Can I talk to her? Lady, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My fingers are broken.
Okay.
Mum has had enough of me because I admit I've been a challenge and this ongoing thing's been going for months anyway. She had enough of me. She grabbed me by the hair and dragged me from my room all the way to the kitchen, and she got a knife and she tried to stab me with it, and I grabbed the knife off her because I thought she was going to stab me, so I stabbed her back. And I was so heated up with anger, I just kept stabbing and stabbing and stabbing her, and I took off her head.
Again, everything Jessica just stated that Rita had done, from pulling her hair to dragging her into the kitchen, physical evidence showed she actually did.
Her head is, I ran to my neighbour, not this neighbour, my other neighbour before this one, who's on the other side. He was at work. I told him to call the ambulance and the police immediately. He's going to do so, but no one's at home because everyone in the family is at work now. And I had my mum's head in my hand. I know this sounds insane, but I was taking it for evidence to show the neighbour. In the struggle, in the frustration, I didn't know what I was doing. I cut her head off. I chopped her head off with a knife.
Okay, what type of knife was it?
There was all sorts of knives. There was about 7 knives I was stabbing her with. A few of the knives broke. When that knife broke, I got another one and did the same.
Where's the knives now?
They're all in the kitchen. There's blood everywhere. There's blood everywhere.
And you're outside the house?
Yes. The ambulance and the police have rocked up. Do you want to stay on the phone?
No, that's okay. What's your phone number, Jessica?
This is my mum's phone number, but my mum's not here anymore, okay? She's gone.
All right, I'll let you go speak to the police.
Yeah, hang up, okay?
When the police arrived, they were horrified at what they found. Jessica had savagely butchered her mother, removing her eyes, tongue, and nose in the attack, even though she had claimed the decapitation was accidental and hadn't.
It was
meant
an
to hurt
accidental
her mother at
decapitation,
all.
guys.
The physical evidence showed that she had
Hey,
twisted
Fenrir.
Rita's head
Welcome
and
to True
pulled it
Crime.
off after stabbing her over 100 times. Despite Jessica repeatedly
Look at this lady. She wanted her to fly. What are you talking about?
stating that her mother had broken her finger in the attack, she was entirely unharmed. She repeated the story that she had told to emergency services, that her mother had attacked her, dragged her into the kitchen, where she was able to wrestle the knife away from her to defend herself. But the sheer gore at the scene painted a very different picture. She also repeatedly asked the officers if they were going to be able to bring her mother back to life. She asked them if they would be able to sew her head back onto the
Can
body
you sew it back
because,
on like in the
quote, "Doctors perform
cartoons?"
miracles," and appeared distraught when the police told her otherwise. She was immediately arrested and charged with her mother's murder. But one of the main hurdles that needed to be overcome was if Jessica was even fit to stand trial. The young woman had killed her mother and assaulted multiple.
Okay, if you're coming in late and you're wondering why she said that, she has a confirmed 55 IQ. It's even lower than 62, the meme number.
Women over small, insignificant slights, and the idea that she would be able to sit through a trial without an outburst seemed impossible. Both the defense and the prosecution had experts speak to and observe her.
I think you
and found
2'2" for the
that
giant
though
emo.
the trial would likely be difficult for her, and certain concessions would have to be made, Jessica would be able to receive judgment for her crimes. Notably, the defense never argued that Jessica hadn't been the one to kill her mother, or that Rita had been the aggressor in the altercation. Instead, they focused their arguments on Jessica's mental well-being, stating that due to the comorbidity of her mental disorders, she could not be found guilty for first-degree murder, but should be charged with manslaughter. Both sides had experts to supplement their case, and Jessica's own family stood against her, telling the public that they believed she committed the act because she knew her mother was going to be putting her foot down. The jury would later side with the defense, and Jessica was sentenced to a maximum of 21 years and 7 months in prison, with a non-parole period of 16 years and 2 months.
Wait, a maximum of what?
To supplement their case.
No, I need to hear that
Instead,
straight up
they
one more
focused
time.
their arguments on Jessica's mental well-being, stating
Well,
that due to the
mentals, as if
comorbidity
it
of
would
her
be
mental
anything else.
disorders, she could not be found guilty for first-degree murder, but should be charged with manslaughter. Both sides had experts to supplement their case, and Jessica's own family stood against her, telling the public that they believed she committed the act.
Bro, when your own family is, when everyone, your whole entire family is standing against you and saying, no, you're a lost cause. The only reason you're still alive is because it is a crime to murder you. You are a lost cause and we want nothing to do with you, and you deserve nothing but the worst. Why are you still siding with her at that point?
Because she knew her mother was going to be putting her foot down. The jury would later side with the defense, and Jessica was sentenced to a maximum of 21 years and 7 months.
21 years. She's 25. I know it looks like she's fucking 60. She's 25 years old. She got 21 years for decapitating her own mother's head because mementos.
In prison with a non.
She will be able to get out in her 50s and be able to live like the whole rest of her life.
Parole period of 16 years and 2 months, but as expected, her prison sentence has not been without issue. As we've established, Jessica hates women. She views them as competition for men's
The only
attention,
base thing
and
about
the
her.
only person who she was quasi-okay with was her mother, who she murdered.
Well, yeah, 20. I said 21, but they said she could be out. She could be out paroled at 16 years.
Putting her
even
in a
earlier than
facility
that.
with nothing but
For
women
decapitation.
has led to a significant number of assaults happening on other inmates and correctional officers. 7 weeks after her arrest, Jessica would attack another inmate because, as she put it, she was upset. Following that incident,
Oh yeah, that totally justifies attacking your fellow inmates. I think it's back in the USA. They just let out one of the founders of one of the most bloodthirsty cartels, the Mexican authorities. He did 20 years, but J6s would get 30 years probably. It's fucking bullshit, right? Those guys are still like, wasting away in solitary confinement. And I know this lady is Australian, so it's not really comparable, but I'm gonna compare it anyway. This lady gets 16 years. 16 years with good behavior, get out on an early parole, 16 to 21 years for decapitation, for mementos, when she has a established history. She calls people up, she calls your coworkers up, she talks to you for hours on end, threatens, makes death threats, goes to people's houses, she pulls random people's hair at the supermarket and drags them across the floor, even did it to a pregnant woman. She And this is the one, if you came in late. She is intelligent despite having 55 IQ. She at least knows right from wrong. She was at a train station and pretended like she had fallen to bait a lady into helping her up. And when the lady helped her up, she grabbed her by the hair and then dragged her across the concrete. She knew what she was doing when she decapitated her mom. The only person who ever gave a fuck about her. The only person to ever show her love and care and admiration. And she fucking murdered her. What is the world coming to? Biggest Cerulean. Cerulean, I hear you're accepting Ralph's alliance. Ralph is pitching his open alliance to all detractors. I know you have Ralph as William Birkin in your Resident Evil mod pack. Ralph says he does not care. Ralph is forgiving you. Even though you did not ask for it, you did not want it, you did not request it, Ralph is forgiving you and letting it go. Because all he wants is for you guys to join hands and destroy the Kingdom Casino and DSP. Even though detractors were doing just fine doing that without Ralph's help. Yes, worry not. Your transgressions have been forgiven and forgotten. They will surely not be pulled out of the brink 2 years from now when Ralph starts going at detractors and like burning the bridge there. I bet Carl simped out and joined Ralph and he has no backbone. Also, hi Carl. Guy with two names, what are your thoughts? Carl says we're coping and we should all join forces with Ralph. What do you think? Is it possible? Is it possible? Is this not mutually exclusive? You're able to hate both Ralph and Phil to varying degrees, or at least able to both acknowledge that they are both train wrecks with which you should not interact with at all. Technically, I had an alliance with Ralph and tried to train him ages ago. Yeah, for the Mortal Kombat thing. Ralph remembers. That's why you're the first one he's gonna approach. It's gonna be you, and then he's gonna call Tevin up. Because he'll ask around who's the big detractor. People are gonna tell him Tevin. He's gonna go call Tevin up, and they're both gonna have a collab. On that being said, it won't even be on that being said. It'll be on the kill stream. Ralph will forgive you of your sins if and only if you accept him and destroy the casino and TSP. Ralph is a joke. I'm scared of Ralph. I feel like he will. He always does. I'm literally telling you, dude, don't fall for this ploy. But you already knew that. I would love to see DSP go on Ralph's show. It will never happen. Even as cocky and gassed up as DSP is now from the Kino Casino arc, even that much gas will not get him to go on a show that airs exclusively on Rumble. I will eat my hat and eat crow if that happens. Yeah, but that's the Ralph update.
She would get in trouble
back to this
again
crazy
after
bitch.
throwing a nothing but women has led to a significant number of assaults happening on other inmates and correctional officers. 7 weeks after her arrest, Jessica would attack another inmate because, as she put it, she was upset. Following that incident, she would get in trouble again after throwing a cup of hot tea on another inmate.
This 25-year-old geriatric decapitated her mom's head, but because she's Mementos and Australian and she's a woman, she got to go. She got away with it pretty much. Only 16 years.
Following an initial interaction, Jessica made her way to the kitchen where she filled a foam cup with hot water and made tea for herself, which she threw on the inmate. She received no penalty for either attack, but was charged for them. A month or so later, she attacked another inmate and was given 5 days in her cell. Shortly thereafter, she assaulted another inmate, ripping the hair out of her head for another perceived slight. This assault
She always goes for the
effect on
hair.
Jessica, as the other party actively fought back against her and struck her multiple times. Throughout her life, Jessica never had to deal with any person fighting back against her. She was always the physically dominant party and willing to take things much further than anyone else.
She was always the physically dominant party. Again, because she's a lady. Why didn't some Chad Australian dude wearing dungarees and one of those fancy Australian hats with the bone shark tooth necklace, why didn't one of those guys just come around and fucking punch her? Or maybe the kangaroo with a boxing glove. Like, why did we just let her roam the earth for so long?
To deal with another physically dominant party. She cowered, and her psychiatrist noted a change in her behavior following the assault. Are you fucking kidding me? That's all it took? They noted that she became more cautious when approaching other prisoners, and though she felt the desire to assault people regularly, she would refrain to protect herself. However, the fear of reprisal would not last, and she would continue to assault more people.
Wow. Now wait a minute. So you're telling me discipline and consequences got her to change her behavior in prison? It's almost like the dad who walked out on him. The dad was championing disciplining the lady, whereas the mom was championing placating her every whim and desire. I wonder which one ended up being right.
Okay, never mind. On April 15th, 2021, Camilleri would go on to attack another inmate, this time over food. According to witnesses, Jessica became upset during lunch after somehow obtaining 3 prison meals. She approached another inmate and stated that she was still hungry, then asked who she could ask for more food.
Oh, I'm so hungry!
She was already holding, and told Jessica that she believed she had enough. This was enough for Camilleri to feel justified in grabbing the seated woman by
I want to believe the inmate just looked at her and said, yeah, I think you've had enough.
the hair and pulling so hard that she fell to the ground and ripped out the hair she was holding. Following that incident,
I have
Jessica
not seen
would
the
go on
comments
to attack 2 prison guards.
Hello,
Jessica
JC.
would tell a psychiatrist that she attacked the first guard because she simply didn't like them, and quote, wanted to give them a little bit of their own medicine. She did this by ripping their hair from their scalp in a fit of rage when the officer stood in the doorway of her cell. The second attack on a prison guard occurred months later, when Jessica was asked by the second guard to put her arms out so she could be handcuffed. Footage of the attack shows the guard talking to Jessica respectfully,
Oh, please show us the
taunting or
footage.
goading her, and Jessica attacking directly after. After these attacks, Jessica's non-parole period was extended by 1 year, but that did little to assuage her behavior. Despite these ongoing incidents and her continued aggressive behavior, Jessica's legal representation was able to successfully appeal her sentence, reducing it from 21 years and 7 months, with parole becoming available after 16 years to 16 years with the possibility of parole after 12 years. Justice Peter
God.
Hamill would deny that Jessica's sentence was excessive or that the trial had been unfair to her in any way, but nonetheless changed the sentence as he felt it was clear that she was not in her right mind.
So
On
she
March
got away
7th,
with it even
2023,
more?
Jessica was on a supervised walk through the main prison when she approached a group of inmates. These inmates told Jessica that they didn't want her anywhere near them because they knew what she'd done, and emphasized that fact by telling her to fuck off. A guard noted the disruption and told the women to separate, but not
Deserved.
before one of the other inmates threw water onto Jessica. She instructed the inmates to move away and approached Jessica, who she believed to be the victim in the circumstance. She placed her hand on Jessica's shoulder, seemingly to comfort her or to see if she was alright, and then Jessica attacked. Her hair was also
Whoa,
ripped from
what
her
a
scalp.
shock.
Notably, at some point during the attack, Camilleri would
I
shit
guess she
herself.
pulled him hair.
Oh, because it wasn't enough to rip the right. She placed her hand on Jessica's shoulder, seemingly to comfort her or to see if she was alright, and then Jessica attacked. Her hair was also ripped from her scalp. Notably, at some point during the attack, Camilleri would shit herself. Oh, because it wasn't enough to rip the hair out of these people's heads. Gotta give him that old Camilleri surprise. Later that same day, Jessica was being looked over by medical personnel in her cell. So there was a medical officer, alongside another correctional officer in Jessica's cell, trying to assess if she was okay. However, during the assessment, and seemingly with no provocation, Jessica attempted to attack the medical officer. The other officer in the cell got between the two and tried to restrain Camilleri, then subsequently became her target. As of writing, she has still not been sentenced for the additional attacks, but in our personal opinion, she
please
should
add some
never,
years to her,
ever
man.
be released from prison.
Yes, thank you.
Ever. She poses a danger to herself and to everyone around her. She killed the person closest to her and slashed a 4-year-old in the face with a knife, and she continues to attack others.
At least the kid
unprovoked.
survived.
But let me know your thoughts on this case in the comments down below. If you've made it to this portion in the video, thank you for watching. If there's also a case you would like to see us cover, or a story you would like to bring more attention
Thank you, Pretty
to,
Kitty.
email me at dreading.official@gmail.com. We are constantly combing through your suggestions, and hope to get every single one done eventually. A huge thank you to those of you who recommended this topic, and with that, remember to
thank
have
you.
a great day and stay safe.
That was a real frustrating one to watch. She essentially got away with it, especially I don't know how many more years the assaults in prison are going to add, but she got it downgraded to 12 years parole, 16 years, 12 to 16 essentially, and she was only 25. So, she'll be out and about very soon. And he said 2003. It was like mid 2000s. She might even be out already. Or maybe I misheard. I don't know if this is a recent case or not. But no, very, very frustrating. Sav said to look at the comments. Decapitation or self-defense. Let's see. Oh, this is recent. Sentence extended after ripping hair off prisoners. Serving a 16-year sentence. Oh, this is 2019. I must have misheard 2003. She's 29 years old, at least at the time of this story. She'll now be eligible for parole in 2032. That's only 8 years away. I think it's fair to say she got away with it. And all because mementos. Let's look at the comments. Maybe I'm being too critical here, too moist critical. Surely the comments will be nicer than me, right? Big ups on my Nintendo World Championships special edition. To keep fucking up her parole for eternity. We can only hope so. We'll take care of her with an axe. I thought you were gonna say you can fix her. You can fix her up a knuckle sandwich. That's what you can do. Okay, we're gonna check the comments per your requests. See what the debate is. Well, I will be shocked if there's even any debate to be had at all over this. Let's see here. Very cruel to subject us to 30 uninterrupted minutes of her horrifying selfies. Yes! You know, I owe you guys an apology too for having that on the big screen. The fact that she fought all of these people and nobody rocked her world before prison, New Jersey would have fixed this. Yeah, that's literally what I just said. Where are all the buff Australian men, sweaty men, JPEGs with shark tooth necklaces around to teach her a lesson? Like, how did she stumble through life without upsetting the wrong person? Shout out to that inmate, absolutely insane. It took ass feeding for her to think twice for once. Yeah, and like, again, we have corroboration that this set her straight. It took one inmate to fuck with her to get her to cower in fear and to get her to like start like being a little bit more cautious about assaulting people. All it took was discipline, which if you were here from the beginning of the video, I know some people came in late. If you're here from the beginning of the video, the father left the family because they couldn't discipline her. He wanted to discipline her, but the mother thought it was better to placate her. But this only conditioned her into thinking that she had the ability to control the mother to get what she wanted out of her. Yeah, where's the crocodile hunter at? Fuck that, we're gonna have to get the whale hunter for this lady. Seriously, this woman isn't getting life? Hey, look at the Jack and Daxter profile pic. She has a long, constant pattern of violence. Exactly! Both before and after she brutally murdered her mother without cause. Is absolutely insane. Not only was she given a 21-year sentence, but that sentence got reduced. Insane! The absolute state of Australia. I cannot stand the narrative that people with disabilities are angels on earth. Agreed. No, they are not. They are human beings. When they reach adulthood, they have adult thoughts and urges. It is so dangerous to believe someone is perfectly innocent because they have autism or Down syndrome or any disability for that matter. And isn't that what noble souls with these conditions? Isn't that what they advocate for as well? The advocates on that side of the aisle. They advocate to be seen just the same as you and me, that they shouldn't be coddled because they have autism or Down syndrome. That poor child, I'm so glad she's okay. It was so heroic of him to try and help. 4 years old! 4 years old, he had understood that something was going wrong. He understood that a decapitated lady's head in front of him, with a fucking room full of blood, a kitchen knife, covered in blood, probably not a good sight. She forgave herself. She's learning and growing and thriving in her, at her lane, moisturized, and all that Gen Z brain rot garbage lingo. God damn it. Look, the Zoomers aren't giving her any... The Zoomers aren't relenting on her, which is good to see. I was fearing, after Sav said that, I was fearing for a second we would be seeing more debate. Got a Shiver profile pic. That poor child. Oh yeah, that was the one I just read. Before we go any further, the child is alive and is okay. Thank you. I wasn't expecting a young child to be involved in a story, let alone as a victim, and you promptly spared me a whole lot of overthinking that would have not ended well. Your timing is fortuitous as always. Down to the minute this time. I'm confident I can keep watching, specifically because you gave that disclaimer. Yeah, big 07s to the kid. Was a real fighter. That one picture of her close-up smile is frightening. It almost doesn't even look real. She looks like she came from another world. She was isekai'd into this reality. She looked out because they put her in Australia and not over here. I don't want to be that person, but she was harassing so many people. I'm surprised no one put hands on her. I'm saying! Can you imagine being at the grocery store in checkout and this random just grabs you and drags you to the ground? Disability or not? Look at this sugar mama. Look at this mama over here. Oh, I zoomed in too much. Where? This... This doll wouldn't be having it if you dragged her in the supermarket. Again, she was protected by being an Australian. Ask her to the fair, I will consider it. Bro, the facial photos through this whole thing are so disturbing. I served Rita at my work about 2 days before she was killed. She was buying makeup and nail polish for Jessica. Everything that woman did was for that monster. Jessica should never be released, and it terrifies me to no end, knowing she will be part of the same community as my friends, family, and me once again. This one deserves 1K likes if she actually interacted with her in reality. The girl should never see the light of day outside of a prison cell ever again. Plain and simple. Mental illness isn't your fault, but it is your responsibility. I can't imagine how hard this type of struggle is, but it comes to a point where boundaries have to be set, or you institutionalize your child to get them help. I was abused by my autistic older brother for most of my childhood. He used to beat me and taunt me almost every day. My mother just let him because of his autism. To her, it was just his ways of what? What a mother! Oh, sorry, Jimmy. That's just how Timmy expresses himself, by kicking your ass day in and day out. When I was 12, I began fighting back against him. I was sick of taking his shit lying down, and no one else was doing anything to stop him anyway. I always lost, but I knew I was growing stronger. Wow, what an anime speech. And what a re-up. Tier 1 from Gondola Gaming for 12 months. A full year of Gondola Gaming. Let's give him a shout out. Fellow Gondola style gamer here. I hear you're enlisting in the Ralph Romeo Alliance. I'm reporting for the Hate Army, sir! I'm gonna see you on the front lines. We're in the midst of this true crime. It's a autistic mental lady, Mementals, decapitated her mom and got like 16 years for it because of Mementals. She got away with it. I'm reading the comments looking for one comment to make me upset, but no, everyone agrees this bitch should get felted and should have got felted yesterday. Main character comment right there. Look, this person's making it about themselves. Or worry. Oh, I knew I was growing stronger. With every fight, I was able to defend myself a little better. When I was 14, my brother had beaten me with a stick and got away with it scot-free. I simmered with rage for a week till I snapped and punched him in the face unprovoked. By this point in time, I had finally grown to match his size. And all it took all of his strength to push me off of him. But rather than fight back, like I would have if the situation were reversed, he called our mom to break it up. Oh, what a pussy. Of course I got a worse punishment for attacking my gentle, loving, autistic older brother than he did for beating me with a stick. But after the incident, he never laid a finger on me again. The only warning my mom ever gave my brother was that if he kept bullying and abusing me, then he would eventually turn me into his own worst nightmare. That's actually a good lesson for the mom to teach him. And it turns out she was right. My strength, anger, and cruelty had surpassed his own, and it terrified him. My brother was spoiled rotten and never had to face any consequences for his actions. It took physical violence for him to fall and finally calm the fuck down and start acting like a human being. And sometimes that's the only option for people like him. Wow. Thank you, Mateo Reyes 5309, for the comment. Shut the fuck up, are things that never happened. This was his inspirational end of arc climactic anime fight scene moment, and you're taking it away from him. Look, these guys believe it. Too wordy. This is true whether autism is at play or not. I don't fucking care if it's too wordy. I said what I had to say. If you don't want to read it, then just don't. Belted. Let me scroll down. I read some down here. The 4-year-old boy that risked his life to help is so sweet and courageous that literally makes me want to sob that he had to go through any of that. I got so excited when I saw you were covering Jessica. I grew up on the same street as her, and we are close in age. I can still remember her meltdowns vividly. And those memories are nearly 20 years old. She could scream for hours. Something that I think a lot of people are missing is that Western Sydney, specifically St. Mary's and St. Clair, are very poor areas with almost no resources for people with disabilities. She had help. They got her help. Don't look at this as an issue of neglect. There was no neglect in this case. The mom loved her. The mom did everything for her. And she still decapitated her. They had her in every social program they could have got her in. And it got to a point where whether it was institutionalize her or just leave her out to rot. Or leave her out with these 100 bitch from Too Quick 2 with the hype train. It's really terrible to think of this way, but her mother definitely paid for running her husband off due to no discipline. Yeah, it didn't go too much into what the husband's involvement was, just that he was there at the beginning, but once it seemed like there was going to be no hope for her, he just kind of walked out on her. And I can't really blame the husband either. It's just an unfortunate situation all around. But I think it just goes back to what we were saying, where it's just like sometimes Sometimes it is just a lost cause, and it's sad, especially when it's family, right? But I think it's what this person said up here. This comment: mental illness isn't your fault, but it is your responsibility. Just because you have autism and the like, this doesn't mean you have no agency. It definitely doesn't mean you don't know right from wrong. You can't just use it as an excuse or a wall, a circle of protection to get out of anything. It doesn't take your responsibility away from when you fucking decapitate your own mother, the only person who ever gave a shit about you. Rita didn't have an option around sending Jessica to public school. Even today, there are almost no social workers, therapists, or teachers' aides available for classrooms in that area of Sydney. NDIS did not exist back then, and even if it did, kids with extreme behaviors like Jessica wouldn't have gotten the kind of help or funding that she clearly needed. This is a great example of a tragedy that could have been mitigated early in her life if she had the kind of intervention she needed while her brain was still developing. I guarantee there will be more cases like this in the future. If the federal and state government keep stealing education and social welfare funded from impoverished areas and reallocating it to pointless shit like new LED lights on the Harbor Bridge... Well, that's a bit of a tangent there. I don't know what's going on in the Harbor Bridge there. Massive amounts of copium. Okay. Maybe what they're saying about the location is true. If, like, this person claims they grew up in the same area, and they're saying, hey, there wasn't a lot of social programs out there. But we listened to the same video. They said early on that they had got her help. They had her in that program to help her get adjusted to the work environment. So she was well on her way. If she had just paid attention and like stayed a straight shooter, she was well on her way to seeking gainful employment, to be rehabilitated. But no, she was such a problem child that they kicked her out of even that. I find it psychologically interesting that she has such a jealousy towards other women and is constantly ripping out their hair. I don't even know if she's aware of her motivation, but it feels like a subconscious way to destroy their beauty and bring them down to her level. Might be looking too into it, might have something there, because she did always go for the hair, especially if it was a woman. She did always aim for the hair. Maybe as a woman, she recognizes that she wasn't that strong, but especially if she's attacking other women, and she's bigger than they are. That's like the easiest way to drag them around is literally by the hair. It's also very childlike too, right? Like when you're a child, you pull your dolls by the hair. Maybe if you have a sibling, you pull her by the hair around playfully or something. You grab them by the ponytail. To me, it screams a very childlike. So maybe she's tapping into her inner subconscious in that way. I don't know if it's as deep as this person is saying. Yeah, thank you for the shroom fat roll, Carl. Is that animalistic? Yeah. I would say it's more instinctive, but I do like this person's theory where it's like, it's a way to destroy their beauty. Like, maybe she wasn't fond of her own appearance, because she fucking knows what she looked like. Won't get all personal, but I grew up in a rough neighborhood. Looks like a town from Fallout where there's a druggie at every corner, but I didn't grow up to be one. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about, the people that you're around. It's all about, you taking your own personal responsibility too, and just not... If you're in a bad barrio, just keeping your hands to yourself and not getting mixed in with the wrong crowd. I'm a Hindu, and at this point, I would have called the Catholic Church to send me an exorcist. Thank you, local Hindu April Jones. Why wasn't she in jail for all that harassing and threatening? Mementos. I will never understand parents who are in so much denial that they watch their child commit several atrocities, yet don't take drastic measures to manage them. Rita's daughter displayed that she had a bite stronger than a shark's. I like that metaphor. Yet she thought it was okay for her to remain in public school. Y'all, actually, on the floor, they lessened her sentence because she wasn't in her right mind. How is that not the most backward shit? I agree. Jessica shouldn't be in prison. I disagree. I think she should. She should be in a mental institution for the foreseeable future. Oh, she continues mutilating people and is brushed off. No wonder she's the person she is now. And thank you for the poppy. And thank you for the hype train. 1 gift sub and 120 bits. The fact that after all those harassing phone calls, she still had her own phone. Yeah, why does she even possess a phone with which to call other people with anyway? Went into Jessica's room to use her phone. Speaks volumes about how this person faced no consequences and was spoiled and entitled her whole fucking life. How is parole going to protect innocent people? She doesn't seem to be able to be rehabilitated. I'm autistic, and as a child, struggled a lot with violent outbursts, and mostly spurred on by sensory triggers. My mother often didn't give into my wants, which made my outbursts even worse, and made our relationship rocky. This case makes me feel thankful for not being enabled all the time. All the time. So sometimes you were enabled, huh? At no-letters. Why the fuck the mom bring a 4-year-old into the home with her severely troubled daughter? I think it's stated in the video that they were family and they had no one else to watch them. Probably should have hired a babysitter, I think. Rita's case really shook a lot of Australia in a strange way. Disability and care homes are rife with issues, so the risk is placed on the carers and not the family if an assault occurs. Rita made a lot of families think, do I want to die because I want to keep my disabled child around, as opposed to, I care for my child, despite their disability. Obviously, you have to preface that with a hashtag not all, but I would understand if that rocked the public the way it did. Thank you, Nurgle, the on-demand Nintendo factoid. What do we got? Both Mario Parties 1 and 2 were supposed to be on the Nintendo 64 disc drive, but then that failed, so they released them as cartridge-style games. Pretty interesting, right? Okay, I think that's enough comments. Almost makes you want to watch even more true crime, huh? Okay, how about this one? Maybe this one's more lighthearted. It's actually pretty promising from the first 2 seconds. Let's see here.
Hi, I'm Jeff Lindsay, author of the Dexter books, Darkly Dreaming Dexter, Dearly Devoted.
Why is this exclusively in my left ear? And thank you, Devoured Eagle, the 17-bit cheer. Wow, I really appreciate it, man. Oh yeah, they're telling you how to cheer specific amounts. Where's the Twitch tutorial on that? Oh, now you know. Okay, Narcissist tries to be a serial killer. Fails! Oh, that's a good thing.
Hi, I'm Jeff Lindsay, author of the Dexter books, Darkly Dreaming Dexter, Dearly Devoted Dexter, and what's the third one again? I can't remember.
Dexter's Laboratory or Dexter the show?
Oh, Dexter in the Dark, yes. A lot of people want to know where the whole idea for Dexter came from, and I've told the story a lot of times, but the sad thing is...
Evidently, it's not Dexter's Laboratory.
I was asked to speak to a businessman's lunch in my hometown and give them a little chat on, you know, encouraging the arts and how important it is to read something longer than a matchbook from time to time. And I was sitting at the head table looking at the audience and watching them smile when they didn't mean it and hand out business cards and talk with their mouths full. And the idea just popped into my head unbidden that serial murder isn't always a bad thing. And I'm not saying I wanted to kill all these people, but it just occurred to me, you know, technically, you could think of a way to justify it. And so
maybe some people deserve to die, you guys.
On the back of a bunch of napkins, and by the time I went home that day, I had an outline of the first book and the idea for Dexter himself.
In 2004, author Jeff Lindsay introduced the world to the character of Dexter. Initially, Dexter presented himself as just the average guy. He had a girlfriend, he had a job, he had his own set of struggles.
He had a wife.
He was just a normal guy, getting through life like anyone else. But that was just a facade, meant to keep the reality of his depravity away from suspicion. Hidden just under the surface of his good guy exterior, Dexter was an unfeeling, uncaring serial murderer, one who had carefully constructed every aspect of his life to hunt and kill other people. His relationship with his girlfriend and her children was based not on love, but on the understanding that men his age often have long-term relationships, and those who do not are considered strange. His job was similarly well chosen.
I was aware of it. I know what it's about.
Splatter analyst for the Miami Police Department. The reason behind this was twofold.
It was like Breaking Bad before Breaking Bad,
while also ensuring that his own crimes were never solved.
In the sense that it was a show that people liked.
Dexter wasn't simply a serial killer. He had a code. Though it was established that Dexter felt nothing for those around him, his foster father, a police officer in his own right, knew that his son liked to kill
show.
and
First
taught
seasons were
him
pretty
only
good.
to kill men and women who were determined
season
deserved
one.
it. Men who had gotten away with horrible crimes and were killers in their own right were Dexter's
I hear they're
prey,
reviving it?
adding a sense of morality
Because, of
to
course-
the show. Sure, Dexter
course,
was an
gotta revive
unfeeling,
it.
uncaring murderer who would spend his days manipulating everyone around him, but he made sure only to kill the people who hurt others, so maybe he wasn't that bad. The
He's like
added
Robin
layer of
Hood.
moral complexity made
I
the
mean, yeah,
series a
that
hit,
is
and it
basically
quickly
Robin
spawned
Hood.
their own television show, titled simply Dexter. Dexter Morgan as a character took on a life of his own as the show grew in popularity. Many male viewers found the character to be somewhat surprisingly relatable. He was an anti-hero, a serial killer who only killed men who had gotten away with their crimes, and there were plenty of online forums where discussions of the show would lead to others stating that
Oh,
they
if it has the
related to
OG
Dexter.
creator, that's a
they
good
too
sign.
felt as if they were wearing a mask.
Usually these
And
revivals-
unfortunately, one of these
these
people
revivals
would
typically
decide
don't
to
consult
take
the
their
OG
love for
staff.
Dexter Morgan to an absurd level. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be covering the case of Mark Twitchell, who believed himself to be the real-life
Twitchell?
Dexter Morgan. This case came highly recommended to us, and upon last counting, we received over 200 requests to cover this case specifically, which we hope we've done to your liking. Strangely, when this case has been written about, there are two decidedly different tones that the reporting can take. In some retellings, Twitchell is characterized as a cool, unfeeling sociopath who saw a popular television show, then decided to make his lifelong fascination with murder into a reality. But the court documents
he was
and
a
his
LARPer.
behavior tells a completely different story, and we hope to tell you the one that we believe
sorry,
is the
guy,
most
but the sector
accurate.
doesn't like
With all of that
LARPers.
said, if there is another case you would like us to look into, let us know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. We are constantly going through emails, looking through your suggestions, and adding them to the list of topics to research. It's our sincere hope that with time we can cover all of the suggestions, though that would probably take years. But with that out of the way, let us begin. Growing up in Edmonton, Alberta,
Oh my God.
Mark Twitchell was always certain that he would be famous. He wanted people to know him, to respect him, and to idolize him.
I get
the
a
way
bad
that
feeling
he
just from the
idolized
photo
many
here.
Others. And his first inclination to garner this praise was to be a filmmaker. He found the
He's
idea
an
of being
actual
the man behind
LARPer!
the camera, the one person behind every decision in a film, to be endlessly alluring. Every other person on the set, even the A-list actors he would eventually work alongside, would have to turn to him to gain his approval, and he would be the most important person during the production. Throughout his childhood,
But did
Mark
he have
would
a
enlist his
Wolverine
friends
figure?
to help him make small
That's the real
short
question.
films. These films were lost to time, but Mark would fondly recall the times he would get his friends to act for him, stating that most of those moments were where he felt as if he truly found his purpose. Being the one behind the camera, being the one whose job it was to tell a coherent story, meant that he was always the one everyone had to listen to, and he liked that. But things weren't so idyllic in his childhood. While Mark was in school, he was often the
Gotta give it the
target
band
of
there.
bullying. He wore glasses, had braces,
How
and
did they
was
get past
boisterous
Ceribot?
about his love of science fiction, mainly Star Wars. Mark often wore Star Wars specific graphic tees to school and would bring up the topic as often as possible.
Where the fuck are
Those
the
around
Star Wars
Mark
tees in this
regarded
pic?
his passion for the movies as being dorky, but the young man didn't care. He graduated from the Alberta Institute of Technology Radio and Television Arts program before moving to the United States to marry his online girlfriend. Mark had met her online, and the two quickly hit it off. However, she would later state that she wasn't sure if Mark ever liked her, let alone loved her. When the pair met, Mark was pursuing a career in film. He wanted to move to the US in order to break into the industry, and it's thought that his marriage to Megan would expedite that process. Their courtship was
Green
quick, with Mark mirroring
card.
a lot of Megan's own interests, and repeating to her that he felt as if she were the one after just a few conversations. He pursued Megan with a
This guy
focus
had
that made
ulterior
her feel
motives.
special. However, shortly after they met in real life and wed, their relationship would fall apart. According to Megan, he would routinely lie to her, to the point where she was unsure if anything
He
had
was
ever told her was
LARPing.
real. She would
He was
allege
acting as
that
a
everything out of his
character.
mouth, even small unimportant things, were just random lies. He
Wasn't
would say
lying,
he
it was just a
going to
part of his
work,
script.
only to find out that he didn't actually have a job. He would say he paid a
Womp
bill,
womp.
only to find out that the bill had never been paid, and so on. The only thing she knew for sure is that Mark had an affinity for messing with other men online. She had caught him catfishing and harassing multiple different men via the internet before, using other women's
Dude, he
pictures to
is a
manipulate these
LARPer
men into
online and
vulnerable
off.
positions. He He seemed to enjoy the power he could wield over these men, coercing them into sending him pictures and money whenever he could. At first, Megan thought the hobby was harmless and that Mark would start these conversations just as a funny aside. She didn't realize the extent to which
Is he gonna
Mark was
rage quit
talking
like
to
the
these
Wukong
men.
out of
But
spite over the
time,
game
as
ending
she
his
saw how
kingly shriek?
dedicated
No,
Mark
that's
was
just a
to
cope.
convincing
As you
these
were saying
men
earlier,
that they
that's
were
just
in
a
a
cope.
long-term significant
He's had
relationship with
time.
someone who didn't exist.
He's had time.
She began to recognize that something was deeply wrong with her husband. Megan still
He's
wanted
had time to think of what the cope will be, Carl. That is the cope. You give him a couple hours, he's got a good revision for you.
to work on their marriage. She felt that even though Mark had issues, their marriage was something to fight for. But it was only after she found out that he had cheated on her for the entire...
Are those even like... It feels like he got like 3 kitchen knives and removed the handles, and those are his blades. It's like, we could do a bit better than this, man. This is your best Hugh Jackman.
Their relationship, that she had finally decided to divorce him. Their entire relationship had been a sham, with him lying, cheating, and using her every step of the way. Mark was completely unfazed from the ending of their
At least they're not
relationship.
porn bots.
In fact, in a few short months, he would be married again. He moved back to Edmonton immediately after the divorce and began online dating. It was through that he would meet a woman named Jess, who he pursued with the same fervor he had pursued Megan. Once again, he mimicked Jess, pretending that he wanted everything from life that she did, and in less than a year's time, they would be married. While courting and marrying Jess, Mark was also working on what he believed would be his big break, that being a Star Wars fan film titled Star Wars Secrets of the Rebellion. Mark would become obsessed with the
Star Wars film is
creating
your
a dedicated
big break
website
into the
for
industry?
project to document its making. According to archived versions of the website, Mark initially created the company Express Entertainment as an event planning / promotional company meant to help plan corporate parties and events. Some reports claim that this business idea was given to him by a relative who told him that he needed to get a more steady flow of income to fund his future projects. That idea was quickly disregarded by Mark as he rebranded the business as a production studio after talking to his friend James Siakos. The pair discussed what they felt were plot holes in the franchise and how there were no explanation for certain decisions made therein, like how Vader's armor goes from gray-black two-tone in Revenge of the Sith to all black in A New Hope, or how Vader's chest box
Lucas fucked
goes
it up
from
again.
blinking in Revenge of the Sith to not blinking in A New Hope. The movie's ultimate goal was to explain these changes in the Star Wars canon and to bring more attention to Mark's filmmaking aspirations. The following is the story of the film. As
A film about why Darth Vader's cape changed colors?
presented via the archived version of the Express Entertainment website. The
Scratch
time
my head
is
right
just
now.
a couple of days before A New Hope. Red Hand Squadron moves to infiltrate the Imperial outpost of Denuta in order to broadcast the plans of the dreaded Death Star to a rebel mole on board of a Star Destroyer 10 parsecs away. Meanwhile, Captain Antilles takes a rebel cruiser to a remote planet in order to enlist the help of an old friend, someone who has the ability to sneak on board the Star Destroyer and retrieve the plans the Rebel Alliance so desperately needs. The Jedi Master, Aliska Malison. With sympathy for the rebellion and her personal vendetta against Darth Vader, Aliska accepts the mission and soon finds
Is that
herself
an OC?
amid
I
dozens
don't know
of
Star
Imperial
Wars.
troops as she sneaks on board the Star Destroyer in search of the plans. She encounters Vader and, realizing she is outmatched, makes a break for it, escaping with the precious payload. Elsewhere, in a dingy cantina populated by spice miners, bounty hunters, and other general riffraff, Han Solo prepares to take on another Kessel Run. He reminisces about the high-stakes Sabak round with his old buddy Lando Calrissian, in which he won a clunky YT-1300 freighter from the Gambler. As Han and his faithful Wookiee co-pilot
Allow me to
Chewbacca
demonstrate.
prepare for
Whoa,
their run,
big ups,
Alistair
Higher
stashes
God,
a copy
the Prime.
of the Death Star plans
Big
on
ups,
the
we love to
Millennium
see it.
Falcon
Welcome in, welcome
and
in.
stays incognito
We're doing true
to make
crime.
sure they are kept safe.
This dude is a LARPer, online and off. He hasn't killed anybody yet, so you're here at the perfect time. We're learning his backstory. Speaking of backstories, thank you, Goki. The water juice redeem.
Is Riot.
Shit. Hey, he actually has a clip. Playing
Or
Grand
more
Theft Auto
aggro
3.
When you're with multiples.
Oh, I love GTA 3. I don't. What if I did?
There were way more than usual.
And we're doing some monkey ball right now. No, JC, I just lied and I'm really not sure why.
But her transmission to Captain Antilles aboard the Tantive 4 is traced by Imperial intelligence, and the true nature of the
unlike
blockade runner's
DSP, I'm actually
mission
gonna
is
finish
revealed
this
to
monkey
the
game.
evil Lord Vader. The Tantive 4 is attacked by squadrons of TIE
Anyway, this guy
fighters
this
in
guy
an
likes
attempt
Star
to
Wars
hold the
fan
ship's
fiction and
position
Dexter,
until the
the
Star
show.
Destroyer is done with Kessel. But the escort of X-Wings puts up a tremendous fight, and every fighter on both sides is destroyed. He discovers a shortcut that no other pilot has ever seen on
Yeah, I prefer the classic GTA's Eagle.
re-entry into
I don't
Kessel
hate the
and
newer
exploits
ones.
it
I'm just
to break
like,
all records of the Kessel
can't we get
run.
some more
His victory
classic
attracts the
GTAs?
attention he was looking for, and he
Put
picks
like
up
a
a
smaller
contract
team
to
on it.
smuggle spice
Put the
for
B
an
team
old
on it.
employer, Jabba the Hutt. On his way out of Kessel's orbit,
Oh,
he
Jabba the
runs
Hutt, that's a
into
name
an
I
Imperial
recognize.
Star Destroyer that demands to board his vessel, locking onto him with a tractor beam. Alaska's Jedi Starfighter appears out of nowhere to rescue the ship and free it. While Vader chases her down and engages her in a high-energy lightsaber battle, Han and
Is this the
Chewie
year of
work to get
rage
the
quits? I almost said
coordinates
wage
for
quit.
Tatooine
Rage
into
quits,
the
yes.
Falcon's nav computer, while simultaneously
No, he will. If you told him, he would go full semantic side fill and would tell you that actually it's not a rage quit because there was no rage. Actually, it was a board quit, idiot. As if that makes it any better. As if detractors didn't come up with board quit long before he ever did. But whether it's a board quit, rage quit, or wage quit, there have been lots of quits this year. He should fucking board quit the Kino arc before Ralph knocks on his door. If you actually think Ralph won't go to Renton, I think you got another thing coming. You should be careful. Rage quit games, rage quit interviews. But you know what I didn't rage quit?
A gift.
Disavowed Eagle gift sub. The 1 month to Almighty_Yoki. We love to see it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the positivity. I really do appreciate it. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyway. We're winning. We're winning. We're destroying the trolls. The dings streak is continuing. There's one streak that won't be dying today. Okay, I'll stop. I won't get a big head about it. But yeah, I'm owed one because he had a big cry and cope today. Yeah, the swollen streak. Sort of Monkey Ball is a type of game that's really chill, fun. I like this one. The levels are definitely they're more challenging than the remaster of the Wii one they put out. They're not as difficult as the remasters that came out of the classic games, but that's just because the classic games were balls to the walls crazy. For completely new levels, there's some decently challenging ones here. I'm restarting a lot because I gotta do the time trial on the left. I gotta collect at least 90 bananas, and I gotta collect the golden banana on top of that like it's DK64. But I'm on the X Worlds right now, so I got a couple more of those. Then I beat the EX Worlds, and then I gotta do time attack, and then of course beating all the missions per level. So I will be playing this for a millennium onward.
dodging TIE fighters. Star Wars.
As Ralph found someone he could fight in real life. You know, it might just be Phil. Like, I'm sorry, I can't think of anyone else he would win in a fight against. And that's just because I have bias against DSP, and I think it'd be funny to, like, the one person Ralph has a chance against to just end up being DSP. But I guess in that situation, it'd be gout on gun violence. So I feel like I would win either way.
Secrets of the Rebellion is a grand finale, feature-length, high-budget indie film that employs Lucas-style directing techniques and storytelling in the context of the true Star Wars universe. Its epic plotline will capture the imagination of
Ralph and
everyone
DSP
who sees
settled
it
a date,
and
and then DSP just so happens to be sick that day. No, his wife is sick that day.
Would state that there were multiple people as involved in the project as Mark, having helped him with directing and writing. He made sure that his name was top billing.
Look at this
the
shot.
project was to be his big break, and he spared no expense.
I'll say this, if this is a shot of production, the Stormtroopers look kind of accurate, I guess.
Trying to get the world to hear about it. Mark would reach out to other Star Wars fan sites and communities to spread the word about the project, labeling it to be the first fan film to follow the format of the actual canon movies. And to his credit, there was a considerable
Isn't that just kind of sneak dissing every other fan-made movie that's ever come out? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, 1,000 Fall Gouts! Yes! And it would have been a whole lot more if I didn't keep restarting stages. Thank you, I deserve that. DSP cries to Ralph and begs him to do TX cross chops. No, they should have a dance-off or a rap battle.
Amount of excitement shown for his films. Simply Googling the title of the film showcased multiple different fan forums where the project was discussed excitedly, many noting how professional the project seemed to be. Through this form of marketing,
Thank you, Pim Pam, the 10-bit cheer. Here's to 1,000 more. Oh, I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Pim Pam. The very cool, positive style, 10-bit cheer.
the project was able to get in front of Jeremy Bullock, the actor who portrayed Boba Fett in the actual films.
Oh, wow.
Mark was able to persuade the actor to reprise his role of the bounty hunter in the film.
He must have
And,
had
according
not
to
had
their
anything
now
else going
defunct
on.
Website, they were able to
Very timely, considering that we're watching this, considering the passing of the late and great James Earl Jones. 07s and Fs in the chat there. Only 93. These kind of things come in threes. So you know Eastwood is next.
record his portion of the movie in record time.
Don't worry though, if you're worried about his passing. If you guys didn't know this, he sold his voice to Disney 2 years ago. So they're just gonna legally AI it till the end of time. I thought that was like people used to meme about that for Mario. Oh yeah, when Charles Martinet dies, they're just gonna reuse his voice clips to the end of time. Well, actually, fuck you. The first person they ended up doing that to is Darth Vader.
Professionalism. However, the shooting was not without issue, as Mark would go on to.
Yeah, I think they already used it for. Was it Rogue One? I don't know if it was Rogue One. It was one of the movies or a special or something. I remember reading about it. It's like, oh, he reprised the role, but actually it was AI. They had like a voice bank and then fed the lines in. It just somehow worked.
Accuse George Lucas and those working at LucasArts Games of ripping off one of the production's character designs. The website welcome page would be changed to call out Lucas, as it were, and state that their fight choreographer had created their own character who existed in the Star Wars universe, only for
Very
a
juvenile
knockoff
to
of
assume that Lucas
character
is
to
responsible
appear
for
in the
literally
game
everything.
Star Wars Empire at War. Mark and the rest of the production behind Secrets of the Rebellion seemed to think that this was evidence
Like how people who hate Family Guy blame it all on Seth MacFarlane.
that Lucas himself was watching their production, and that big things would occur once they put the movie out, but that would not happen. The movie itself would never come
It's
out,
consciousness
with many
in the
modern
Disney AI.
articles stating that the movie is still in post-production. But Mark would work on the project for 2 years, putting $60,000 of his own money into the production. We use the term his money loosely, as much of the money was given to Mark by other parties, without knowing it would be going to the movie. That said, he was able to secure independent investors into his film studio. As the Star Wars movie began being discussed on different fan forums, Mark would provide interested parties with a donation link to help fund the project. He would also speak to various individuals about being producers on the project, and had been able to secure a hefty sum of money from them. While working on The Secrets of the Rebellion,
this shot was
Mark
suggest
would
they got
also
some
begin
filming
work on a buddy
done.
comedy about 2 movie extras trying to make it in the entertainment
I would have just said it.
industry
I would have
titled
just
Day
assumed it was a
Players.
scam from
As
the
this was
get-go.
Mark's first fully original work, less money was poured into this endeavor, and fewer eyes were focused on the project. But it would seem that the production of this movie became his priority when he realized he would need to hire an animator for the Star Wars movie.
Oh,
Those close to
okay.
the project would cite that despite having a good amount of material,
So
Mark
he was
would
an
have a
idea
hard time
guy.
following through on things. Instead, he would move on from projects quickly, choosing to focus on
okay,
his
that
next
was a
big
scam.
idea, rather than finish the first one. In 2008, Mark would become a father after Jess would give birth to a baby girl. Though she had supported Mark's filmmaking passions early on in their relationship, she hoped
Yeah, I disagree with the whole AI shit too. You would think that'd be like a way to respect and preserve the likeness of the voice actor. I would argue instead it's very disrespectful and it perpetuates. I don't know. It's very dystopian. I think very 1984. I think we should just go back to. We should return to tradition and just let the man rest. I mean, he was a great voice actor. It wasn't infallible. You know, he's not like a god. Let's not, worship him as one. Go ahead and just get a new, pass the torch. Like, what happened to passing it on to the next generation? And just get a new actor. It's okay. It's not that It's not that super serial.
With the birth of their first child, he would begin to prioritize being a provider to them. When they were dating, he had told her his plans on making it in the industry, breaking into the Hollywood sphere through one of his projects, but none of them had ever been completed. He put his movie-making aspirations above all else, and shortly after their daughter's birth, he was fired from his job after having not worked for 3 months. According to multiple reports, Mark would go into work and would use the office space to write his movies on corporate time. Once the higher-ups were made aware of Mark's slacking, they gave him another chance, warning him that if he continued to ignore his responsibilities, he would be fired. But Mark didn't care.
Should have fired him right there.
He was easily able to get another corporate job, this time selling security systems, but he was still focused on his dreams of filmmaking. He would spend the majority of his time at work focused on his movies, but Jess attempted to discourage his pursuits. She told him that movie making was a fine hobby, but unless he was getting money for his efforts, he should focus on providing for her and their newborn. He didn't take that well.
Oh, what a killjoy.
Jess,
trying to get in front of a man in his dream.
From that point onwards, and unbeknownst
I bet she's
to her,
the first to
had
die.
already begun multiple affairs, despite her encouraging him to pursue
How much you want to bet he kills his wife and then he's like, this isn't real blood, it's prop blood for my movie.
Work, Mark would eventually quit his job in secret. Every morning, he would pretend to get ready for work, only to spend the entire day at a local coffee shop or at his parents' house, writing his next screenplay and daydreaming about when everybody would know his name. Are
Oh my
coffee
God.
shops just where artists go to die? What? I'm noticing a theme. Luckily, your caramel frappuccino
Stop
is
A-logging
not
him.
only a
You're
delicious
supposed to be
beverage, but
neutral.
a graveyard for your creative ideas when they fail. It's just a place where you can drown them when they don't work. But continuing on, every night he would come home and inform Jess about the hectic day that he had. Jess would also state that on a few occasions, if she were to ask him about his day, he would unleash on her, condemning her for some perceived slight. He would then allege that his workday had been so hard that he unintentionally took it out on her. Despite moving into a new
When all
home
he
as
did
a
was
family,
go to a
Jessica
coffee
and
shop
Mark had already begun living separate lives,
write his script
with
for
them
his
choosing
movie.
to sleep in separate rooms. And it was at this time in 2008 when Mark would discover Dexter, and this is where the fun begins. To say Mark was obsessed with the show would be an understatement. He felt a kinship with the character that he could not put into words.
Main
and
character
he spent
syndrome.
most of his free time either talking about the
It's
show
just like
or
me
thinking about it
forever.
in some degree. In his
Yakuza moment.
mind, Dexter Morgan was the first character he was finally able to see himself in, fully, and he felt completely understood. He began to run a Facebook page of the show and would discuss his kinship with the character to anyone who would message him.
We're
After
LARPing, you guys.
obsessively
He's just
watching
playing
every
dead.
episode the show had available at the time, Mark used the show as his own inspiration, deciding that his next project should be a short creature feature. The film was to be called House of Cards, and it was a generic slasher film. The villain would be a hockey mask-wearing killer who specifically targeted cheating husbands after
Oh, wow, that's never
catfishing
been
them
done
online.
before.
This killer would pose as a woman on dating sites, luring married
What?
or otherwise attached men into their home with the promise of sex. After these men would arrive, the killer would knock them
She
out,
is a
kill,
woman. She's
and
not
dismember them.
posing as a
the
woman.
concept wasn't anything new,
Fucking
but
bigot.
Mark was just as motivated about this project as he had been for the previous two. Without Jess knowing, he began to rent a small detached garage in a residential area
Garage?
nearby, where he would
Did you
hold
say
the actors'
garage?
auditions for the film and set the space up as a faux murder room, taking direct cues from his favorite show. The actors in the movie worked for free, believing Mark when he told them that the
like
movie
DSP's
was
moderators.
more a labor of love, and promising them roles in day players when it began filming. These actors would also allege that Mark stated that Day Players was in the middle of securing funds from a major studio and would be starring Alec Baldwin. But this movie was only a cover. After delving deep into
No way
Dexter,
he got
Mark felt
Baldwin.
as if the fictional character had figured out his life for him. Dexter had created a life for himself, which allowed him to kill as often as he wanted, targeting those he felt deserved it and always getting away with it just in the nick of time. His life was built around the murders, and Mark believed he could do the same thing. Sure, he wasn't a blood splatter analyst working with the police, but he was a likable guy, the kind you would be shocked to find out hurt someone, much less kill them. He spent most of his time
because he seems
manipulating people
physically
around
inept
him
and unable
into getting
to.
what he wanted. He had a wife and a newborn, cementing his normal guy persona, and best
I'm
of
just a
all,
normal
he
guy,
could use
man.
his workplace to benefit his plans. Generally, his taste in movies wasn't macabre. He didn't like horror and didn't have a knack for writing it, but if he were to make a movie about a serial killer and had to build a murder room set, complete with everything a serial killer would need to get away with murder, then no one would actually suspect he had killed someone. Yeah, that's a good idea, Mark. I never would have thought of that. I bet he gets away with it. But alas, he believed that he could get away with murder because a television show told him that he could. However, Mark would come to find that actually killing someone was a bit more difficult than he originally thought. When Gilles Tetreault logged into his Plenty of Fish account in October of 2008,
hey, Plenty of Fish, we know what that place is.
He might meet someone new, and when
Thank
he
you, Sarah,
stumbled
for the video
upon the
redeem.
profile
I still got
of
minions
curvy
redeemed
blonde
too.
woman,
Sorry.
he was intrigued.
We'll
The
get
two
to it.
began to talk, and Gilles was immediately struck by how forward and engaging the woman was. The account was for a woman named Sheena, and at the offset of their conversation, she came across as interesting and fun. She liked the same things that Gilles liked. She wanted to hear more about his interests.
Okay, I see what
and
you're
made him
recommending.
tick. And after a few hours of talking, she was already telling him
I actually
she
found
wanted
better
to meet him.
videos, Sarah,
Gilles wasn't
without
used to this
fucking
kind of
morons
attention
talking
and
over
held
him.
back on meeting the woman, wanting to talk to her
I know
for a
offense,
bit
IGN.
longer before taking the next step. But the more
It
they
seems like
talked,
everyone
the
they
more he
invited
began
to
feel
that
as if she were the
that press event all got to play the same bit of the same stretch of gameplay. So you got like various videos that are just the B-roll. So you got like 10 minutes of B-roll to film, and I managed to find a couple of videos that are just the B-roll without anyone talking over them. Okay.
perfect person for him. On October 3rd, 2008, Gilles and Sheena would finally agree to meet in person. Though Sheena had been adamant that she wanted to bring their burgeoning relationship to the next level, she was also incredibly cagey when it came to key information. She refused to give Gilles her personal phone number, and when they discussed where they should meet, she stated that he should pick her up from her house, despite not wanting to tell him where it was. Instead, she provided him with the following directions. So, okay, Friday. If you're coming from the north on Grote, get on Calgary Trail, and when you get to the south side, and jump on White Mud, then go south of 50th Street, take a right
Why
on
would you
40th
still go to this
Avenue,
bitch's
and
house
after a
with
block or
directions like
two,
this?
Take the very first right into the alley. It's marked by a yellow crosswalk sign.
What would an all bananas run of this look like? Absolute hell. And in fact, I don't even think it's possible. I think there are cases where you just don't have enough time to get all the bananas. Maybe I'm not a fucking Monkey Ball pro. But I've noticed there are levels where there are just so many bananas, you simply do not have time to get all bananas. And you don't get any recognition for getting all bananas anyway. The only recognition you need is the volatile specific amount of regular bananas you need to collect, which changes per level. I don't think you would be able to do a all bananas run. Maybe there are categories for that on speedrunning websites. It's not exclusive to this game either. Even in past games that I've played, it's not possible to get all the bananas in some of the stages.
So pay attention, then go left and pull into the only
I don't
driveway
need
on your
banana.
left that isn't paved, lol. Seriously, whoever heard of a driveway that looks like the Amazon? Whatever. It won't swallow your car, I promise. There's some garbage up against a fence, like an old couch and such, but it might be gone by Friday. Who
Yeah,
knows?
just come to my
Like I
serial
said,
killer movie
the garage
set,
door
you'll be
will
okay.
open for you a touch. Don't
Huh?
worry about the neighbors thinking
would
you're
agree
a
to
burglar.
this?
Everyone knows there's nothing valuable in there, except for my car, of course. Oi, see you then. Sheena. Yeah, first visible back door coming out of the garage. Knock away. There's certainly no other driveways along our alley like this one, and the half-open car door is a dead giveaway, lol. See you 7 on Friday. Despite how strange
see you
Sheena's
7K.
directions were, Gil hoped
TC.
that, at the most, she was being cagey to protect herself, in case he was a creep. He followed the directions to a
She
T,
sounds like-
but upon approaching the
she's the
side
one that
door
sounds like the
as
creep in that
instructed,
conversation.
he was attacked. A man in a hockey mask
Oh,
appeared
what a
behind
shock.
him, wrapping their arms around the young man and prodding him with a stun gun. Gil turned around, seeking to defend himself from the attacker, and immediately he knew he was in trouble. He believed that at the most, he was going to be mugged.
What gave him that
and
idea?
Whoever was behind the Sheena account had set him up to steal his money or his car. But things were about to get worse. Gil attempted to defend himself, but the attacker continued
Stay
to stun him
back.
with a baton, which gave him a considerable advantage. But upon seeing that the young man wasn't going down, the masked assailant decided
Yeah,
to
like,
pull
how about
out
we
all
just
the
meet in front of the
stops
police
and pulled
station?
out a gun.
Can we
He
meet at the
ordered Gil
park?
to get on
Can
the
we go to
floor and
Starbucks?
placed duct tape over his eyes. Gil would later state that the moment the duct tape was placed over his eyes,
I would rather
he
not meet you
realized
at
that
your
no matter what,
garage.
he was probably going to die in that garage, and he wasn't going to die without putting up a fight. He ripped the tape off of his eyes, and while the masked man wasn't looking, lunged for the gun in hopes of using it in his escape. But once his hands wrapped around the weapon, he felt that it was plastic. The two fought once more, and in a moment of inspiration, Gil
wasn't
simply
real?
rolled under the partially open garage door. He tried to stand up and run to his car, but the repeated shocks from the stunt—
Damn you! Damn you, movie set! See, that's why you never murder someone in a movie set. Because everything's just gonna be fake.
Gun left his legs weak, and he fell to the ground, unable to move. Gil could still hear the masked man, clearly enraged from his continued efforts to escape, but couldn't control his limbs enough to get himself to safety. He needed to go get help, to lock himself in his car and drive until he was certain the masked man was no longer after him.
I will be so shocked if he
But
survives
couldn't.
this.
The most he could do was try and crawl away, but even that required an obscene amount of effort. As Gil attempted to crawl to safety, the masked man came up behind him and grabbed his legs, pulling him back into the room.
No!
Once more, he was unable to
He
break
was almost
out
out
of
of
the
there!
man's grasp and get out of the garage, and somehow was able to muster the adrenaline needed to stand up. Somehow Gil was able to cross the street and get the attention of a couple on a crosswalk. He was terrified and informed them that he had just—
No one would recognize his greatness. No one recognized his fucking Star Wars movie, fan film, fan script, fan fiction. So he thought he would get recognition his own way by dressing up as a hockey mask serial killer and catfishing people, because that was one of his hobbies. Catfishing people to come to his serial killer movie set. Because surely no one in the armed forces, the authorities, no one would realize that people would actually die in a serial killer set. You get what I'm going with.
been attacked by a man in a mask, but he was not making complete sense. The pair tried to calm him down to understand what had happened when the masked man appeared, telling them there was nothing to worry about. He just pulled a prank on a friend and that nothing was wrong, and then he just left. The man who had just viciously attacked him pulled him into the tiny room, covered in plastic wrap, and clearly wanted to murder him, just walked away, going back
Yeah,
into
guys,
the still
sorry, it was just a
partially open
prank, bro.
garage door that he had tried to pull Gil
Yeah, don't
into.
listen to him,
He
he's my
stood
friend, I was
stunned
just
for a
fucking
moment,
with him.
watching his attacker's
I didn't mean to
legs
kill him, we're
pace
filming a
back and
movie.
forth from under the partially opened door, and he too then left. Gil couldn't believe what had happened to him. He had been catfished, obviously, by someone who wanted to hurt him. As time went on, he began to feel embarrassed about what had happened. Had it been an obvious trap? Was he just some loser online who had allowed the promise of sex to get in the way of him seeing obvious red flags? Had the whole event just been a prank gone wrong? As the masked man had said, the more he sat with his feelings, the more he was sure he could never tell another living soul what had happened. Unfortunately,
Really?
this kind of response is not rare, as many men
Would've
struggle
gotten
to
the police
report
fucking
acts
next
of
day.
assault for fear of being perceived
It's been
as
an
weak.
hour. What?
But
I almost
someone
died.
taking advantage of another
Someone
person
needs to
does not
get
mean
this
that
creep
they are
off the
weak
street.
or somehow unmasculine. It says nothing of one's character if they are assaulted, and hopefully in the future that notion changes. Obviously, the masked man in the detached garage was Mark, and he was embarrassed. He had thought himself to be a master manipulator, an expert in
sadly,
everything
he
he
was
set
not.
his mind to, and he believed that killing one of the many lonely men he had catfished would be easy. Having failed so embarrassingly every step of the way was mortifying, especially since Gil could so easily have called the police and gotten him arrested. But he would not be deterred. In order to keep his self-image intact, he would need to kill someone, and soon.
What the fuck is this stage?
The following portion
Oh
of
no,
this
he
video
kills this guy, I
only uses
bet.
one source,
That
which
last
is
guy
the
got
Edmonton
lucky.
Journal
He wasn't
article
ready.
Titled "Murder Victim
This guy-
Johnny
this
Altinger
guy's
had a
over for this
lifelong
one.
fascination with new technology. This was one of the only
This guy does
sources
not
I
make
could
it.
find going over Johnny's life in detail prior to the events of October 10th, 2008, and it's fairly comprehensive. Usually, I have multiple sources for each portion of our cases, and when there's only one, it's nearly impossible to not parrot the author's words closely. A link has been left in the description down below to the article itself, as it's phenomenally written. Johnny Altinger was an amazing person, according to all those who knew him. Though Johnny was incredibly quiet and a bit shy in social situations, those who got to know him on a deeper level would have the blessing of knowing a man who would drop whatever he was doing in order to help his close friends. Johnny was a lifelong computer enthusiast, having received a Commodore 64 at the age of 12. The online
Wow.
world fascinated the young man.
Back when
and
they
he
were
would
like
spend
$1,000.
hours learning about the piece of technology and talking to other men and women like himself. He was an early adopter of message boards and felt more comfortable interacting with others from behind a screen. Most of his closest friendships had been forged in early online message boards and online role-playing fantasy groups. He was similarly passionate about motorcycles, spending most of his free time taking care of the two he owned.
It was quite a dichotomy there.
To have his bikes babysat when he went on.
Yeah, he was a whiz with motorcycles, and on Fridays he hung out at his local D&D group.
Vacation. As Johnny neared his 40s, he had started to genuinely consider settling down. He had had plenty of romantic relationships.
Yeah, that's the computer DSP has that has Windows 8 on it.
Began to really consider who he would
He's
want
trying
to
to
spend the
upgrade
rest of
you
his
guys.
life with, and he began talking to women on Plenty of Fish who were also passionate about the internet and motorcycles. He thought he might have found the one, but sadly it was Mark. Like he had done with Gail, Mark sent his prey a detailed set of directions for their date, unwilling to provide the man with a normal address. He seemed to believe that this alone would prevent the police from being able to track his whereabouts, should the police look into his potential murders. Johnny was excited for his date, telling multiple friends about his plans to meet his online love match. Though he conceded that some of her behavior was a bit odd, like her repeatedly insisting that he should pack as if he were going on a small trip for their date, or her repeatedly stating that she didn't want to give him an exact address to pick her up.
None of this was a red flag.
His friends were a bit more concerned. One friend, Dale Smith, vocalized his concerns to Johnny, telling his friend that it was patently strange for a woman who was concerned about her safety and well-being to insist upon meeting behind what looked to be an abandoned, detached garage in a poor...
If Bill was ever arrested, would he tell them he did nothing wrong? Would also tell them that he did everything correct, and also that there was nothing he could do.
Area. He insisted that Johnny meet with the mystery woman in a public, her repeatedly stating that she didn't want to give him an exact address to pick her up. He thought she was the real deal. His friends were a bit more concerned. One friend, Dale Smith, vocalized his concerns to Johnny, telling his friend that it was patently strange for a woman who was concerned about her safety and well-being to insist upon meeting behind what looked to be an abandoned, detached garage in a poor area.
Oh, you know how women are.
Meet with the mystery woman in a public space for his own protection and assurance. But Johnny brushed him off, insisting that her reasoning had made sense to him and that he was going to follow through with the date, regardless of Smith's
So this guy's a
concerns.
fan of D&D and the Commodore
Smith then
64,
relented,
so,
but asked
you know,
Johnny to
it's not
call
really
him when
talking
he
to
got
women
the
that
garage
much.
and sent him the
Very
address
easy to
just in
manipulate.
case. When Johnny arrived at the meetup location, he was surprised to find that the woman he had hoped to meet, Jen, was not there. However, he did meet a man who told Johnny that he was an aspiring filmmaker and had rented out the location to film a horror movie. The man stated that while Jen wasn't there at the moment, she would be there later that night, and that he was more than welcome to stop by then. Dale once again tried to point out the glaring red flag in the situation.
Right. Did he come too earlier? So was this not... This would be like the red flag number one. They get the hell out of there, especially if she didn't bring up the movie set or being an actress beforehand.
He had shown up to a date with a woman, only to be met with a male filmmaker who showed him a murder room movie set. His date had not mentioned that the place she wanted to be picked up from was a horror movie. Nor
Oh,
had
hey,
she said
thank
a
you.
man would be
Get out of there.
But that didn't matter to Johnny.
Oh
He
my
still
God,
wanted
Johnny.
his date to be real. that
Johnny
later
wanted
that
puss
night,
so
he sent
bad.
Dale the following email. She's home now. I'm heading over again. Hee hee. Those would
Johnny,
be
you
the
better not
last
go back.
words that Johnny Altinger sent to any number of his friends.
Oh my
when
God.
Johnny returned to the garage,
The last words he ever typed were, "Ee."
she wanted to be picked up from was a horror movie, nor had she said a man would be there, but that didn't matter to Johnny. He so wanted his date to be real that later that night he sent Dale the following email. She's home now, I'm heading over again. Hee hee. Those would be the last words that Johnny Altinger sent to any number of his friends. When Johnny returned to the garage later that night, believing he was going to meet his dream girl, he once again was met with Mark, only this time he had donned his hockey mask. Having learned that the stun baton was not as effective as he had previously believed on Gail, Mark instead bludgeoned his victim over the head with a copper pipe before stabbing and dismembering Johnny. But killing the well-loved man was only part of Mark's plan. You see, his goal
Right,
was
what
to
was-
be
what was the
Dexter
second
Morgan,
part?
meaning he didn't just want to kill people, he wanted to get away with it because that would make him cool. Anyone could murder
Okay, but like, if he's LARPing as Dexter, and you were a big fan of the show, Dexter only killed bad people. This is just like a weird guy on Plenty of Fish, who's apparently very gullible.
someone, but it would take a genius to get away
You're not
with
even
it.
LARPing
And Mark
correctly,
believed
sir.
himself to be just that genius. After disposing of Johnny's body, a process which took 3 days, Mark began phase 2 of his plan. He broke into Johnny's apartment and emailed all of his contacts, letting him know that he had met the most amazing woman, and was going on a spur-of-the-moment vacation with her to Costa Rica. He believed that Johnny's friends, upon getting this email, would simply think that their friend had run off with a nice woman after a life-changing date and would be less likely to report him missing, which was stupid.
Let me guess, they questioned this immediately because it doesn't sound like Johnny, it's not his typing style. Why would he unannounced go on a vacation to Costa Rica out of nowhere? Let me guess, the email also says, you're never going to hear from me again and don't go looking for me.
Because the email immediately set off alarm bells for all of Johnny's friends.
Oh, yeah,
his main
look, see.
form of communication was the internet. He sent emails to his friends all the time, and they were
Hey,
well
CSP.
aware of what Johnny's emails sounded like. He was constantly using emoticons and online phrases. Even in short emails, there was always some sort of a joke or a vaguely comedic phrase sprinkled in there, because he loved making people laugh.
Yeah, what a
so when
youngster
his
he
friends
was.
received this email, they knew something was wrong. Hey there,
How hard is it, okay, if I'm the killer, right? How hard is it to check like the sent emails and seeing what his typing behaviors are, just like doing your best to emulate that? You think like, these guys think they're so crafty, thinking like 3 steps ahead. Okay, let me break into his apartment and then just email all of his colleagues just in case, you know, they start looking for him. Let me email them so to get ahead of the story and to keep them from looking for him. But you don't do that 2% more bit of effort to masquerade yourself as him accurately? Probably not something he was even considering. You know, the only reason Dexter had any sort of moral basis was because he removed sexual predators and people who dealt drugs to kids and stuff. Yeah, and like, this guy is just... he's just attacking desperate people on Plenty of Fish.
met an extraordinary woman named Jen, who has offered to take me on a nice long tropical vacation. We'll be staying in her winter home in Costa Rica. Phone number to follow soon. I won't be back in town until December 10th, but I will be checking my email periodically. See you around the holidays.
Yeah, you can't even
Johnny.
commit murder now,
Mark had
man.
expected his
You get
friends
caught
to
by
get
the
email,
Ring camera.
acknowledged that Johnny wouldn't be around for a while, and move on with their lives. But the opposite occurred. Almost at once, all of Johnny's friends responded to the email asking for more information. What was the last name of this mysterious woman? Why were they going to Costa Rica, especially when Johnny hated heat and sand? And what about his job? After being reminded that Johnny actually had a place of work, Mark sent out another email, this time to Johnny's work. He wrote, "Greetings. While I've certainly
Hello,
enjoyed my time at
everyone.
Argus, I have another offer that is just too good to pass up. So this is my notice that I will no longer be continuing my employment with your fine organization. I thank you for the opportunity and rest assured I would not be leaving unless the new path I've chosen was truly life-altering.
What a
Thank you,
LARP.
John Altinger." His employers
perfect for
likely knew
Phil's
this
chat.
email was coming, as multiple of his
Sounds like a
friends
real
had
person, I
discussed
agree.
what was going on with his coworkers, and responded, "John, there are many rumors floating around about what you have run off to do. All I need to know is where to forward your last check. Good luck in your endeavors, whatever they may be." This should have been alarming to Mark. Mark would later state that when he was looking online for potential targets, he selected men who he thought looked lonely, unlovable, and sad. Men who he believed were uncared for by the world.
But not
Keel and
evil.
Johnny were
You were supposed to pick out
sad,
evil
weak men
people.
who people looked over. Men that people wouldn't notice should they go missing, and men they wouldn't feel motivated to look for. But
Or
the
he
opposite
fucked up
was true.
immediately.
Keel
People
was
love that
clever
guy.
and fought back against his attacker,
Everyone
fighting
loved
for his
Johnny.
life even when he couldn't walk. Even though Mark thought that he was weak and wouldn't be able to defend himself, he fought with everything he had and was able to get away. Meanwhile, Johnny was so well loved that his friends, the men and women who loved him, immediately jumped into action when they felt something was off with the situation. They responded to the emails,
Hey, I
demanding to
appreciate
know
that.
more information.
They really
directly
fucked with
told
Johnny.
Mark that they didn't believe that they were communicating with Johnny, and they went to his apartment, noticing Johnny hadn't packed anything for his trip, or gotten someone to look after his prized motorcycle,
Now, wait
which
a
had been
minute.
left out in the
That
parking
isn't
lot,
Johnny.
completely
He uses
uncovered.
way more
After a
emoticons
little
than that.
deliberation, they gave
Police!
their findings to the police, and an investigation was opened. Despite Mark's belief that he could pull off the perfect murder without appearing on police radar, they immediately were able to link him to Johnny's disappearance, given
Womp
that the
womp.
missing man had emailed his friends the directions he had sent them from Jen. Armed with the detailed instructions, the police descended on the detached garage and found that it was being rented by
And the reason he was so vague with the directions was because he said if he gave him the direct address, the police would be able to find him quicker. So he gives vague directions. They just end up finding him anyway.
Twitchell. When the police spoke to Twitchell, they noted that the 29-year-old was unusually calm. He seemed rehearsed, almost, as if he had expected his movie set to be visited by police. Mark agreed to let the investigation search the garage.
Almost like he's an actor.
He repeated that he had set it up as a serial killer torture chamber, so things may look suspicious. But he assured police that everything was above board. He was just a filmmaker. All the weapons were props, and on the off chance they would find
Guys, I know
blood
it looks
in the
like I
garage,
killed people,
it was
but
just
like
for the movie. Upon entering
I'm a
the room,
director,
the
this is my
police immediately
craft.
noted blood splatter throughout
It only
the
looks
scene.
suspicious.
Luminal tests showed even more blood had been cleaned up, and that all the blood in the area was real. They questioned Mark about the blood, and he once again repeated that the blood had been used in his movie, and it was just set dressing. Originally, when he had said that, the police believed he had meant that the blood in the garage was fake, like a normal movie set, laughed off the misunderstanding, stating that he wanted to create a sense of realism in his movies, so he always used real human blood for his production. At this point in the investigation, Twitchell believed the police were hanging off of his every word. Sure, it looked suspicious that Altinger had come to the movie set looking for a mysterious woman named Jen, then vanished. But he had the police right where he wanted them. He answered every question, went over everything they asked, and even consented to more searches, knowing that he had committed the perfect murder. But to be plain, Twitchell is still an idiot, so the police knew that he had to know more about Johnny's disappearance than he was telling them.
Yeah, it's not a real set unless you're using real blood, brother.
Where they found evidence of Johnny's blood in the trunk. They
Fake
also
blood.
recovered a knife
Look at the guy
and
up.
sheath
Some
in the
kind of
vehicle,
amateur?
which also had evidence of Johnny's DNA left on it. A copper pipe was also found in the garage as well.
Thank you.
And
This
the
is
police were
this is
able
the
to
best song in
determine
Origins.
that it had also been used as a weapon on Johnny, as it had his blood and hair left on it. Fucking come on, man. You call yourself a Dexter? Wait a minute, how did this happen? This guy's gotta be smarter than this. Well, apparently not. But despite all of that, it was what they found on his computer.
You know, it's a
that
good one
really
when the
sealed
narrator
Mark's
breaks
fate.
character.
When the police were able to gain access to Mark's Spider-Man sticker Toshiba laptop, they thought they would find evidence of Mark catfishing Johnny and other men, and their jobs would be done. But what they hadn't expected to find was a 42...
Yeah, dude, we were watching some cases the other week that was like, they fucking self-felted. How to get rid of a body? How to dissolve a body? How long did it take to burn a body?
Page-long document
Like Google
titled
isn't gonna
SK
find out.
Confessions, detailing how Mark planned on being the world's coolest, most relatable serial murderer.
Oh
This
my God,
document
so
works as a
cool.
diary of sorts. This is how Mark views himself, the murders he has committed, and everything he has done up to this point. Pay close attention to the words he uses and what they are in service of. So, let us begin. This story is based on true events. The names and events were altered slightly to protect the guilty. Pausing already? So, because of the drama, this is reading like my younger sister's diary or something. I also read some of this to a friend of mine, and they stated that Julia Fox's book, Down the Drain, has a very similar introduction, which is kind of humorous given that Twitchell is attempting to look like his hero, Dexter. I think that he thinks this introduction makes him look really cool, suave, and mysterious, like Batman. But it just makes him look silly, like a grown man who wants so desperately to seem cool, even though he has
Reminds me
never
of
been
the
able
opening
to
to
finish
Hatred.
anything before in his life. He continues on.
My name is
This
not
is the story
important.
of my progression into becoming a serial killer. Like anyone just starting out in a new skill, I had a bit of trial and error in the beginning of my misadventures.
You wanna
Allow
know
me to
how I
start
got
from the
these
beginning,
scars,
and I think
Carl?
you'll see what I mean. I don't remember the exact time and place T was that I decided to become a serial killer, but I remember the sensation that hit me when I committed to the decision. It was a rush of pure euphoria. I felt lighter, less stressed, if you will, at the freedom of the prospect. There was something about urgently exploring my dark side that greatly appealed to me, and I'm such a methodical planner and thinker. The very challenge itself was enticing
quite
to
the diary
behold.
here.
Pausing
Very
again, to be
morbid.
clear, he decided to become a serial killer when he fucking watched Dexter. It was not a thing he decided to do naturally because he wanted to murder someone or he always wanted to kill another person. He's essentially LARPing as his favorite TV character. Moreover, as we have established, he was not a methodical planner or thinker. When we look into his years
It's
working
very,
on the
very
secret of the
obvious that
rebellion
he's-
or
this
any
is
of
what
his
he's
other
trying to do.
projects, there's always an undercurrent of mismanagement. His writing...
Bossman convinced himself that there is a keylogger on his PC because Windows tried to update. Wow. And I think for a minute, we were almost in the timeline. Or was DSP fearing that there was going to be a keylogger on his PC?
About that time would always
Is he
place
gonna
the
toss
onus
it
of
out? Probably
responsibility
should
on
if that's the
someone
case.
else. It was always someone else's fault that there was a delay, that they had to wait for someone else to catch up.
Stop
or
downloading
something had
things,
to be delivered, and
from
so
your
on.
Discord, boss man.
Point being, it was never his fault, because that would mean that he was ill-equipped for the job. Now obviously, movie sets, especially for a project as large as Secrets of the Rebellion, would have hiccups, but there are always ways around that. Things that could be done
I
to
gotta change
speed
my
up the
controller.
project. Things that he literally just didn't do. People described the set as being chaotic, but a labor of love. No one who engaged with Mark has ever accused him of being a methodical person.
But the way
You know
DSP
who
checks
was?
his links and
favorite
stuff in
fictional
his email for free
character,
games, it won't be
Dexter
long until he has
Morgan.
malware. Did you see the tweet where he bragged about getting a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship and then he didn't take it, even though he expressly told us for years up to this point that the reason he doesn't get sponsorships at all is because of trolls, but also he told us he does get sponsorships, but he doesn't take them because he has principles and integrity and he's not about that. He would rather make money off of his own viewers than to take it from shadowy. I say shadowy, it's just fucking Raid Shadow Legends. That's why I said shadowy, because shadow's in the name, rather than take it from big government. Not even government. What am I even saying? Rather than take it from big corpo, rather than take big corporate money, he would rather people fund him. And then he has to tweet out, "Oh, I got a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, but I rejected it because it's a meme," instead of rejecting it because he doesn't do sponsorships, and that's not what the content is about. What happened to that reasoning? Hey, I made it.
The show took great
Yeah, it's almost like he's some liar that says whatever he'll say to benefit him in that situation.
pains to show how Dexter was precise with his murders, how he would cover a large room with plastic wrap. He would clean and organize his kill kit and hunt his prey for weeks before finally
His
descending
kill
upon
kit?
them.
Are you kidding
Because
me?
Dexter Morgan has those qualities, Mark thinks he's cool, and he also shares those qualities, even though all the evidence says otherwise. Moreover, if Mark had actually attempted to make the ultimate kill room like Dexter, he still failed. His victim's blood was found fucking everywhere all over the room, which would not have been possible had Mark done what he said he had done.
He should have just
let's
recycled
continue
it for
on.
his movie.
This realization was just the last, nigh a series of new discoveries I made about myself. I just knew
It
I
is
was
true,
different
Aqua.
somehow from the rest of humanity.
He actually
We
does
feel
take money
no
from the
such
government in a
emotions
way.
as empathy or sympathy
That's his revenge for the taxes.
towards others, for example. Of course, when it came to the actual one-on-one conversations with therapists, he had to lie. I mean, talk about leaving a trail of breadcrumbs. The last thing I needed to do was air out all of my darkest fantasies and half-formed plans to someone who is legally obligated to contact the authorities if they think a patient will do harm to themselves or others. I'm not stupid. Nevertheless, deception aside, it was a useful exercise to get to know my label better. When a man approaches 30 years of age, he tends to question what his ultimate purpose
Then he went
in
on a
the
different
world is.
schizo.
And
Okay, even if there was a keylock, he doesn't need to buy an entire new PC. But then he went on a different schizo rant afterwards about how he found a conspiracy that goes all the way to the top, and he might be murdered before the end of the day. Well, he streams all the time, so at least it'll be on camera.
he fits into the picture. And then I remembered something else. A page I read from a novel by the renowned fantasy writer
know who
David
won't be
Gemmell
responsible?
in reference
This guy.
to a Bronze Age assassin. I
'Cause
can't
he
recall
already
the
got
exact
caught.
wording, but it was the philosophy that hit home. The assassin reflected on what he does with his life with guilt, another emotion I am incapable of, and someone imparted a bigger picture wisdom. He said that the assassin is the hand of fate. Fate has already decided everyone's time to die from the moment they are born. When it's their time, and if they do not die of old age or sickness, when their time
Bit of an
comes, other
Edgemeister we
factors
got
are
here.
employed by fate to get the job done. You think about that whenever I plan to kill. It's not me who chooses the victims, but fate. Oh sure, I choose the victim to match my own criteria in the interest of remaining free and at large. But for the most part, I'm merely following my own nature, which was devised by the grand design of the universe. Okay, so pausing again, now Mark is simply an agent of the universe. He's a super cool anti-hero who has no problem killing because he's just working alongside fate. If God or the universe didn't want him to kill, it wouldn't allow him to. Or at least, that's what Mark
Okay.
believes. Because Mark is a grown fucking child that doesn't have the steady hands or the technology to pull off a procedure as complicated as luring
So
somebody to
basically
a
you're saying
detached
it was
garage
God's
that
plan.
he's renting. But Before we
God's
go on, it should be
plan!
noted that Mark is
Whoa!
not a serial killer. Despite titling the document Serial Killer Confessions, he does not actually qualify for that title. He killed one person, Johnny Altinger, and attempted to kill another. A serial killer would need to kill at least 3 people or more. He would know that as they go through great
Semantics,
pains
but
to say
true.
that on Dexter. But this
He
is
only
Mark's
killed one
diary,
person, so
where
he can't
can
be a
write about
serial killer.
himself as if he has ever done anything cool or valuable.
So he can't even
is
LARP as
definitely
Dexter
not an
correctly.
out-of-work filmmaker suckling lattes who's never completed a project in their life. In his mind, he's an established indie filmmaker who is on his way up in the world. Mark continues. Now, this does not mean I shirk responsibility for my actions. I'm very obviously, as you will come to learn, deliberate, level-headed, and very much in control of my own actions. Although I won't deny that the aforementioned scenario would play well in an insanity plea.
Those ones are so much
here
more
I
wobbly
was,
than the other
armed
ones.
with this new insight into my inner self and an exhilarating new hobby that I was seeking to undertake. I thought long and hard to come up with a system that would work for me, a method that would ensure I could have my playtime and keep from being caught. It didn't take long before I settled on an MO. Pausing again, this is a very funny thing to say because, as you no doubt recall, Mark was immediately found out. His foolproof plan, the one his deliberate, level-headed genius brain came up with, which led to his first victim fucking walking out of the place that he was going to kill him, and then the police finding him within
And he
a day.
was
There hardly
tasered.
even an investigation because Twitchell had made his plan so obvious. But, how Mark describes it, he's been operating behind
And
the
the guy
scenes
still
for
fell
years,
for it.
pulling off the most fantastic, never
Oh
found
my
out
God.
homicides, and the public simply has no idea. Mark needs this version of events to be true. He needs to view himself as a serial killer who could never be stopped, the same way he needed to view himself as the next great filmmaker. It doesn't matter because it isn't true. It's ironic. He can keep his alter ego out of prison, but not himself. But he continues, I would use online dating to rope in my victims. Once I came up with that clear starting point, all the other pieces needed to be tended to. I began to ask myself a series of questions designed to get me to consider every possible angle. I wanted to have every step in the process already planned out from start to finish, because improvising would be bad and lead to sloppiness. I had to have an order, a plan, something that would bring calm.
Imagine being
to
the guy who
chaotic
died to this
situation.
guy.
First
Quite
question,
unfortunate.
Who do I want to
I
target?
mean, we saw what he
At
looked
first, I
like.
considered married
He
men
really
looking
liked
to
the
cheat on their
Commodore
wives.
64.
In one way, I'd be taking out the trash,
And he
doling
liked
out
the
justice
emoticons.
to those who, on some level, deserved what they got.
His
Pausing
primary
again,
form of
Mark
communication
is a
was
serial
email.
cheater, so this kind of grandstanding is weird. Why would Mark want to make a moral point about killing
He
men
just really
who
wanted
were
to
looking
smash
cheat
some
on
puss,
their wives
dude.
when he
Come
didn't
on.
even hold
That
himself
was
to
his
that
only
standard?
sin.
Because, as always, he is trying to morph himself into Dexter. He thinks Dexter is cool.
Was
not
Dexter
just
always this
because He's an
cringe?
unfeeling character who views most people as being beneath him, but because it's cool that Dexter has a code. Dexter Morgan kills only evil people, criminals who should be taken off the street, and goes through a significant amount of work to do so, almost like Jigsaw. And Mark only wants to kill people to be cool like him, so obviously he'd be trying to follow Dexter's MO as closely as possible. But Mark isn't strong enough to attack someone who has a criminal history. He isn't super physically fit, and he doesn't have any connection to police archives, so killing other criminals wouldn't work. Instead, he decides to go after married men because that's a different kind of moral failing. Mark, of course, continues, but the logic of the situation denies this possibility. After all,
I mean, okay,
people
that's
who
his
are
code
expected
for
to
using
come
dating
home at a certain
websites.
hour tend to get reported as missing, and there's other factors that would lead to an investigation I didn't want. No, I had to choose people whose entire lives I could infiltrate and eliminate the evidence
Oh,
of my
come
existence from on all levels. Haha, oh yes, my friend, I am in this for profit. It has always been my attitude that no hobby or venture should ever be
Ends
done
with him sailing
without
away and
expected
becoming a
return
lumberjack
on
in
investment.
Canada?
For many
What, you
years, I
hated
crafted
that?
elaborate Halloween costumes,
That's a
faithful
tribute to
screen
you.
accurate recreations of very big budget movie icons. The result of my efforts in these costumes were various first prizes in costume contests that resulted in cash payouts worth at least 40 times what E spent to make each outfit. This would be no different. I had expenses with this new hobby, and E would make sure that I generated profit from it to recoup and eclipse my costs. That was the next step in the process for being fully prepared, a detailed shopping list of all the items I would need to carry out my plans. First of, it needed a location. I scoured listings to find something suitable. He started looking in regular secure storage, but the video surveillance and inability to get my victims there smoothly threw that idea out the window quickly. When he finally found my location, it could not have been more perfect. A double detached garage for rent in the south of the city, tucked away in a quiet neighborhood on a lot with a house occupied by tenants who couldn't even read English, much less speak it. No doubt work program immigrants brought in by a donut chain with supplied housing. Everything I decided would take place here. The approach, the apprehension, and the kill, as well as the preparation for disposal of the body, could all be done in relative seclusion from this one building. Total privacy. I immediately went to work, removing the address plank from the back, blocking out all the windows with boards and duct tape, replacing locks. The back driveway wasn't even paved. T was just a bed of gravel with grass growing out of it. The entire surrounding area was blocked out of sight from neighbors, with high, thick fences, and the entire block was dead starting at 8 o'clock at night. My shopping list was very thorough. I went out to several different stores to avoid buying all my items from one location, and I paid cash to avoid a paper trail just in case. A street hockey mask that I would soon cut the mouth out of and paint gold streaks into for dramatic effect. A basic dark green hoodie, something comfortable with pockets that hides distinctive marks, body type, and hair. 2 sets of disposable overalls for what was sure to be a messy cleanup process. And E would use the plastic bags all this came in to wrap my shoes for the process. I bought a Hunter's Game processing kit, which, if you think about it, is ideal for this scenario. Why not use a whole set of tools designed to take apart large mammals in the forest on the fly? It reduces the splatter caused by power tools, takes the noise level way down too, and there's also just something more gratifying about sawing through tendons and bone with your bare hands than just using something else that takes the fun out of the work. My
How do you know it's satisfying? You've never.
I wanted the weapon used for the deed itself to be simple, elegant, and beautiful in its own way, so I dropped by a military surplus store and picked up a well-crafted hunting knife with an 8-inch blade. I would use this weapon to cleanly and simply slice open a gash in the victim's neck, allowing them to bleed out quickly and with no pain. I'm not a torture guy. Again, the noise level from the screams is not my thing at all.
That's not how any of this works.
If they are still alive after apprehension, but won't give me the simple information I ask for. Several rolls of painter's plastic sheeting to prep my kill room, at least 6 rolls of packing tape, and just as many rolls of duct tape, as well as 2 boxes of contractor-grade hefty bags. I picked up a stun baton because I thought that would render my targets without the use of their muscles quickly, and I bought an extra realistic airsoft pistol, something that could be very easily mistaken for the real thing, especially in low light for that extra edge. I made sure to acquire construction materials for my custom furniture. I went to town designing and building a rather sturdy 4-foot by 6-foot-inch table.
Yeah, it must have not been very good with
and angle iron
getting the
I
blood.
Also welded a rather mean
it got everywhere
chair, and
but
another
the sheeting.
Table was left there
or maybe he didn't
by
even
the
use
realty
it.
company, which I used to stay organized on. Finally, I ordered a 45-gallon steel drum, which would be the final resting place for the body parts before I incinerated them. I was all set, prepared as I could be. I diligently set up my kill room, creating the plastic bubble needed to create my nasty mayhem. The trap was set, and now it was time to bail the hook. I downloaded an IP address blocker first and foremost. I mean, it would be rather silly of me to run this whole operation from my home computer without it, just so that if any of my playmates
almost as silly as you going on to talk about all of that in a diary entry. Don't worry, you can always say after the fact that this is just part of your script.
Appearances were ever actually investigated, there would be this electronic trail leading the police directly
no, let me
back
have
to
a paper
me
trail
in my
instead.
little workshop of
my little diary
Once
here.
activated, it created all new email addresses and dating site profiles for my dark plan. T was so easy, it was almost insulting. But really, who thinks to look outside their pond when they go out fishing? No one. I did a quick search for females that matched what I wanted to represent in other cities around the world, and when I found someone I liked, I copied their photos and used them in my new online identity as whoever it was
what a
I wanted
gambit
to
you
be.
have here.
I always
Such a master
changed things
plan.
up. I never
No
use
one
the
ever
same
thought of this
profile
before.
more than one victim at a time, and I generate a new email address as well.
His
just in
master
case.
plan is
After
an
the victim
MTV
is
show.
removed from the world neatly and cleanly, I erase my accounts and every trace they left behind. Sure, the mother servers may or may not have an imprinted image, but if they check,
At least he
they
understands
wouldn't
that
trace
much.
me. As soon as the profiles go up, within 24 hours, the responses come in like a flood. E-review the messages sent and choose my victims based on age, body type, profession, status, and living situation. Obviously, I'm not going to pursue a 6'4" athletic martial arts instructor who's married with 4 kids. That's just got trouble written all over it. I mean, I'm ruthless, but I'm not an idiot. Yeah.
Oh boy.
But at least he's not a fucking idiot. I have my own fight training background, but I don't have delusions of grandeur. When I come across a single man in his late 30s to early 40s who is self-employed, lives alone, and stands between 5'7" and 5'11" with an average body type weighing between 150...
Dude, Carl, that's what I said. Like, that's what Dexter did. He was like Robin Hood. He only killed bad people. Why is this guy killing lonely people on Plenty of Fish?
And 180 pounds, I know I found my target.
Well, I guess the rationale he said was that people on dating websites are cheaters. It just seems like that was the easiest method for him to get like victims without having to go outside and just randomly assault random people. You know, he didn't have access to like police archives to actually look up criminals. Hey, Flame.
Case with a man I will refer to as Frank. That, of course, is not his real name, and I won't divulge any other sensitive details about the situation. But Frank was my very first target ever. That, of course, is not his real name, and I won't divulge any other sensitive details about the situation.
Yeah, but you'll give away the rest of your plan in his diary.
Ever. I roped him in with a profile I was quite proud of, featuring photos of a blonde. I would like to bang myself. I asked him to pick me up from my residence at a prescribed time on a particular night of the week, and then gave him detailed instructions on how to find the place. I gave him some song and dance routine about how my landlord had the property set up to where the back gate was broken and padlocked, and there was nowhere in front to park because of a no parking zone and a bus stop across the street. So I told him I would leave the garage door open for him to come in through, and then come through the back door of the house, all the while realizing, of course, that he would never ever make it that far. So the message was received and confirmed, and he waited. Generally, I was quite pleased with myself. I had a perfectly formulated plan, and I was fully prepared. I adorned my specialty mask, serving the double purpose of facial protection and identity shield, to give the victim a false sense of security into thinking they would be let go since I cared about hiding who I was. But without explaining it to them, that thought would not likely cross their mind in the heat of the moment. I slipped the hoodie on and pulled the hood over my head, resting it comfortably over my brow. I slipped the knife holster with the blade in it onto my belt and pulled on my fine leather gloves. My kill room was perfectly prepared. Plastic sheeting taped together, and around my table, a large green cloth screwed into the drywall ceiling to shield view of it from my guest's line of sight, and to shield me too, of course. I now stood but a few feet away from the front door, which I had locked, of course. My plan was to wait in the shadow of my curtain until he approached the door.
Bro, is this his diary or his fan fiction? What am I listening to?
Sleeper hold that would zap away his consciousness so that I could tape him up and set him on my table. The last thought that crossed my mind before Frank pulled up into the driveway had nothing to do with the event itself, but rather was a mental note that I would need to remember to get a stock of paper towels for miscellaneous cleanup in the future. The car's engine rumbled, and its headlights shone bright in the lowering dusk. I thought his headlights were on a delay self-shutoff like mine, and he would see more than I wanted him to, which still wasn't much. Just a few crates of tools and paint cans. Normal garage accessories, in my opinion. But his headlights turned as his engine petered out. I heard the sound of the car door opening and closing, and then the footsteps that followed. My head was rushed with adrenaline, and my stomach had half a second of flutter of butterflies before my resolve strengthened, and I stood there, ominous in the dark, prepared to strike with my stun baton fully extended and the safety of. The typical taser guns used by police carry a charge of 50,000 volts, and we've seen what they do to people hit with them. The stun baton boasts 800,000 volts, which sounds practically lethal, but you have to understand that it isn't the voltage but the amps delivered by the weapon that matter. Either way, I was confident in the weapon's strength. My confidence was misplaced. I took
Womp
2
womp.
swift, silent steps towards my target, and pressing the baton across the back of his neck, pulled the trigger. It shocked and jumped, but did little more than really alert the bastard to what was really going on.
So
It
this
did
was
not
the,
render his
the first
muscles
individual.
unusable, and the little shit fought back. I had a distinct advantage. I was taller and outclassed him.
Was
in
this how he
tenacity and
coped about it
strength.
after the
This
fact?
Was also my
Oh, just a
environment,
prank,
and he wasn't
bro.
expecting
That
to
same
run
night
into a
mulled in his
psycho
diary
a
about
mask.
failing to
Only
kill
a
this dude.
beautiful woman he hoped to get lucky with. The 31 confusion played to my benefit, and I struck him repeatedly. He yelled "what the fuck" at the top of his
What the
lungs. The noise was something he had hoped
God
to
damn
avoid, but I paid no mind and continued attempting to subdue the defiant little shit. I dropped the baton and punched him several times in the side of the head, but he still would not go down. He broke free, and I could tell he would make for the door, for the way he came in, so I reached into my pocket and withdrew the gun. I pointed it straight at him, and all of a sudden, he took me seriously, his eyes wide. I commanded him to get down on the floor, which he obeyed quickly. If he lifted his head even the slightest bit, I warned him against it. I removed my gloves and went for the duct tape. I tore a piece off and slipped it over his eyes. It was then that E told him that if he did what I told him to do, that E would let him live. I brought one arm down around his back and was reaching for the other arm when he began defying me again. "No, I can't do this," he began. Retrospectives, of course, 2020. And
How
had I
do
been
I
able
get
to
the
go
golden
back to
banana
that
but
moment,
stay
there
on
would have been
there?
100 things I would have done differently. Obviously, overestimating the stun baton is a mistake I would not repeat. The other one was putting up with his bullshit. I should have just pounded him in the back of the head while he was down until he lay unconscious on the floor. I should have shut the big door when he had the
Oh,
chance.
you know
but
that
everything
memory
moved
replayed
too
in his head
quickly,
that night.
and I didn't want to take my eyes off him for 1 second. He got back to his feet, having removed the duct tape, and when I pointed the gun at him again, he grabbed it. He gripped down hard, twice, and I think I might have seen a gleam in him that indicated he felt the gun's construction and realized it was not real, but I can't be sure. I still held on for dear life, not wanting to give him a blunt object to hit me back with. Frank made a few feeble attempts to hit me, and one impotent kick aimed at my groin that Leslie deflected. He delivered a headbutt to his face, and he broke free again. I clutched onto his jacket, but he shook himself loose from it and took off for the opening in the door.
Imagine
He made it to
losing
the
your jacket
driveway,
over
and
this
that's when I
stuff.
knew I was pooched. I followed him out, not caring anymore who might see me. He was fumbling on the ground. I grabbed him by the leg as if to drag him back to the garage, caveman style, but my energy was depleting, and the human survival instinct is one of the most powerful forces on Earth. He tried to grab at my mask and came quite close to pulling it off. I broke the grasp, and he spun away into the alley, and sure enough, a couple on an evening stroll saw me coming after him, sporting a deer in the
67
headlight look
bananas,
that can only
so
be
what am I
described as a total lack of comprehension. I stared back at them through my mask for half a moment,
There's a
and then
bunch at the
headed
end.
back for the cover of my lair. I don't know why he played it as cool as I did, but maybe it was something Frank said during the skirmish about swearing not to tell anyone if I let him
Excellent
go.
job,
Maybe it was my
47.
own instincts about reading people and the fear in his eyes that told me deep down he wouldn't report the incident. But I felt okay. I still packed any gear up of my own and his stray jacket into a bag. Whatever. Dash. Felt like keeping I cleaned prints off of and tossed the rest into a dumpster. As a final touch, I sent out one last warning email to Frank through the dating site telling him he had traced his IP address through his messages, and that if he did report me, I would hunt him down where he lives when he least expects it, and finish what I started. I threw in a line about having cased the garage, and that it wasn't even mine, and I never used the same location twice. My last lie was to tell him he was lucky number 18 on my spree. I wasn't sure if I should believe it worked. I walked calmly out to my car, got in and drove away.
And dude still thought
across
it was
the
a practical
entire city
joke after
back to
reading
my
that
home,
email?
where my wife and child waited for me. During the entire trip, I kept thinking surely this douchebag would call the police. Not that it mattered if he did.
Oh, he got away with
I
it.
covered my tracks well. You see,
I was
in
too
my
emotionally
day life,
touched to
I'm
call
an
the
independent
police.
filmmaker, and everything in that garage could be easily explained away as props for filming a psychological
always sad
thriller.
because he's
How could
so
I be
inspired
on
and
one
shout
side
out
of the
things.
city,
Very sorry.
scrapping with a potential
Pickups to
kill,
block.
up until 7:20 p.m. and home less than an hour later? Would have been a stretch at best.
It's ridiculous for him to assume that surely the police will look at me and think, "Wow, there's no way he can kill anyone because he's a horror movie director." Surely, that just makes him impossible, completely incapable of killing someone in real life.
Still, I couldn't shake the foreboding feeling. I kept thinking any moment
Wouldn't that just
I'd see
make them
flashing
look
lights
into you
telling
even
me to pull
more?
over, despite my
Like
perfect
suspecting you of being
adherence
obsessed
to
with porn
posted
and shit?
speed limits and cautious observance of the safety belt law.
Kind of murderer
Surely
writes a
the arresting
diary?
officer would wonder why I was so
Good question.
sweaty and why there was a bag with a hoodie, a jacket, a prohibited stun weapon,
This
and
one.
a set of handcuffs in my trunk.
That's the
But
kind
those
that writes a
lights never
diary.
showed up in my rearview mirror. I checked my voicemail messages and had two, very unusual for this time of night. One from my wife, wondering if I could be home by 8:30 so that she could pick up a package before 9, and one from my prop guy asking if he could borrow my airsoft pistol. Paranoia set in. My wife wouldn't care about picking up a package this late. She'd wait until tomorrow. Could the cops have gotten to her and convinced her to pretend to get me to get home quicker so they could arrest me? I had to stop and think clearly. This was all happening way too fast. There is no way that that was possible. This wasn't a movie. This was real life. Even if the police were contacted, the response time to the location would be in the neighborhood of 20 minutes to 2 hours, and there would be no way for them to verify who rented the garage that quickly. My fears subsided and I drove home. I practiced my entire behavioral pattern should I come home to police cruisers
This
parked
guy,
along
the
my
movie
front
director?
yard. I would
No
rush the door
way.
in a panic, and upon entering or being stopped by patrolmen, I would enter utterly surprised and beg them to
fucking
know if
Scooby-Doo
anything had happened
episode.
to my precious wife and/or daughter. My genuine shock of their presence would start me on the innocent path in their eyes, and then my cover story of being at a therapy appointment would become my short-term alibi until I could confess to the cops later that therapy was a cover story I gave my wife so I could have just one night of the week to myself. Yeah, between that and the total lack of hard evidence, I'd be free regardless.
But then you would
And
you would
yet
be lying.
still, the
You would admit to the
nervousness
cops
set
that
in.
you were lying
It's
to your
pretty
wife,
fucking hard
thus
to concentrate on
establishing
anything
yourself as
when you live
untrustworthy.
in a constant expectation of the police arriving at your doorstep. Turns out my wife did need to pick up a package.
I
A
did lie
Pilates
to my
chair that
wife,
she wanted
please.
me to assemble. The directions couldn't be any more complicated than the directions for making mac and cheese, but I had a really hard time because the apprehension was always there. Every time I heard a car drive by, I'd feel compelled to look out the window. I heard a massive group of sirens get closer and closer and closer. My heart leapt into my chest until I realized there was a house fire somewhere close in the area. Seeing a police
Oh,
cruiser
thank God, it's
slowly
just
and
some
deliberately
family burning
pull
to
around
death.
my
It's not the
block was
cops coming to
worst
come and
part.
get
But then
after
I
me.
remembered our cross-street neighbor had an itchy trigger finger for calling
Bless
the
the
cops when the
stars, I'm
rowdy
saved.
teenagers next door partied too loudly, and it subsided. A day passed. I spent the day with my 8-month-old daughter as my wife ran errands and kept appointments. Then the day turned to night, and once again, I was suspicious. But nothing happened. That was the night I was totally convinced I had gotten off on this one pretty much scot-free. No patrol car would ever come to take me away bound in handcuffs to be brought up on assault charges.
Some real blissful,
forever ending my
very
serial
blissful
killing career
ignorance on your
before it
part,
even
buddy.
began, and bringing down my marriage with it and when my wife finds out what I really am. That first-time experience was the basis for my revised method of operandi. Previously, I wanted my victims alive and conscious after I had subdued them. I wanted to get information from them like their email and dating site passwords, as well as the PIN codes for their debit cards and credit cards. But this priority is now a distant second to making sure I don't get
You're gonna
caught.
commit identity
I
theft
got lucky
too?
the first time, and I wasn't going to assume
You're gonna
that
leak
would
their
ever
bank
happen
details?
again if anyone else got loose. So I had to revise my apprehension system in order for it to go more smoothly. I decided to ramp up the savagery of my attack, leaving no margin for error and rendering a target unconscious within the first 10 seconds. I dropped the stun baton for the favor of two 24-inch lengths of galvanized steel piping. I was confident that swinging for the fences to the back of the head would do the trick. I would go on a shopping trip the next day to make it happen. So pausing again,
Okay, but not
we're
everything
going to
is like
skip this
Dexter.
next portion as he starts talking about his girlfriend, whom he still loves,
Yeah, the
and
steel
is actively
pipe, that'll
cheating
do
on
the
his wife
trick.
with, which obviously
Probably won't
flies
be
in the
instant,
face of
though.
the fact that he repeatedly stated that he has no emotions. Again, it's obvious that Mark has emotions and a lot of them, but he also happens to be an entirely selfish, manipulative person. The only reason he has determined that he's a sociopath is because the fictional character he idolized is one as well. Within this section of the document, he talks about his love for his ex-girlfriend, his love for his wife, and how he has been struggling due to cheating on his wife, but also how he isn't going to stop cheating because he likes it. He then tells a story about going to
Wait.
Home Depot in order to buy more supplies that he can murder people with.
But his justification for using the dating sites was to to attack people who were cheating, but he himself is a cheater.
And seeing a cute little girl at the store that he says reminds him of his newborn. A link to the document will be left in the description box down below if you want to read this portion for yourself. Picking back up 4 pages later, he begins, I'm a huge fan of the Showtime series Dexter. As you may have guessed,
what gave that away?
Al familiar with the show. Dexter enjoys the sweet, dark alone time of his own apartment since his TV girlfriend Rita and her 2 kids, Aster and Cody, are not as tangled into his life as my family is with mine. I had to do with the sweet, dark alone time of my basement computer office. Once the child was snugly tucked away in her crib and my wife was sleeping peacefully, it sufficed perfectly for what I needed to do. My wife is certainly no sound sleeper, requiring earplugs just to conk out, and getting up several times during the night, but we sleep apart, so my disturbing her from getting up was never an issue. Some people think that sleeping apart is detrimental to the relationship.
You would think from this diary that he didn't even have a
I'm only
wife.
a serial killer, seeing my ex-girlfriend on the side, and my wife has no clue about it. But neither of those things has to do with the sleeping arrangements in our household. I sleep in the basement because I often stay up later than my wife. And when we do sleep together, there's enough room and a
People
queen-size
burning in
bed
a-
for 2.
burning to a
Eventually,
crisp?
the kicking
Phew.
and blanket
I thought it
hogging
was that
had us
crazy
reevaluate
director on
the
a spree,
importance
thank
of sharing
goodness.
a mattress. I fired up my IP address
Don't worry,
blocker
they'll be
and
coming
launched
after him in a
2
minute.
windows for
We're
my
not
dual
at that part yet.
purpose, keeping to my rules of never using the same account twice for anything. I opened a brand new email account. Stuck to the majors. Hotmail, Yahoo, Gmail, something generic. When choosing a username, T always reflected my new alias in some way. I was an immigrant from Ireland, looking for guys with a thing for redheads. I'd assume a username to the effect
Wouldn't he have been
of
better off
Irish
using a
cream or
disposable email
something
address?
Just as apt. Pausing once again, we're gonna skip forward a bit. He continues, I was looking for someone to match my needs for a new victim. I wanted a man who was financially stable, lived alone, didn't answer to too many people, and might have some time coming up. I got exactly what I was looking for. Amongst the smart-assed punks and the creepy old fellas who frankly would be more suspicious of me if I gave them the time of day than not, based on their appearances, was my target. A 6-footish, seemingly nice man who appeared clean-cut. Not overly good-looking, but not an ogre either, and most importantly, fit for the profile. We exchanged messages back and forth, but when it came time to move in for the invite, another curveball came my way. He wasn't available Friday, only Saturday. I had put in too much time with this asshole to start over, and my mind began to race about how to fit it in. I chose Fridays because I had a fake appointment with
Why
an
didn't you
imaginary
ask what days he
psychiatrist
was
who I told my
available
wife I was seeing
first, and
to
then
sort out my
ghost him
goddamn
after
issues,
if
although
it
he had
wasn't a
already
day you were
done
good
that
with?
sometime before. I'm fine. It was a very convenient and perfectly credible cover story though, and I saw the merit in keeping the illusion going for the purpose of my late night freedom. So every Friday I would leave the house and prep for a kill.
Yeah,
while
Dave's
my wife
Dexter.
was convinced my shrink was working his magic.
That's what he does all- in
even
between all
added
those
the
gin
special
tweets at night.
performance of seeming lighter and more relaxed when he walked back into the house. It was only partially an act since I did in fact feel good about my evening. Just not in the way Tess quite expected. Starting a kill on a Friday works on so many levels. For one thing, most people are not hard and fast expected to be anywhere on the weekend, which gives me 3 days to clean up and tie up any loose ends. For another, I ordinarily need to skulk around doing my dirty work in the dead of night after Tess and Zoe are fast asleep. With all that night activity, you get pretty bagged during the day, so it's nice to not have career obligations on top of lack of sleep. I wasn't quite sure how to deal with my new friend's schedule change.
He didn't even work.
I thought
All he
to
did was
myself
write his-
that
he-
starting over
all
and
he did at
slamming on
work
the
was
gas
work on his
with
movie
a different
scripts.
profile entirely in order to stick to the plan would have been the best idea. But I had already groomed this guy and felt profile mattered more than the time of day. I decided to leave it open and sleep on it, deciding what to do in the morning. Friday morning came and my decision was made. I would scrap yesterday's escapade and start over fresh. I found some new photos of a girl from LA and whipped up an intimate encounter
Oh, that guy
profile,
got lucky.
something quick and dirty and to the point. She was on the
Big ups on the
prowl
schedule not
and
working
looking to
out.
hook up that very night, my chosen night. Then something happened that I did not expect. A pleasant surprise among the scads of emails from young douchebags with no appeal at all and some flaming rude comments at the ready. I got a message from Mr. Thursday. It seemed that he was not only a liar, but a wannabe player as well. He lied to my other dummy account about being tied up Friday and was seeking something with more immediate gratification for the time being. It was all I needed to see. I flirted with him back and forth like it was an art form. Finally, when enough messages had been exchanged, first and he felt comfortable with his comfort level, I invited him in. It crossed my mind to use my other account to message him and entice him into this night as well, just to watch him squirm, but I would watch him squirm plenty in person. I gave him step-by-step directions to my kill room without revealing an address and making sure to include the general excuses about the bus stop in front of the place and the lack
she
of
was in
parking.
Arkansas 10.
He bought it hook, line, and sinker. The time was set, 7 p.m. My kill room was still perfectly set up from the last time. Plastic sheeting hanging on the walls, on the floor, and of course around my glorious table. Duct tape sealing the seams to create a nice bubble to work within. I put that useless fucking stun baton away and stretched out my body to limber up. I donned my mask, pulled up my hood, and waited. The lights were still on inside the garage. It was 6:47.
You waited in the darkness?
I had a little time yet, so I got myself psyched up for the main event. Suddenly, I heard the rumble of a car engine and sharply turned to see the wheelbase of a Mazda slow and then continue. My adrenaline soared. That was him. The bastard was early, and I know he had seen my feet at the very least. I decided to stick to the pattern anyway. I shut the lights all down and waited behind the curtain I had rigged up to shield me from sight, my 2 pipes in hand. I ran entirely on sounds now. The car's engine silencing.
Pull up to the sketchy garage,
a brief
man.
pause where all I could hear
What
was
could
the
go
distant
wrong?
sound of main drag traffic.
I just don't get it. Like how
Then the door.
desperate to smash puss you gotta be? Yes, go meet me in the abandoned sketchy garage. I promise. Nothing will go wrong. Trust me, bro.
Footsteps followed, and then the
I'm
car
so
door
fucking
slammed
horny,
shut.
bro. I'm like so wet
Another
right now,
pause.
bro.
I could hear the crinkles of his clothing as he crouched to get under the door. He stood up and said, "Hello?" I froze.
Oh, my
This
cervix
was new.
floor is
Never
begging
heard
for
anyone
your
call
seed.
out hello to a black empty room before. He assumed I was still here, and he was right. After all, E had told him under my alias that there would be a guy using the garage for the weekend as a workshop. I quickly took the mask off, setting it on the weaker secondary table I used for my laptop. And without any secondary plan, I began.
We're listening to a, I'm not even going to call him an incel because he is married and he does have a child. This is a wannabe movie director's master plan to be a serial killer because he likes to show Dexter. But he's very bad at it. And we're listening to his diary entry about the one time he actually killed someone. So he's not even really a serial killer. He's just a killer.
Acting again. Hello? I called back in
Hello?
a cheerful tone. I moved to the light switches and illuminated the room. I'm Harry, I said pointedly, not sure what else to say. I'm a local filmmaker, preparing a set that's supposed to look like a serial killer's little area here. You might have heard of my stuff. I'm the guy who put together the comedy feature at our local film festival.
Is that... Did he really... Is that the exact dialogue he used with that person? Poor Johnny? What did Johnny say to that? No, I don't know who the fuck you are.
I haven't heard of that, replied the man who
No,
you will refer to from
Johnny!
now on as
Where's
Jim.
your culture
We
taste?
went into super friendly mode, showed him my prop gun and how it wasn't real. I quickly mentioned
Homeboy
that
was
his
seething.
date was running a little bit
What do you
late
mean you never
and
heard
would
of
be
me?
back in about 15 to 20 minutes. And he said he would come back. For 20 minutes, I paced back and forth, considering what to do, weighing the 18 risks and the benefits. He could be on the phone to one of his friends, revealing the address and telling them all about my setup. On the other hand, he knows me, so I have an advantage over him and simultaneously an obligation to use that advantage to remove him from the picture. Yeah, still, when my 20 minutes were up, I chickened out. As his car pulled up for the second time, I whipped out my cell phone and in another grand performance pretended to talk to my alias over the phone. I delivered the bad news that tragically, it looked like she wasn't going to be able to make it. I'm sorry, bud. I don't know how long it took you to drive to get here. 27 blocks total, 10 minutes tops including lights. But it sounds like she's going to be stuck in traffic and has no idea how long she'll be. And with that, my victim left. He walked right out the door that should have been closing on his doom right then. I took stock of the situation. I was standing in the middle of a perfectly
Dude, this
prepped
guy-
kill room
well, he was
and
fucking
actually
seething. Why
going to
was
let
he-
this go down as strike 2. I already had the room.
Because the plan did not go exactly specifically as he planned it autistically in his head. He was seething and molding uncontestedly, inconsolable. He was beside himself with anger and rage and frustration. What happened to improv? I thought this dude was like an actor. Where's your improv at, bud?
set up, and the whole night was mine to do with as I pleased, so I jumped back online to find someone who was willing to drop everything and head over right away. My new account, which I had just created that morning, had clear over 200
killed that
messages
person.
from all sorts of people. After 25 minutes of pursuing, he still had nothing when my twice-escaped victim sent me a message. My immediate reply was a huge apology and an offer to reschedule for the next day. His reply was to come over again that very night. He didn't live far and didn't want to waste his night any more than I wanted to waste mine. I stared at the laptop screen, unmoving for half an hour, deciding, humming and hawing over the details. Finally, I went for it. I typed a message back with a quick apology for the delay and an invitation to come back. I meant business. Crouched, poised. I had a new plan. No mask needed this time. Just pretending to be poking around the back of the set, and then wham! I would slam him unconscious, and his survival would be a bonus, but not necessary.
Whoa,
He
the
played into it
Oceanus
perfectly.
ball.
He reappeared through the garage door, and I soon followed. I guess I'm a glutton for punishment, he shrugged. You have no idea. The room filled with the echo of the pipe crashing into the back of his skull as I could feel my predator self take over. Not one single motion was the end-all be-all.
His
I had
predator
committed
self.
now, and there was no going back. The jig was up,
What a self-report.
and Ty was kill or get arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, maybe even attempted murder. I won't go to jail for an almost, but the son of a bitch didn't drop like the sack of potatoes I was expecting. Are you serious? I asked myself. I continued thwacking Jim over the head repeatedly, but it only
Jim,
seemed to
no!
fuel his adrenaline too. He began screaming at the top of his lungs. Police, police,
Oh, that was just his
police,"
smoke laugh.
And he just about shat my fucking pants. My fury doubled, and he blasted him so hard blood splattered everywhere, but primarily on me. He hit the floor but was still conscious. Alright, so pausing, the next portion of the document goes over in detail how Mark killed Johnny, which he attempts to make sound like an epic battle. But all you need to know is that, like with the victim before him, Johnny puts up a fight. Despite being beaten over the head for a considerable amount of time, he grabbed the pipe that Mark was
Yeah,
using
sadly,
on
this
him
isn't
and
a video
attempted to
game
defend
where
himself.
you don't just
He then
drop
goes
down
into
instantly after
detail
getting hit
about
by a
taking
pipe.
the body apart,
In most
going
circumstances.
to Johnny's apartment to steal some of his money, sending the emails to his friends, and spending time with his wife and kid after the murder. He also attempted to burn Johnny's remains in a barrel, but like Chandler Halderson, seemed entirely unaware of how much heat is actually required to incinerate a body, and, just like with his shitty films, gave up on it.
We
Despite
always
his
hear
attempts
about
to
that
make the
whenever these
murders
guys try to
sound
burn
like
the
they were
body.
done by an
What, they
analytical
don't just
expert
turn
mind,
into a
the
pile
likes
of
which the
ashes
police were
instantly?
ill-equipped to take on.
Yeah,
If
fortunately
you only listen to the facts of the story that he has laid out, he was a bumbling mess. Despite him going into immense detail about how much preparation he did,
I
he
didn't
also
beat
tells
you,
the reader that he
Medicare. What do
only
you
put
think
a
about
few tarps
that?
down on the ground, and they were useless because he hadn't pinned them down prior to the struggle. He says that he didn't bring a change of clothes, so
Big
after
upside then.
murdering Johnny, an act that would cover him in blood, he had to drive all the way home, hoping no one would look at his silly ass, and so on. Mark's belief in his own genius led him to making some of the dumbest mistakes any killer could make, but it would seem that even now as he sits in prison, he doesn't understand that.
Aftermath. Okay, that was the end of the diary segment. Let's see.
Despite
It was
Mark's
caught
attempt
immediately.
to pull off the perfect, unsolvable murder, he had done the opposite. He was almost immediately caught. Because of his unwavering and frankly insane belief in himself, he felt as if getting away with murder would be no problem. And so he made stupid mistakes that made his guilt look obvious. From the first moment he decided to be a murderer. When the police arrested Mark and let him know that they had discovered his deleted diary, he feigned innocence, claiming that the document
that's not
wasn't
mine.
a diary or a confession.
That was a part of the
Instead,
movie
it was
script.
simply a script that he had been working
Ah,
on.
see,
He
the
was a
perfect
screenwriter
disguise.
and a filmmaker, after all.
I'm
not
a
murderer,
movie
and a
maker,
45-page
stupid.
document
You
was just
fucking
him working
dented
out some new
cops.
material. Sure, he
ACAB.
was cheating on his wife with an old girlfriend. Sure, he did have a newborn kid. And sure, all the details in said document align perfectly with a murder that occurred in the garage that he rented. But that was just a coincidence. He told detectives that he often likes to write in the first person, particularly at the beginning of his sessions, because it helped him get into the mind of his characters.
Awful.
And that wasn't a crime.
Imagine writing in first
Upon
person.
hearing Mark's
What are you,
defense,
Stephanie
the
Meyer?
investigation moved in a different direction. If Mark was going to try and argue that the document was simply a work of fiction,
I don't
they
even
would
know if
need
she
to
wrote in first
validate
person
it.
or not.
It was now their job to prove the diary was accurate in order to further discredit Mark. With that in mind, the police asked for the public's help. They held a press conference where they gave the public public details about the crime and stated that they knew that there was at least one living
This guy
victim,
kind of looks like
someone who had
Mike
been
Matei,
attacked by
the
Mark and was
AVGN's
able to
old
get away
cohort.
without injury. They implored this person to come forward to help Johnny get justice, but it was only when they showed the mask
This was
that
a
Mark
secret
had worn
AVGN
during the
skit
crime
they didn't tell you
that Gil
about.
came forward. He told the police and eventually the courts how he had been lured to the detached garage, how he had been stunned with the baton and attacked, and how he fought valiantly for his life. The story he told matched exactly with SK Confessions and included multiple details that had not been shared with the public, confirming that he was Frank. When Gil came forward, it became clear to Mark that he would need to change his strategy. He could no longer pretend that he was just a simple filmmaker whose works of fiction
Why
were
did the
being
first
used
person not go
against
to the
him.
police? There was a little segment about how men are too afraid to go to police to admit that they were in situations like this because they are embarrassed, you know. Guy got catfished, a dating website, probably masculinity issues, yes.
Instead, understanding that the evidence that he had killed Johnny was overwhelming, he began to argue yes, he killed Johnny, but only in self-defense, which makes even less sense. While awaiting trial, Mark began...
So he catfished someone, and now he's trying to argue, well, the person I catfished was actually a predator, and they were also catfishing. They were looking for someone desperate enough to kill, and he was gonna kill me, even though my intention was to also invite him to this abandoned movie set fashioned after a serial killer's like hideout. But like, I'm the victim. He was the one who wanted to kill me. I know he can't prove that because he's dead, but it's only because I killed him in self-defense, you see. Okay. I say we let him go.
To write to a journalist who was covering the case. Despite his abject failure at everything he had ever set out to accomplish, Mark was still adamant that he was a genius, the likes of which the FBI would want to study. He seemed to think that the world at large would talk about him the same way they talked about other prolific killers, and his name would strike fear into the hearts of those who listen to true crime. He couldn't have been more wrong.
His name
began
is
to
Mark.
correspond with Steve Lulubin of the Edmonton Journal, which did some of the most robust reporting on
watch
the
out
case.
for Mark.
However, most of the correspondence
Strikes
featured Mark
fear in the
going
hearts
off
of all
on
true
more middle
crime
school-like
viewers.
tangents about how he wasn't like other serial killers in prison. He was unique.
No, rather
in that
he
had
ended
no
up-
motivation at all, which was
He ended up being a Mark rather than just being Mark. He was, in fact, a Mark.
not unique in the slightest. Moreover, Mark had a motive. The motive was stupid, and it makes him look like a grown child, but it was still a motive. He wanted to be like Dexter. He was obviously a manipulative person prior to the murders, routinely lying and stealing from those closest to him, but he wasn't a debonair, calm guy who could manipulate those around him with ease. Though he was well regarded by some
Wouldn't have
people,
happened if he
many
just
others who
LARPed as
spent
Dexter's
time with him
laboratory,
picked
Dexter.
up on his more narcissistic qualities and his propensity for lying. He would spin fantastic tales about A-list actors funding his projects and wanting to work with him, and when those lies would be found out, he would simply move on.
I was
refusing to talk to the
catfishing
people
because
he
I was
lied to in the
I
first
feared
place.
for my life.
Twitchell would take the stand in his defense, which
Of
went
course
about
he
as
did.
well as one might expect when they had authored a document detailing how they delighted in killing their victim. But
Of course
Mark
he took
had
the
an
stand.
explanation. After he had valiantly defended himself against Allinger, he realized that he could use his harrowing experience as inspiration. He could transform this horrible, traumatizing thing that had happened to
Okay, I
him
was
into a
pathologically
story
lying
of
for 5
triumph,
years, but
and
now I'm
immediately
telling the
began
truth.
writing about the
Imagine not
attack
believing
as
me.
if he had been a serial killer. Unsurprisingly, that defense didn't work. Mark Twitchell would be convicted for first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years. While Mark Twitchell is an idiot, and the way he was caught speaks to that, Johnny Allinger seemed to be an all-around amazing person who deserved to live. The Edmonton
We
Journal
cannot
wrote a
confirm nor
fantastic
deny.
article
He did like
remembering
the
Johnny,
Commodore
how he
64
was
though.
kind and thoughtful to everyone in his life, and how he went out of his way to care for the people around him. If you've made it to this portion in the video, let me know what you think by leaving a comment down below. If there's a topic you would like to see us cover or a video you would like to see on this channel, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. As always, stay safe.
There you go. That's the tale of Mark there. Narcissist to a fault. And he didn't get away with it in the slightest and was almost instantly found out. Big ups. Sadly, not exactly Dexter IRL. Again, Dexter killed multiple people, and he was doing it for a just cause. Big ups, Ivan, the 7-stream streak. Thank you. You have over here wannabe Dexter. LARPing as Wolverine, and the Star Wars wannabe movie maker. What an embarrassment. Okay. We had something from Seru, but I think I got something better. See if I can pull these up. I got them in the back end, I got them behind the scenes. Or do I? What the hell? Did I not have these in my history? Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, I saved them over. So I found some footage from the new Mario Party that Seru desperately wants me to look at. And I mean desperate. Yeah, we got some gameplay that has no people talking over it. There's gonna be a very positive analysis segment. Get excited? Oh yeah, I'm so excited right now. Hopefully, I'm awake enough to do the analysis in full. Okay, so I have like 3 different videos, 10 minutes each, showing off gameplay. Ah, yes! So we don't have to listen to like British people talk over the video, which is great, because all they're gonna do is point out the same shit that I'm gonna point out. We have Nintendo Live new Super Mario Party Jamboree gameplay featuring Toadette, Manimal, Rosalina, and Daisy. You get 10 coins at the start, obviously. So everyone that they called into the preview, this was the only board they were allowed to play on, and then they had them tour out some other modes. Whoa, it's the star! And they have Yellow Toad as the host, because regular Toad is now playable again. I'm the one! I like the segue there. That could be... You could steal that and make that a scene transition. I kind of want to. Oh, look at her go. Okay, skipping. This mini game is you hit, so it's 2v2. The amount of times you guys hit the buttons, the little thing in the middle will spin around, and then whatever you get is whatever is in front of you when the wheel finally stops spinning. It's a very poor explanation.
Round 3.
I should steal it. I'm not really feeling the announcer though, I gotta be honest. I like how Obama is playing as Toadette. Yeah, not that kind of transition. Look at Chuddy Monty Mole there. He's peak Chud. I missed the Mario Party 1 announcer. Look at his leisurely stroll.
Start.
Oh, this is Blame It on the Crane from Mario Party 4, so returning minigames are confirmed. They even got the music remixes in. This one was a good one to bring back. You got the little Shy Guys and Gacha capsules. Gotcha! It's literally gotcha! Yeah, my money's on player 15 as well. This seems a bit easy for the one player. No, this announcer here is different from the one from Superstars. Daisy has her new voice actress. Oh, check this out. So this is a new item. A pipe. Move to another space. There's no telling where you'll go. Warps you to a random space on the board, but look where it takes her. Belted. Nice RNG, idiot. Then she hits you with the 1. What? Yeah, I'd be seething too. I fucking hit reset. This reminds me of the plants from Peach's birthday cake. It doesn't steal as many coins as the ones from that board. Seems like every time you get hit, it'll steal more from the next player that hits that same spot. The stickers are back too. The stickers I gotta criticize a little bit, because while there are more stickers, it seems, than in Superstars, they're not all in the same 2D art style the stickers in Superstars was. These seem to be kind of shaded. Like, they're based off the 3D renders. They're renders based off the 3D models. With this kind of shading put on them, they don't look as good in my opinion. And I think that's because they couldn't get the artists to do art for all the new characters that they added. But it's just my gamer theory.
Minigame.
Okay, so new item, super creepy dice. Use on all opponents to make it so that their dice can only roll a number 1 to 3. This is the cursed mushroom from the last game, except it applies to everyone. That's so broken! Well, look at Chuddy Mole laughing. It's a nice animation. Oh, check this minigame out. You gotta cut the steak perfectly in half.
Round 2.
You know Sarah's gonna fuck that one up. And this may be me being autistic again. I don't know how I feel about how spaced out the spaces are. They're a bit too far apart for my liking, but maybe I'll feel different when I actually play it. I was thinking too, when I was looking at the footage earlier, I was thinking it feels like the characters move slower, but what it actually is that they start off slow, but then they pick up in speed. Like, you go from a walk into a run. If you compare that to Superstars, when you hit like a 10, and then you just instantly start moving at max speed, I'm so conditioned to that when I see this, even though it's more realistic, it feels slower to me. Even though it just takes a second for them to hit top speed again. Like right about there, she starts running. Okay, and then we have 2 different item shops. One is run by Koopa Troopa, and this is the bad one, run by Kamek, which has the more devilish items. You see the super creepy dice there, and then I guess is a singular version of the creepy dice. What I'm very concerned, however, is the prices for the items here. They seem way too cheap. And one of my issues with Superstars was the fucked up coin economy. And Super Mario Party, to an even greater degree, had a worse coin economy, where the items were all cheap, but the stars were like 10 coins in Super Mario Party, and the items were cheap, so you could always, like, it was never a worry factor about how many coins you had. Whereas I prefer when things are more strategical, where you have to bank between, you know, do I buy this item that's 11 coins, but I have 30 coins, but I won't have enough to get the star, which is like 5 spaces away. You know, some stuff like that. Like, these are just too cheap for my liking. And it would be offset if you got like 6 coins from winning a minigame instead of 10. But I've seen the minigame stats, and you do still get 10 for first place. Chomp calls back, you got a dueling glove. The Wiggler bell in the middle there moves the Wiggler on the map, so the Wiggler in the center of the map moves around, and depending on where he is, it changes the way you can use him as a shortcut, your entry point and your exit point. You can look at that little pink shy guy. Boo is back as the Stealer. What I think is interesting is even though Boo is playable again as a playable character, he's still the person that steals. Usually in a Mario Party, if Boo is the one that's playable, his role as a Star Stealer is usually replaced. So Sometimes it's Pink Boo. Sometimes it's Chain Chomp. In Super Mario Party, it was Lakitu 2. I think people were thinking it was gonna be Peepa or King Boo, but it's just regular Boo. Good little Shy Guy's eating cake. Something to note too is in the menus, stealing coins is now free. Usually, in most Mario parties, you have to pay to steal coins, and this usually is a safe guarantee that you'll get your money back on top of a lot of coins from whoever you steal from. When the option to steal coins is free, it's free, but you often get far less than if you were to if you were playing a Mario Party, which you had to pay to steal. Oh, and then she hit that space again. Oh, we still got the bonus mini games back. Look at how they determine the spaces. That's new. Oh, we still got the Joy-Con mini games, but we knew that already. You can turn these off if you don't want to play them. Real Chads have their Joy-Cons on standby. The record is 20 seconds. You're gonna be shaking your hand to break the record in this game. Oh, look at him! Look at Monty Mole! I know he's already been playable before, but he's got a... I like Monty Mole. I like that he's getting his time to shine. It's kind of a forgotten minion. Okay, so this is the new ally system. It's returning from Super Mario Party, but it's a bit revamped. So I think towards the end of the match, you get a Jamboree buddy on the board, and this is reminiscent of in Super Mario Party where you would land on an ally space and you would get an ally to join you, and then the ally would have their own dice block to supplement your own rolls to get you to roll higher amounts. And if you had enough allies in that game, you'd pretty much be able to travel. You'd be able to make laps across the whole board if you rolled a high number, and you can stack that with items too. Now in this game, to address the criticism of that feature, they pared it down to one ally at a time. But I think they increased the benefits as well as the drawbacks for having the ally. So in this case, if you have the ally with you, if you win, if you get the ally into your possession, all benefits are doubled. So I believe if you land on a blue space, you get 6 coins instead of 3, but all drawbacks are doubled too. And I think that also applies to the prices in the shops. So the items become more expensive, the stars become... Wait, no. Was it that? Because I was reading this shit. I think it's actually that you get to buy 2 stars instead of 1. I'll have to look over what I was reading. But basically, he breaks the game for you. And the allies can be any character that is not currently the 4 players in the game. So in this case, it's Donkey Kong. In order to win possession of the ally, you have to get first place in a mini game that corresponds to the ally that you're trying to recruit.
Showdown.
Yeah, see, look. So each ally now has their own ability. So DK can let you jump to a random space. If you're with an ally, you get to do all kinds of things twice. You can even get 2 stars at once.
Showdown minigame.
I assume every other character has their own ability. Now here's what I like. So when you're recruiting the character, it's not just a generic minigame, it's a minigame designed just for that character. There's like 22 people in the roster, so who knows what everyone else's recruit minigame will look like.
Start!
Yeah, so since Rosalina started the minigame, she gets the advantage. Look, it's a rhythm minigame! It's Donkey Konga! You guys like that game, right? Well, take it easy, Eagle. Thanks for showing up. Thank you, sir. Oh yeah, you're right. 10-turn minigame. Go back to... Yeah, 10 turns. I don't think Superstar had 10-turn games. Oh, but then we switched to a new mode. So this is a very bizarre mode. I don't know if you guys are gonna like this. This isn't the 20-player thing, but I think 20 players can play it. You're basically attacking this giant Godzilla Bowser. You gotta like bash crates and get bombs. Then load them into this cannon while dodging the charging chucks. You load enough bombs, then you get to shoot Bowser. 'Cause that's always a fun thing to do. It looks like an alright mode, but I question like how often you'll be playing this rather than just going straight to the board game. And then you got whatever this is. We saw this in the first trailer. And it looks very much like its own thing.
Finish! Perfect!
It reminds me of like a rhythmic dungeon dash from Mario Party 2. Alright, this is the 20-player mode. Actually, a lot of interesting things going on here. So as you collect coins, this fuels the progression on the right side. You can have it as like heads on the map, or if they change the view, it'll be like Monty Mole running in real time across running laps across this little circuit here. And if you fill the gauge there on the top right, you get like an item that helps you on the right side. Yeah, right there. Do you see I'm running?
Ready?
Whoa, it's a 20-player minigame. Isn't this basically hot rope jump? Oh my god. No way. Oh yeah, watch out for those big ones. Oh, Mario's got this. No! I wanted to see how that ended. Minor autism complaint critique. There's no longer someone at the star space to sell you the star, so I'm docking 2 points just for that. Oh, and Lucky Spaces are back, so I'm docking another 2 points. Thank you, O. Thanks for stopping by.
You got a star.
And I don't like I don't like the announcer as much as the one from Superstars, which I didn't think I was ever gonna say because I never really thought that much about her. Okay, I got a few more. I think for these ones I'll just kind of skim around just for new content, stuff that I hadn't looked at in this video, because they all pretty much just played the same segment with different characters. Oh, I fucked that up. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. This is the start screen. There it is. You have your character select screen featuring every character from Super Mario Party, every character from Superstars. The only 4 we're missing, actually, from Super Mario Party is Diddy Kong, Hammer Brother, Blooper. Oh no, Blooper was an A. I mean, no. Diddy Kong, Hammer Brother, Pom Pom, and Dry Bones. Those are the only 4 that got cut. But this is your whole roster. It's actually the biggest Mario Party roster ever. We got Ninja and Pauline locked, so we gotta unlock those somehow. You don't like the UI? Yeah, I was watching Mario Party 2 over the weekend, and the presentation in that game is so soulful. It's just a shame that we'll never be able to return to aesthetics like that. Hey, GRB. Oh, and of course we have Mario's new voice actor given the voice lines. So this is not my Mario. He also does Luigi, Wario, and Waluigi. That don't sound like Mario. The Wario is just awful. Like, that is not Wario. His Luigi is like the best of the 4. But it's still, like, you can hear it's not Luigi. It's not. It's the best of the 4, but it's not Luigi. That's not Wario. Fuck you. You're not pulling the wool over my eyes. And that's Waluigi. Waluigi is just, okay. Yeah, she got a DSP for this voice. Alright, well that's the intro for the board. Oh, you picked Goomba. Your little stupid little Goomba sticker. Whoa, look at how realistic Mario's overalls are. It's the power of the Switch. They got rid of, in Superstars, whenever you moved past someone on the board, you shoved them. Now they just very, very politely step out of the way. Yeah, 6 was the go for me. This one's a starter board, so it's like the first board you play on, so I'm not gonna knock it too hard. And it does got stuff going on with the Wiggler. It's just the aesthetic of Grassland, woody Grassland. We kind of already have that in Superstars. I remember Smash Melee came out, I marveled at how good his denim looked. I remember thinking about that for Brawl. And then to match it, they gave Mario like the most, I don't know. Mario's voice clips from that game, it's like he doesn't even want to be there. Oh, this is something important. So these are items from Mario Party DS. Out of nowhere, we're pulling stuff from Mario Party DS. You could set traps on the board, and if you land on it, you gotta give something to the owner of that space. So in this case, Peach gives a star to Ninja. I like Ninja's stupid little noises. He doesn't have a voice, so they just give him little sound effects. And Ninjas were always that fat. We got the dueling glove. Check this out. Felt it. On fight. So dual mini games are back, and they got some new ones. So it's kind of funny. It's basically bowl over, but 1v1. This one's for Mario Party 6. It is Granite Getaway. Complete with a music remix. And you got whatever this is. Chance time is in. There are chance time spaces on the board. None of the previews hit him though. I like the look of this one. It's a relay. It even has the bike minigame from Super baked into it. Look at Koopa go! Look at him! Look at him hop those hurdles. The Goopa's team's not gonna get it. Yeah, no, that's a Feltoning. Why would you cut it diagonally? Okay, so this is a surprise. Big ups Pancake Mix. We have boss battle minigames back from Mario Party 9 and 10, the ones where you're in the fucking car, and also the handheld ones had boss battle minigames too. This is quite interesting. I wonder how these will be played. These were absent from both Superstars and Super Mario Party. That's the only glimpse we get of it. No other preview had the boss battle in it. Right, this one we already saw. You hit the buttons and then you might get something good. Oh, this one looks like it's gonna be fun. The sandwich ship. Imagine you're at a sandwich shop. You got this one with the bonsai bill. Rip Shy Guy. And I don't even know what to make of this one. You make a path in the lava? Now tell me this minigame won't be the funnest one of the bunch. This reminds me of the book one from 4.
Finish!
I'm the one. What the fuck was that sound effect from DK? Was going horse lips there. So this is Imposter Bowser. Now we can't just have Bowser playable and not have a bad guy to do bad stuff. So we have Imposter Bowser. It's not the first time there have been fake Bowsers in Mario. Remember the first game? Every time you beat the end of the castle, it's like not the real Bowser. This is the same idea. Oh, this is a counting minigame. Oh, those stupid little penguins. So you could stop and count them all, but obviously the optimal approach is to count them as you're running. Just kind of eyeball it. Look at that! Look at the Buzzy Beetles there blocking your way. That's Hammer Bro. Or Hammer Brothers. Okay, check this out. So Yoshi activated some kind of item right here, correct? Yeah, you can see Yoshi using an item. He summons Kamek. Mario is frozen and has to mash. And you can see him in chains on the other side of the screen.
Tiempo!
Tiempo means time. There's your translation. Jugador means player. Got the little Monty Moles. Imagine playing this minigame as Monty Mole. No, don't hit the bombs.
Segunda vuelta.
I'm the one. So he filled the gauge to get like an item block, and it appeared within the minigame itself. So you don't just automatically get the item; you have to touch it first. Because depending on what minigame you're playing, that could be more difficult than it needs to be. And I believe the rest of this is the Bowser minigame. Yeah, we got some more footage coming up. We got 3 throw from Mario Party 4. This one looks fun. It's a Typhoos from 3D World. I don't know if you're like, if you're racing in a circuit in that one, or if you're just stuck in that spot. Oh, this one looks good too. You can't punch though. It'd be better if you could punch or kick. And then you got one where they got you on Yoshi's. The electric one reminds me of Circuit Maximus from 6, where it's like the same idea, but it's top-down view and you're trying to run around. And the amps from Mario 64 are in that one too. So it's just like, seeing that, it reminds me of that minigame from the side, viewed from the side instead of overhead. Dude, imagine being the Yoshi that has to carry Wario. I like how they got the flutter jump in there, though. Oh, this one looks good. The advantage here would be doing short hop ground pounds, right? Because if you do a high jump ground pound, you're wasting more time. That's like the one in Superstars where you're hiding on the stage, except instead of one person doing it and 3 people hiding, it's one person hiding while 3 people pick. Oh, this one looks like chaos. And then you got Leaf Leap from Mario Party 5. And Bumper Balls. Oh, of course, we gotta have bumper balls in there. And Shy Guy says! Okay, we got one more. This is from the fine folks at Mario Party Legacy. Ah, yes. Been watching their videos forever. So they picked Ninja for the board game portion. This minigame you gotta stop before you hit the edge. See you later, Toad. Bye, Shroom! You got the little Cooligans from New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Very uncommon enemy. Yeah, see you later, Derek. Thanks for stopping by, at least for a little bit. Luigi, no! Oh my god!
A new record.
Oh, we got Chivos. You see that? Chivo in the top left? Oh, was that a little, in China they say, a little flourish for Ninja? Oh my god, I love it. I didn't hear that when I first listened to this. Oh, it turns to a music time portion, like a music box variation of the board song when you're on Wiggler's little segments. That's pretty cute. Not as cute as this unlucky space, though. I think the unlucky space is new? I don't remember that space from Superstars. It doesn't look like there are too many of them on the board, though. And they don't replace the Bowser space, because there is the Bowser space here, though I've only seen one of them. Get the custom dice block back. This is the shop hop box. Move to right before an item shop, but there's no telling which shop you'll move to. Very strategic there. Could end up opening up to some very fun scenarios, I gather. Look at Wario John. Look at him go. Shop prices should go up as the match moves on. I agree. I think they should just be higher in general. Yeah, big ups, Mr. Smith. I'm analyzing some Mario Party gameplay for Seru. Seru demanded this. Check out that division when it's a 2v2 minigame. It's the little things. This is Defuse or Lose from MP5. I don't like... Here, minor critique. In Superstars, if it was a minigame that they brought back, which was every minigame in that game, they would tell you which Mario Party it was from and which console it was from. They're not doing that with the returning minigames in this one, which is a bit of a shame. In my heart of hearts, I know it's from Mario Party 5. But what about the youth of today?
Start.
Our left side's gonna win. Wario's got the rotund, robust rumpus for this one. Belted. Yeah, we call that a self-felt in the business. They changed the look of the custom dice. The star space just looks so empty without someone there to give it to you. Oh god, Wario. That is not how you sound. Okay, here's a... This is from an action space.
Three, two, one, go!
I guess if he chose the middle one and the right one first, he would have got the most coins out of that. But he chose the B's first, so that clocked. Look at Ninji! Look at Ninji! Look at him go! Look, I'm gonna play a little Shy Guy Dingus, but as soon as I unlock Ninji, like, we're playing Ninji. Like, he's the main, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guy. You're not the guy. Ninji is. Look at those stupid little buttons. Look at that Monty Mole there, just chilling. He's a Swallow 5 here the whole time. Oh, she got the 2 and a 2. 10 coin bonus. You know, in Mario Party 8, if you roll 2 identical dice numbers with 2 blocks, you get 30 coins. In this game, you get 10. They fucked with the economy. You better start mashing, Wario. So imagine rolling 1. Oh, with this segment of their footage, this isn't me. This is the frame rate of their video. They mentioned in their description and something happened with their recording, so it actually got fucked up for a little bit. Yeah, look at how the frame rate was bugging out. Fixes itself here. Oh, don't hit Spike. Oops. It's Spike on Spike violence.
Time's up.
Big ups Pam Pam for the lurk. I think that's the end of this coverage. Oh wait, this is the look away mini. Excuse me. Oh, I apologize. I usually make for that. It's the look away mini game from Mario Party 2 with wow, 8 players.
Break A.
So I guess you play mini games to get items for this portion of the Bowser fight thing. I don't know. I gotta try it out. I don't know if it's a mode that I'm gonna be into. It feels like, you know, between doing all the mini games and then doing the actual Bowser segment, like how long would a single mini game of this take? A single session rather. How long would a single session of this take? And why would you want to do this over just a straight up board game portion? I guess would be my question. I guess we'll see. The game comes out next month. That is the end of the Dingus analysis segment. As you can see, it's the end of the video. The video's over. You get the punch Bowser though. Look. He's getting punched right now. And then they could not show us any more footage. So big ups. You enjoyed that, Cerulean? Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was worth every penny, wasn't it? I have another video here from Minion. Let's see what we got. Top 10 hottest Donkey Kong characters from Donkey's shitpost channel. Let's see what his rankings are.
Top 10 hottest Donkey Kong characters. Number 10. Lanky Kong.
I agree.
Squid, please don't say Tiny Kong's arches of hair are sexy. Tiny Kong is not on the hottest Donkey Kong characters list.
Lanky should be number 1.
What a price to pay. Now Lanky Kong. That's a different
So you should go to jail if Tiny's on your hottest Donkey Kong character list.
Number 9. Hottest Donkey Kong characters. Wrinkly Kong. You guys don't argue about who is the hottest Kong.
Yeah, Wrinkly's my top pick.
There's 10 slots. There's 10 characters that are the hottest Kongs.
You guys know Wrinkly is dead in DK64. She's literally a ghost. She died after Donkey Kong Country 3. I guess no one liked her.
She has a picture of Donkey Kong. Dang, Donkey Kong's winning. What the fuck? Donkey Kong, why?
Hey, it's not a fall
Donkey
gout if I
Kong,
reset.
why?
I did not reset there.
Well, hello, Diddy. You just take it easy and let Candy die. Okay, now I see why you guys picked this one. What the fuck?
This is the real reason they can't
have
remake this
extra
game.
melons too. What the fuck? This is why you don't ever let British people make a game.
I agree.
Guys, don't look at her boobs.
Bluster Kong #1. Hey, I got a VHS,
Don't look at her monkey
VHS of the show somewhere around there.
Have a nice stook.
Show was a classic.
Me like ice. Me like you. You are nice.
Moderators ban anybody that's looking at her.
The character
monkey
model
boobs.
is just DK's with
Now,
white
don't
fur.
look at these boobs either. No, don't say sexy Kong. Don't say that. No, don't say booby. Wait, I don't have the damn instrument yet. We gotta go back to the fucking booby gorilla.
Man, look, Chunky's the worst one to play as.
Wait, is Candy Kong in the show? Is that the one who cuts his hair? She looks different in this game. Don't look at the monkey's boobs. Don't say booba.
Oprah! Oprah!
Babe, don't say booba. Babe, you're encouraging them. Why aren't you guys? Why is nobody listening? Hello? Is this mic on? Is this on? Everybody's saying it, even though I said don't say that. They keep saying booba. I said don't say that, and they. Oh, this thing must not be working. They can't hear me. Don't look at Donkey Kong's butt.
It's very juvenile. For some reason, I cannot stop laughing.
You guys. This is an E-rated game. No, this is not. No, this is not the
Because it's that
episode
late in
where
the night for
Donkey
me,
Kong gets
obviously.
a haircut. You're thinking of the TV show. This is the video game. This is a different thing. That was not canon. What did Cranky mean about training? Donkey all confused.
Donkey actually talks in this game? I forgot.
Donkey Kong talks like a caveman apparently in this one. I guess the show is not canon. The musical numbers, well, the musical numbers were written by Grant Kirkhope, who is he did some of the soundtracks on Donkey Kong. And David Wise, I believe.
What am I trying to say? All Kongs look alike?
So those are only half canon.
At least in the show.
Is that really you? Who else would it be?
Is there something you should tell me, big buddy?
What the hell? I don't remember seeing this episode.
Everybody's saying crazy stuff.
Which Kong is #1 on your top
I must have
10
stopped
hottest
watching the
Kongs?
show before that episode
Which
aired.
Kong is #1 on my top 10 hottest Kongs? Well, I don't want to give the #1 out so far, so recently. Yesterday I said Lanky Kong was number 10. He's a French monkey? Well, you know what's interesting is that Donkey Kong TV show is French. So maybe there is something to that. And that's one of the best shows. I've never seen the show. The Donkey Kong TV show, it was always too offensive for me. It was kind of like France's answer to South Park, in a way.
Does that make much sense to you? If she really doesn't want me to? When she says yes, yes, yes.
How is it?
It means no, no, no. When she says yes, yes, yes. It means no, no, no.
How, like, DK can actually sing, and then Diddy starts opening his mouth and just ruins it.
You will say nay, a swinging bachelor, you will stay.
The Kong that I identify the most with is Chunky Kong, because he is in the least Donkey Kong games, and I'm not in any Donkey Kong games either. That's why he's my #1. He's not dead. He's not dead. Why is everybody saying he's dead? He's alive. There's a lot of false info out there about Chunky Kong, and I don't want anybody to listen. Please don't say Chunky Kong has that chunky dong. Please don't say anything like that, you guys. Chunky Kong is just a little too bit chunky for you. That's fair. That's fair, but it's also very inaccurate. Chunky Kong can't experience
It's very
true
lore
love.
inaccurate. He's not that chunky.
They all get balanced out.
There are
somehow.
chunkier
He's the most
Kongs than
strong,
him.
So he can't get true love. It balances out. What is the hottest DK enemy? Whisper it so Leah does not hear. The hottest. You guys hear me? The hottest DK enemy is Kremlin.
Oh, you were close, JC.
He's looking at me.
It was just a regular Kremling, not K-Roll.
Or it's the beaver. Hey, what are you saying about a beaver? I didn't say anything about a beaver. There is no secret sex scene in this. What are you saying? That's not real. Press the power off button on the console for the secret sex scene.
That's something you would tell Phil.
Okay. That doesn't seem to do anything, actually. That just turns the game off. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh shit, is that the theme from the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh? That is such a Eno program.
Is that it?
I learned a lot from
that
this
was a cool
clip
secret
compilation,
scene.
though we never found out who was the #2 hottest Kong. Thank you, Minion, for the video redeem. I learned a lot. Ducky really doesn't stream like that no more, does he? I follow him, he never goes live. Ducky's comical timing is golden. I gotta emulate it. I gotta suck some of his energy like a vampire. But he was on point with that. Okay, the real question is, am I gonna be able to beat one more world before I go insane? It's 3 in the morning. I just want to get the golden banana. It's not that I can't beat the level. That's a misnomer to say that I'm actually bad at the game. What the real issue is that I need banana, tasty banana, put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in denim. And it ain't enough to just have these tasty bananas. I need a golden banana in my fucking mouth right now. Just like in Donkey Kong 64. What level is this? This is the first world of World 9. I got 20 levels to go. Yeah, I'm squeezing right now, man. Look!
Ready? Go!
The issue is that first swing. I can do the first 2 with my fucking eyes closed. Oh, I was too late there.
Go!
Like how I said, I can do the first 2 with my eyes closed, and then I immediately fall. That's my comedic timing right there. Felt it.
Ready?
I wanted to get that banana bunch. 95 bananas doing this the regular way. 95. Is that like the maximum amount you can get on this stage? What the fuck? Like, at least let me get the golden banana. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh my god!
Ready?
The hitbox for the bananas are so strict. I blame Carl. No! I fucked up.
Ready? Go!
I went to the right of the bumper when I should have went to the left of the bumper. Then the momentum carries me into the golden banana as it swerves again. This is not a game for sane people. Like, even just doing the regular campaign, the levels near the end get kind of kookly, but now they're just really kookly.
Ready? Go!
This level's been like 3 hours, and to be fair, one of those hours is me looking at Mario Party videos. It's not even that true either, Carl. I feel like I was stuck on that candy world for longer. Spreading fake news, trying to inspire me to do better. It's not working. It's reminded me of how bad I am at the game. Okay, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. No!
Out. Ready?
Trying to win the Boss Man 4070 giveaway? Fuck you. I thought that guy said he was getting hacked with a keylogger and he was gonna go jump off a cliff in Minecraft right now. And to buy a new PC and so did the price high to low. Same with monitors. Wouldn't you do that if you were Bossman Jack though? You just... Look, isn't that what DSP called future-proofing? He's future-proofing his machine. What's wrong with that? Nah, I get it. You're a troll. You think he's gonna break it immediately.
Ready?
It's like a 5K PC. All he does is play CS. It ain't about necessity. It's about the flex, brother. The whole point is being able to say that you have something that other people can't have. Therefore, it makes up for your own insecurities. Oh yeah, I gotta move quicker than that to keep up. Are you making any hardware recommendations for him? Tell him what monitor to get. Tell him to get an ultra wide. He'll really benefit from an ultra wide, I think. Is someone tell him to get a new door before he gets a new PC? Oh my god, I wasn't quick enough.
Go!
Brad's making all these ridiculous suggestions like Herman Miller chairs, outlandish shit. Do Herman Miller not make good chairs? I had heard that from, I think it was Will. Oh, that was a reputable company. You should get a new chair. I want a new chair. Oh god.
Ready? Go!
Chairs are like $2,000, his interest was peaked. I hear they're good chairs. What, you never paid $2K for a chair before? I guess you just don't know true chair luxury. Oh god.
Ready? Go!
You've never done that, Sally. Yeah, because you don't have Boss Man's moolah. So you are jealous.
Ready?
I fucking saw it as soon as I hit the bumper. No. No, no! All this for a fucking golden banana. All this shit they make you do in DK64. None of the tasks in that game compare to what you have to do in this game for even one golden banana. Some fucking bullshit, I'll tell you what. Belted. On fight even.
Ready? Go!
Run back. At least I jumped from, what, I started at World 5? So it was positivity. Fuck.
Ready?
It was too late.
Go!
No, I started at World 5. So we're at World 9. So you can't say there was no progress. There was in fact progress. Not that anyone denied that. But I'm saying it for myself more than anything. So as soon as I get off, I'm gonna be coping and sneating how I didn't beat every world in one go, and I hate myself, and all this and that, and I missed the golden banana. Run it back.
Go!
And Dingus aficionados may be asking yourselves, Dingus, why are you awake? Almost 7 hours into the stream. All you're doing is playing Monkey Ball, constantly restarting stages. Like, are you okay? Do you need help? We're here for you, man. Question I ask myself every day. We do need that golden banana. People often ask me, Dingus, you know the golden bananas are optional. You don't need to get it. There's not, like, your life does not improve by you getting the golden banana. So why do you want the golden banana? Answer is simple.
Ready? Go!
Because it's there. Oh, check that out. Fuck!
Ready? Go!
So anyway, the hitbox for the golden bananas are bullshit. Tell your friends. I always hit that bumper. I just want to keep up with the platform. Bumper smacks me right in the face, even when I do it correctly. And it's like, why?
Ready? Go!
You might actually be dying, it's looking grim. Who, Bossman or me? I would agree. Like most games I play, we find myself in a situation which I am furiously bashing my head against a wall. Big Boss ain't long for this world, what's going on with him? He dead? Fuck.
Ready? Go! 'Ready? Go!
Can sleep deprivation kill you? I think it's going on 4 days. Yes, it can. There's your answer. Wait, why are you asking me? What are you trying to imply, boy?
Ready? Go!
7 days before your body shuts down. That sounds about right. He's walking around the house making all these awful noises, talking about how much his lungs hurt. I can think of a great many number of reasons as to why his lungs hurt.
Ready? Go!
That's true, DeBlanc. People die from gaming marathons. I think DSP talked about one case for the pre-stream. You know, he like called the guy an idiot. That rings a bell in my memory. sleep is important, but if I sleep, then the detractors win. Or something. Oh my god! Clip it! Clip it! Clip it! Clip it! Clip it! Clip that shit now.
Ready? Go!
Okay, this stage doesn't look that bad. I regret saying that. See?
All out.
Go on.
Ready?
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it. Fog out. Go ahead and say it, because that's what you want to fucking say. Boil, boil, boil. Sounds like fucking Kirby. Boil, oh god. Puto. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh shit. Look, the golden banana's right there, and of course it's in midair too. Why? It was literally right there. There's no way for me to grab it. Why?
Hurry up!
You hurry up. I'll do that one more time. It's not even that hard. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Easy. These people would be crying if he played this game. He wouldn't even make it to this level. He would beat the OG levels and consider the game dominated. Alright, there we go. Shut up, shut up, shut up. You need a boost. No! Easy. Thing is, the DSP saga we are in right now is unsustainable. How do we, Royal We, aka DSP, walk back this behavior?
Ready? Go!
Well, it's kind of what I was saying before you hopped in. So, with the casino on vacation and like this king streak getting felted and all that, he really can't, like, when the arc ends, he really just can't go back to how it was, even if he wants to pretend, even if he wants to force walking it back to how it used to be, he can't really just go back to what it was before. It's gonna be curious seeing what the cope is gonna be. I mean, we're already witnessing the cope right now. But you can't just... Like, this shit is still gonna be fresh in everybody's mind. Like, are you kidding me? It's like the perfect storm for shit that has happened in the film since, I don't know, the last interview? The bankruptcy? Oh, come on.
Ready? Go!
I want him to quit even more games. I'm glad he's finally taking my advice from January.
Ready? Go!
He should not force himself to play games he obviously doesn't want to play. He should, buy games, buy lots of games. See, the issue is he's not buying a lot of games. He should buy lots of games, not force himself to beat them, and when he feels like he's gotten the content that he has wanted to get out of the game, just drop it. You don't gotta beat it. Don't force yourself to beat a game that you don't want to beat.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, his New Year's resolution was no drama. I've stayed out of drama. It's everyone else trying to pull me into it. What do the tips look like without the casino? Probably what it was like earlier today, before he got the big tip that saved them.
Ready? Go!
At least I didn't die from that.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, his resolution was Sanabi Toxic in Street Fighter 6. We all know where that went. Nowhere! This is ridiculous. No!
Ready? Go!
Oh, so you can't, you can cheese that. It is cheesable.
Ready? Go! Ball out.
I'll eat that one. I do some stupid shit and cut gameplay due to donos coming in through the podcast. I just don't see why a channel called DSP Gaming, like almost no gaming to it now.
Ready? Go!
It's just drama. Drama all the time. Every channel, every single day of the week from the guy who said he wouldn't do any drama. It's a resolution. Now look where it's got him.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, the daily Twitter segment. I like that he's got this arc has emboldened him to have a browser source now. Have the browser pulled up at all times. Whenever you need to put someone on blast, he's basically every other podcast now. Which I guess he's caught up with the times, I suppose. Fuck.
Ball out. Ready? Go!
Or drama sounds good to me. His gaming streams suck ass. But that's like, that's. I mean, that's why you go to his streams, right? No, Dingus, I go for the babs. Okay, but ostensibly, we lived in a perfect world. You would go to DSP streams for the gaming, correct? It's like, why else are you there? To laugh at him, obviously. But if he had his way, if he could control us like he so desperately desires, you would be there for the gaming. It's a shame. Even if he had his way and had you there for the gaming, it wouldn't change how bad he is at playing games. I say, as I have over 1,000 Fall Gouts.
Ready? Go!
So what's the name of the Casino Kick channel? Kino Casino Gaming. Now see, that's different because that was their backup channel in case their YouTube would get struck down. And then their YouTube did get struck down because of Rao. That's cope. Damn right it is. What are you gonna do about it? Cry? Gonna go to the fucking cope police? Mommy's coping! Well, if you do that, you're coping more than me, buddy.
Ready?
That's right, I'm coping, brother. Go tell your mama.
Ready? Go!
What's wrong with me? This is the dialogue we have at 3 in the morning, I suppose. Fuck!
Ready? Go!
I'm the one. There needs to be like actual ethical and moral debate on like coping versus seething and like what is actually better. Like psychologically, isn't it better to cope rather than seethe? Let's actually talk about this. Is it not in fact better to cope than to seethe? And I'm talking binary. Like I'm not gonna accept no option 3 bullshit. Like, objectively, is it not better to cope than to seethe?
Ready? Go!
Who would debate Null versus Medicare? I would like to see that. I would actually like to see Null versus Medicare on coping versus seething. Because you see that on Twitter all the time, too. Bro, you're coping. No, you're just seething, brah. Brah, you're coping. Bro, you can't say I'm coping. I already said you're seething, brother.
Ready? Go!
With some exceptions, cope is generally better. See? I wonder what the exceptions would be in your book. Like, when is it better to seethe?
Ready? Go!
Like, just the word seethe alone makes me think, you know, high emotional investment, you lost the plot, you're actually rife with anger, you're furious, whereas cope, you know, depending on how you frame it, cope can be like, you know, you're accepting your losses, you're actually taking the L, you know, you're thinking things over after the fact, probably, you know, gonna, you know, you're gonna fall down 7 times, get up 8.
Ready?
You know, the path forward. No, it's not all over.
Ready? Go!
Depends on the nature of the cope. The cope would have to lead to a resolution. The person would have to be able to move on properly. Yeah. I see where you're getting at. Oh my god.
Ready? Go!
That's an actual answer, Dublanc. I'm impressed. Thank you. Sarah doesn't have the balls to answer that question. Oh! It was right there! It was right there, Carl.
Ready? Go!
You know, if DSP gets that stream PC, his setup will be, we'll set up that stream deck, and then we'll be in the hell of RTU viewers. Most people that are coping are actually seething, that's why they are coping, so they aren't addressing their true feelings. I haven't yet coped, therefore I cannot answer. Ah, that's a good one. I like Carl's answer too. Like the people that are coping are actually seething. Therefore, they have never addressed true cope, because to truly cope means to, as Dublanc said, like address your actions and find the resolution. So the people who are coping, like as we colloquially understand it, are in fact seething. They're not actually coping.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, this game is not a game for. It's definitely not a game for Jade. It's my fault. This is a punishment ritual. Second to last world in the game. This is level 3 of 10. We got 17 stages left. The stages is just gonna get much worse. Just give it to, just give me banana. Just give me banana. New channel point idea, 1 point cope, 1 point to see. That's a good one. And then there could be like a running tally of like, you've coped this many times, you've seethed this many times. It'll be a social experiment. Like Nikocado Avocado's entire existence. I don't know, how is putting your uncensored asshole a social experiment? I should ask PPP.
Ready? Go!
Yes, my OnlyFans, that was just like a trick, guys. I was just memeing.
Ready? Go!
I don't know if Nikocado has put out a new video yet, but I would like for him to go into the specifics about, you know, why he did what he did beyond his anime supervillain monologue. Like what did we really learn from having his asshole on OnlyFans? Like what was the master plan there? Oh my god, just when I thought I was good.
Ready? Go!
I was only pretending to be regarded, you guys. Oh wow, you sure showed us.
Ready? Go!
I was just scratching my leg, idiot. Pelted.
Ready? Go!
OnlyFans made you really believe his story. Sometimes you gotta take one for the team. It was quite the deep cover up there. I had to do it to make you believe me. I had to lie about WWE champions to protect my family.
Ready? Go! Ready?
I should never go for the early cycle. I should go this way.
Ready?
How does this happen to me? Got it this time. This time for sure. No!
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Wow, how'd I dodge that? Begging tomorrow is actually gonna be fucking nuts. He's dead set on starting the streak over. It's fucking hilarious. The monkey game stole the streak by being boring. The most AAA game of the now killed the streak by being a boring game. Dude, that's something he should say if he was playing this game. You kidding me? I'm sorry, Phil, but that is a gigantic code. Fuck.
Ready? Go!
And what's he gonna play coming up? The Marvel Collection? Oh yeah, we're gonna be so psyched to see him play that 5 days a week. Logging out right now. Oh my god. I got it. It's not worth it. That was so close. Should not have rolled into that one. It's all about timing. Right. There, look at that, look at that, look at that. Oh god. See? Look. You guys acting like I don't know how to play the game. No! Ow!
Ready? Go!
Someone sent him Space Marine 2, and he said he would play that tomorrow for the day stream. I don't know how true that is, because I am a terrible detractor that barely watches the guy who I am supposed to detract. Come back to me when he's playing a Mario game. Wait. Never mind.
Ready? Go!
Okay, he's playing that now. I mean, Nurgle says it's a good game. Aqua likes it. You don't like Warhammer? What are you, gay? Not that there's anything wrong with that. Like some kind of fruit.
Ready?
He never went back to Thousand Year Door. He said it's a game he feels he's gonna play no matter what. But these people wouldn't lie, would he? DSP has our best interests at heart. Remember when he said he was gonna play this game day one, as well as Luigi's Mansion? Remember when he, oh my god, remember when he cut the whole promo on the Amiibo game, Famicom Detective Club? So, I don't know. It looked like a game that I might want to play. I don't know. I don't know, you guys tell me, you guys tell me. You guys tell me if it's something you want to see. I don't know. I don't know, what do you guys think? He didn't even see, like, he didn't even see the teaser. He didn't see any trailer. He didn't even see the 10-second teaser. I don't even think he saw a single image of the game. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Have you ever seen DSP carrot dangle a game he knows absolutely, like, literally, absolutely, factually nothing about? Like, not even seen a single trailer carrot dangle. I don't think I have.
Ready? Go!
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Because most games he fake promises to play, they're at least games he knows little something about. Like, he was saying he was gonna play that Famicom game day one if people wanted it. But, like, he hadn't seen anything from that game. Why would he make that promise?
Ready?
Because why would he say that? For what purpose?
Ready? Go!
He actually hated Wukong all along and should have quit it sooner. He should quit. He shouldn't force himself to beat games. Only bad streamers like me do that, because then you waste your fucking lifespan playing the same thing over and over again for nonsense completionism rewards. Whereas you could be the Chud Chad DSP, just booting up games constantly and never finishing them. A lot like his streamer peers that he derides constantly, huh? Basically, DSP should turn into every other streamer, because you know what the reality is? The reality is his peers figured out this shit a long time ago. His peers figured out a long time ago that you can't just play literally every game that comes out and play them all to completion. It's impossible. Yet DSP wants to be that person, but he can't be that person because no other person can be that person. If it was possible to be that person, his peers would already be that type of person. But his peers, even his peers, have to pick and choose what they play. They can't just play everything. And DSP is slowly realizing that he too must pick and choose what he plays. And at this point, we're going from picking and choosing what we're playing, finishing what we're playing, to picking and choosing what we're playing, but also not even finishing the games that we are picking and choosing to play. Which is, sadly, for Mr. Completes All the Games DSP, I think that's where he needs to be. He literally needs to turn into his streamer peers even more. And just, like, just buy AAA games and then don't even beat them. Just like his pals that he dislikes. He should turn into that with which he despises. Because basically his peers were right all along, and he didn't want to believe it.
7, 6.
We were right there, Carl. Hello, Dizzy. The hatred for the game is strictly rooted in the fact that it killed the King streak and he did nothing wrong. Yep. Which is weird, because Origami King, Paper Mario, killed the Vest streak, and he really wasn't that affected by it, like the game itself killing it. If you bring the game up to him now, well, he'll say it's a good game. But I think people like to meme that game affected him more than it actually did. I don't really think he was that affected by the existence of Origami King. He was affected by the Vest streak ending, but the game itself, I don't think he was all that bothered by. But then you flash forward, and Wukong affects him so deeply because it ended the King streak. He did bring up Origami King? Okay, well, fuck me, I guess.
Ready? Go!
But even with Origami King, he never talked shit about it. Did he shit-talk the game? Did he actually shit-talk the game itself? Or did he just bring up that it killed the streak? There's a difference in my opinion.
Ready? Go!
Besides the streak, what was the reason for his hatred? Yeah, I think that's a question for Carl. I didn't watch. I don't think he really shit-talked. Okay, yeah, then he just brought up how it killed the Vest streak. Because even after he beat it, he still acknowledged that it was a good game. Like, the fact that it killed the Vestreak, I think, is a little irrelevant to him. The act of the Vestreak dying itself affected him, of course, but I don't think he cared that the game killed it. Because he still ended up saying it was a good game. Now, if he wants to rewrite that history now, I guess it's whatever. But I have his over the credits review. The game is boring mainly and the levels were too big? Question mark? Yeah, he doesn't remember the game at all. Which is weird. It's like, oh yeah, Origami King was bad, but you were thinking of playing Thousand Year Door? Huh? Was not able to stop playing for a week and come back to it. He lost interest or something. Oh, okay, that's for Wukong. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Origami King there. No, those are Wukong-centric complaints. It's just another form of coping. Everything is cope, or seed, cope. This is the worst binary ever. Speaking of coping, I'm coping right now. But you missed it, Fifacono. We were actually discussing whether it is factually better to cope or seed. And I think the consensus was, for the most part, it's better to cope than to seed. Because cope just, you know, cope has a bad connotation. But coping can be a good thing, you know? Sometimes you need to cope. But seething is never good. Like, you can't frame seething in a way that paints you in a positive light. Or at least coping is like, well, you just take the L, you accept defeat, perhaps even with grace, a humble L.
Ready? Go!
I'm not coping, I'm not seething.
Ready?
I'm A-logging all day, baby. I didn't understand the plot for Wukong and I still had a good time. DSV shouldn't care about game lore because it gets it wrong every time. He talks about game lore, he makes fun of people who care too much about it. Like those Fallout people when the Fallout TV show came out. Did he make it to the part where, the part in Wukong where the guy marries the fox and then it turned out to be just a dream? But for a minute he was living his furry fantasy. What did he think of that segment? He did? Something tells me he didn't understand it. Oh, it's a nice art style. It's so different from the rest of the game. What is this even doing here? This literally has nothing to do with the rest of the game.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Oh my lord. I thought I was in the clear. Rage quit at the end of chapter. How many chapters are in the game? When I hear like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, my mind always jumps into thinking, oh, well the game has to have like at least 10 chapters then, right? That's how plot structure goes in games that have chapters. That was a close one. 6? Okay. So he quit halfway through. I know he seemed about putting 20 hours into it. Okay. I was right there. I was right there.
Ready? Go!
I just want my banana.
Ready? Go!
What's more suffering for me? Was it the Pikmin 2 challenge runs, or was it this? What was Dingus at his most suffering? His biggest suffer Dingus? I think Pikmin 2 had me more depressed.
Ready? Go!
I did eventually beat it though. Hey Casper. I'm suffering big time, man. It's 4 in the morning. What am I doing with my life? I gotta be up in like 2 or 3 hours. What's wrong with me? Want to talk about Boss Man sleep deprivation? You're looking at sleep deprivation right here, buddy. And all this for what? A golden banana? Squeeze me banana? Put banana in my mouth? Squeeze the peel that comes in denim? Like, what are we really here for, man?
Ready? Go!
Oh yeah! How could I forget Crash Bash? That's like the trifecta right here. Monkey Ball, Crash Bash, and Pikmin 2. That's the holy trifecta. Why did I play all those games this year? Why? Like what? What did I learn? Ah, yeah, I restarted too early.
Go!
Making chocolate pudding. I don't even like pudding that much. I have lost control of my life though, pudding or no pudding. Oh, look at that swerve. That was close. Oh my god. I hate how much of it is dependent on the fucking boost. Right. Seesaw blocks. I don't like the name of this one.
Go!
Wow, I wonder if the blocks are gonna tip over.
Ball out.
I deserve that one.
Ready? Go!
Oh yeah, these blocks are tilting. They're tilting. Oh my god. How is this fair? Are you kidding?
Ball out. Ready? Go!
It's just fucking... It's just demonic, man.
Ball out.
Sega... Whoever made this at Sega should go to jail. Indefinitely. No parole. Don't pass go. Go straight to jail. Fucking blue hedgehog fucks. You really thought you had something with this one, huh? Okay. Oh my god. Fuck you! Why did levels just keep getting worse, chat?
Ready? Go!
Literally. What do you want me to do?
Go! Ready? Go!
This is insane! Dude, there's like a... It's a maddening over-reliance on the boost mechanic.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, Aqua. These levels are...
Go!
I mean, just look at it. This is what they want. This is what they want from me. By the way, where's that golden banana? Can we talk about how the golden banana is right there? Why is the golden banana in here? And why does the game seem to think then we're gonna be able to rebound from getting the golden banana into landing here. Okay. The game wants me to go inside that area. I don't even know if it's possible.
Ready? Go!
Okay. That part's not too bad once you know the angle. Oh! It's always the bounce. Like, it's not enough to just get over there. You have to have a safe bounce or get walked.
Ready? Go!
And right there I bounced right on the edge. A little bit more further in, they probably would have given it to me.
Ready? Go!
Oh, character stats matter too, so it might just be because I'm using II. Need someone with a bit more monkey bounce. Look at that, man.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
I can't wait to do the time attack for this. Oh my god, okay. There's a banana. Now, the developers seem pretty confident that I can make it to there from here. Let's go ahead and see if they're right.
Ball out.
They were wrong.
Go!
I went fast, look where it got me.
Ready? Go!
I could just do that and ignore the second part entirely.
Ready? Go!
I don't think that'll be safer though. Because the bounce is gonna be awful. Yeah, check that out. That's probably how you do the record though. Okay. Don't I need the... Do I not need the bump to get the extra airtime?
Ready? Go!
Alright, maybe I can reach it from in here. Maybe. I can't. Okay, I did not need to hit the bump first. Bananas 57. God, what is with the banana requirements? Well, John Fraga. Year-long playthrough? I started playing this in June. It is September. Now, that may be like a very depressing statement, but I'll have you know, this is only the 5th time I have streamed this game. So there. I was too distracted from not streaming and all the other games that I've taken forever to beat. Wait, can I just cheat? Why? Yeah, why wouldn't I just cheat? Oh, you like how the banana is outside the maze? You like how the banana is outside of the maze? Oh, I love this game, man. Okay, wait. Dingy's got a plan. I started from in there. Where's the golden banana? It's right there, so... Is it here? No, that's not it. It's right here. And you rebound inside here. And... Wow, the goal is all the way over there. I got 10 seconds.
Hurry up! 10, 9, 8.
I don't even count. Bro, I was cheating so hard.
Ready?
That shouldn't even count. I am a cheater through and through. Look at this stage. Okay, it's not that bad. Oh, look what I have to do for the banana. Just another level where they force you to use the boost mechanic. Oh my lord. Okay. 70 bananas to pass. Actually pretty lenient. Oh, felt it.
Ready? Go!
Look, they put the map option there for you to use. True. It's totally kosher. That's the regular banana goal. Golden bananas down here. Second try, maybe.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Alright, this one I just gotta worry about the time limit. Or a time trial. Oh my god, look at this one. I hate anyone. Any level where it's just a ring and it's tilting. Just kill me. Just kill me. Look at that. Look at what they want me to do. Like, honestly. Are you fucking for real? I love Monkey Ball! Hurry up! 10, 9, 8.
Ready? Go!
Wait, I don't even need to do this at first. I just gotta get the golden banana. Saved it. It's a clutch. There you go. 110 regular bananas because the developers are normal people. They're just normal men. just go for the goal.
Hurry up!
Oh.
Out. Ready? Go!
I didn't have enough bounce. No, he didn't skip Warhammer. Someone bought it for him.
Ready? Go!
Oh, you got the key during Street Fighter. Okay.
Ready?
I was so consistent with it entering the ring, and now I can't enter it. There we go.
Ready? Go!
These banana sound effects are gonna live on in my nightmares. Felt it.
Ready? Go!
Let me enter it from this angle again. Then we drop down. And then you promptly die.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
He played the first Warhammer? That just does not seem like a DSP series. How embarrassing. I hope he really enjoyed that. It's been like his game of the year that year. Oh, it just...
Ready? Go!
It's probably the easiest to shoot for the goal from that second ring there. I say second, I mean third. I don't want to try it from the fourth ring. It's not a good enough angle.
Ready? Go!
I have a lot of patience with this game, I do. I did the last one, I streamed the last one of these the same way, back in 2 years ago. I beat every stage in that game, sure it made me want to pull out my hair, but I did it. These are fun games for like the first couple of worlds. And then it makes you want to enact retribution on all living things. So the reason Dave didn't play this one, he had too many nightmares about the last one he played. It's like, I feel like I can just jump to it from here. See? There you go. Oh my god. What is this shit, man? At least the bananas at the top.
Ready? Go!
Oh my god. Man, remember in the Wii one, they let you jump? Can I have that power back? Oh my god. What are these fucking levels? Oh my god! Oh my god, I didn't see that!
Go!
Fucking camera! Where's fucking mine at?
Ready? Go!
was close. 95 bananas. Bro, I'm not getting 95 bananas here. Okay, shut up. Quiet. Oh god. No! Ah! Salvaged. I'm not making it in 10 seconds. Now restart.
Ready? Go!
The worst one of these that I've ever played, I think it has to be one from the last game. Like, it was so bad, I genuinely could not beat it without, changing the camera controls. Like, you had to change the camera controls and do the specific maneuver. I think I made them as tight as they could get. I essentially just cheesed the level that way. It was awful. It was like the thinnest possible pathway that the ball could roll on. And then you have to drop down, and then while you're dropping down, change direction and head in the opposite direction of where you were rolling. So, thinnest pathway, drop down, you have to deal with the bump after you hit the ground, and the bump could shift you and cause you to fall off. And then afterwards, either roll in reverse or turn around, change direction, the full 180, and then continue moving. And the path is just as thin.
Ready? Go!
And then you do that 2 more times, and then you hit the goal. I think it's an extra stage in Banana Mania. It was my Kryptonite stage. Are you kidding me?
Ready? Go!
So you don't just jump on the push bars. They're like little... The edges are rounded, and you can get bumped off. Adorable. This wouldn't happen if this was a monkey ball game where you could jump. Oh, I can't shortcut from here. Oh my lord. What does the name even mean? Strange bath? Is this supposed to be like the rinse cycle? I want to go through the rinse cycle right now, man. Why did they do this to me? Alright. Oh my god. Why, Carl? What did I do to deserve this, my lord? How did the monkeys not go insane from just doing this all the time? How did they not go, dare I say, bananas? How do I already only have 10 seconds? How? I'm already out of time?
5, 4, 3, go!
I missed the golden banana. You have to actually time that? This is a game of all time, guys. Guess what? It's actually not over yet. We have the fragmented circle. T fun fact. The only fun fact I have about T is that he's dead.
Ready? Go!
Carl, I don't even want to do this.
Ball out.
I don't even.
Ready?
I don't even want to do this. Oh, why? Why? What were they thinking?
Ready? Go!
I'm actually gonna go full AVGN. How do they expect me to progress?
Ready? Go!
Okay, real talk though. What are we looking at? Do I really have to? There's no way around. I have to jump from bar to bar. 1,200 subs. Can we hit it? Oh my god.
Ready? Go!
What direction am I heading in?
Ready? Go!
I don't even want to think about how you would do this on time trial. It just 22 seconds, I would rather die. I have to be the cleanest 22 seconds of your life.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
It's actually crazy. I don't know how many more times I can say it. There's no other way to describe it.
Ready? Go!
Try speeding over gaps. I kind of don't need to. Like how Mario can just walk over gaps that are 1 block long.
Ready? Go!
The issue is the cycling for some of these panels is kind of weird. I gotta get adjusted to it. Oh.
Ready? Go!
If I do this for every single one, like, I'm not gonna have the time. Thank you for my Pepsi.
Ready? Go!
There are no shortcuts that I can see. It'd be one thing if I can bounce on a center and then, like, shortcut that way. It's just... I actually have to fuck with this.
Ready? Go!
And there's just too much momentum in sliding around. You're felted on fight, man.
Ball out. Ready? Go! Ball out.
Gamer
Ready?
mode, and that's as far as I can get. Yeah, I was thinking of switching to Monkey out. Oh well, it's the final world. That's the standard monkey. His stats are all standard. He's got a style. That's his Nick Jr. fit. I never break in the game. Might be my my greatest failing. What would I even need for a stage like this? Speed? So the baby? What the fuck? The baby mogs the girl. I guess he has no way. Yanyan is slightly heavier than baby. People always say baby is the best. That guy's got maxed out weight. The stats for these guys are terrible. They're barely even characters. They're there to be there. You're saying I need someone with more speed. More speed. And maybe more weight. So I can have more control. Well, we went from... where did we start? We started here. And we pretty much went all the way down here. 10 levels left for EX. And then, completing all the world missions, which I've done for every single world up to World 10 on normal. And then just the rest of those, which is going to be hell. A hell in and of itself. And then Time Attack. Yes! For all of these, which I did up to World 6. Anyway, yeah, this game is very, very kooky, very insane. I will persevere. Let me buy some stuff from the shop. Go on. Go on, Casper. Go ahead and say it. Fog out. I don't have the energy. I've drained. This game is draining. Thank you, Carl. I'll do this again tomorrow. This is we need to finish Valhalla. We need to felt Monkey Ball. So I can buy all the cool monkey clothes. Here, let's buy all the kicks. But there's a Chivo for it too. Yeah, we need monkey felt. Anyone know any good poachers? No monkey Chivo for buying all the shoes? This game is so cancelled. Black Myth Monkey Ball. It quite actually is Black Myth Monkey Ball. He Jin tweeted LTG. Great. Never seen this level of delusion before? What are you talking about? You were just tweeting Ralph the other day. What do you mean you never seen that level of delusion before, Bill? Why can't I just buy multiple things at once? I guess they didn't think someone would just be spending all their points all at once. But it's like, come on. Okay, I'm broke. Good thing these points aren't good for anything else. We do have the Mysterious Banana Tree. The Mysterious Banana Tree will grow when you give it points. You won't get a reward. Yeah, no positive reward, thank you. But try giving it points if you have some to spare. said the tree grew, but the tree did not grow. And now I'm broke again. It'll be interesting to see the end of the arc. He's gonna be all alone again. Yeah. He's gonna be all alone. He's really not gonna be interacting with people afterward. I'll check this out. Because I'm such a nice guy. I say as I sit up. Say he Jin tweeted LTG. Well, he didn't tweet at him, but he did put out his pre-stream that I neglected to watch. Seems like I got the gist of it without watching it though, which goes par for the course for DSP stuff that I don't watch, but end up hearing about. And then he asked me to paraphrase it. My paraphrase ends up being roughly accurate to what actually happened, because he's a very predictable young man. Young man, he's 42 years old. He wishes he was a young man. A very predictable style individual. Let's put up his tweet before I utterly collapse. If you're still awake, we're gonna take a look at what DSP tweeted. Whoa, it's DSP content out of nowhere from me, the guy. Let's get some fitting music in here. That's pretty fitting. This is a tweet Carl's talking about. We got the Azura cursor again. The king is back, baby. Not for long, bitch, because your streak ended. I finally watched Low Tier God's response to my asking him to be on my show. I don't think I've ever seen this level of delusion before, so enjoy this clip. DSP reacts to LTG's insane demands. 10k per appearance. Yeah, I don't even think he's really even serious with the 10k offer. He just says 10k because 1, it's a nice round number, and because 2, he knows DSP doesn't have it. It's he puts up the number so high to deter the thing from actually happening because he doesn't want to do it. That's why the number is so high, and then it's a double-edged sword because it doably flexes on DSP, who is a broke fucking poor bum who doesn't have 10k to spare on an interview appearance. DSP said 50k for an appearance. Yeah, why is DSP asking for 50k on locale? Why is that rational? But LTG asking 10k to appear on the level 1 podcast is just delusional. A level of delusion he has not yet seen. Make it make sense, but you can't. Spiral music is always soothing. Where is this? It's got stuff up from today's Street Fighter stream. Okay, here it is. Blackman Wukong kills the Shriek, but then Street Fighter 6 revives it.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Monday, the 9th of September 2024. If you can believe it, my next to last streaming day of the week, because this is a very short streaming week for me because of my work schedule being all over the place recently. And what a day. The ups and downs. Whew, it was all over the place. Allow me to explain. We started off today with a level 1 podcast that discussed various different topics, but one of the topics was that Low Tier God had made a video responding to my tweet that I had done like a week and a half ago.
It was part of the stream.
It was like a while ago, but no one had sent me the video. I didn't even know about it. So I basically responded to it, and I definitely think you should give it a look. I already clipped out my response.
Your fans don't like LTG, and, it's fine.
It would be great if you would leave his protective bubble and do something outside the box rather than just sit there and play with, games badly with his audience. But
you sound like anyone we know. Holy shit, that was so good.
His protective bubble and do something. My response, his response, and it would be great if you would, leave his protective bubble and do something outside the box rather than just sit there and play with, games badly with his audience.
Sound like anyone we know?
I don't know if he's ever going to at this rate. We'll see what happens. Outside of that,
why is he still bothered? Like, the dude obviously doesn't want to fuck with you. Just because you're having this redemption arc, it's not gonna be. Why does he think because he thinks he is having this fake redemption arc that all these people he's previously beat with are gonna get on their hands and knees and start sucking him off? It's just not how it works, man.
Relatively tame podcast.
It's just
Is that
so
really all we talked about? And we hung
it's
out
just
for-
so delusional because if it was not for this arc, that would literally just as much apply to him.
Wow. Today it all went south for Black Myth Wukong. All right. So I've been playing. I actually looked this up. Black Myth Wukong. I've been playing it for around 24
Okay,
gameplay hours.
here's the big
Out of those
fucking
gameplay
cope.
hours. I'm not kidding you. 12 hours have been in Chapter 3.
Okay.
12 hours have been in Chapter 3, which is snow and ice, a prison, and then more snow and ice. It's incredibly boring. It's incredibly barren. There's not a lot going on besides a few optional mini bosses here or there, a lot of which fight exactly like normal enemies anyway. They're not very interesting. I just wanted it to end, and people kept telling me, don't worry, it's going to end, it's going to end. It took forever, all right? So today, I'm not even kidding you. I do the level
We're
1
telling
podcast.
him,
I
don't
haven't
worry,
played Black
it's
Myth
gonna
Wukong in a
end.
week. I finished the podcast. I had 600 viewers. We go to play Black Myth Wukong. A lot of them stick around. But then they realize it's the same shit over and over. It's the same snow. It's the same fucking forest. Oh, look, a temple.
This is
an
it's a
hour
nice
of the same looking
preemptive
temple. It's
code.
boring as fuck. Enemies are placed willy-nilly, no real setup. Like FromSoft, when they
I bet if Worski played it, they'd show up though.
do these legacy dungeons, they set them up with traps, interesting hidden areas. Black Myth Wukong just walk around for 2 hours and explore and try to find random shit. Do a random fight here or there that's not fun. Oh, you died, backtrack. It's not well designed. The more I play Black Myth Wukong, the less I like this game. And that's sad because it started off really good in my opinion. I just think it degraded down to I just don't like it anymore. At the end of the day, get this. By the end of the stream, I could barely hold 300 viewers because it was so fucking boring. I finally get to the final boss of Chapter 3. It's a 3-phase boss. The first phase is like 5 minutes. Then there's a cutscene. It goes to a completely different fight.
Sticking back to like the promotion this game got, entire month of August, like right before the Kino stuff hit, like really hit. Like this game was getting glazed up the ass. Like this game is the game. This is the AAA game that we've been all waiting for, guys. It was like the Elden Ring DLC after the Elden Ring deal. Like this is the game to wait for. We're gonna play this game, guys. And we're gonna play all the other games too. We're gonna play Star Wars Outlaws. Oh wait, we dropped it. We're gonna play all these other games. We're gonna play Black Ops. We're gonna, as if that'll last any longer. It's so adorable. I was gonna say he was gonna drop Space Marine, but then someone bought it for him. We're gonna play all these other games, and then we either don't play them, or we say we're gonna play them, and then we drop them immediately. But isn't this what I wanted? It's like kind of like a monkey's paw to hear him take the advice of not forcing himself to finish every game when he clearly doesn't want to. But then that means you have to deal with the aftermath of him actually dropping the game and being such a fucking whiny piston about it.
The different boss, that's another 5 minutes. Then after that, it goes to stage 3, which is another like 10-15 minutes. The whole boss fight's over an hour. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I feel like Aqua, if he did that to a Soulsborne, like few people would be able to let him, like no one would let him get away with that.
It's not supposed to be a boss. It's not supposed to be a fucking movie.
At least this
right?
isn't a
And it just keeps
official
going and going.
FromSoft
The boss
game.
sucked. Basically, the boss was designed to have super armor, and you had to charge.
This is the bad cope I was talking about. He's trying to rationalize why the streak ended and then move on, but he didn't tackle the actual core of the issue and is just likely to have the same thing happen to him again. Yeah, he's not really addressing why it failed. Why was he not able to hit the king streak today? Rather, doing the king streak at all was probably a big mistake. Probably a big mistake given all your failed streaks in the past. Remember the lure streak? What about the Gene streak? That one was so bad he didn't even put it on the leaderboard.
Your move to break through it. It's just like not fun anymore. I'm playing. I'm like, dude, I'm so bored of this game, and the whole audience agreed. And guess what? By the end of the stream, we had lost more than half the audience from the podcast. Like everyone was agreeing this game is fucking terrible. It's boring now, and I lost my king streak. The king streak of.
Oh my god. So yeah, here it is. The game killed the streak. No, you killed the streak as the streamer. If the money is your concern and the game you're playing is not bringing the money, perhaps you should consider listening to your audience and maybe do something that they would want to see that would inspire them to give you money. But as truly your concern is the money. Fortunately, your chat is full of LARPers and a couple of dents, and they don't know what they want to say. They just know they want drama, you yelling at people. That'll bring in the money for the short term, not necessarily the long term. I think I said it before, but we're kind of approaching that part, at least for what little gaming there still is left, where it really doesn't matter what he plays. Because I used to say all the time, the game itself does not affect the money received for the most part. It's more so when the game is played. So the day streams make more money than the night streams, really regardless of what he's playing, with some exceptions. It used to be Street Fighter would make him a little bit more, but now that's not even consistent compared to what it used to be. It's like a FromSoft game, it'll make him more, but again, now that's not even consistent anymore. So I think we are approaching the era of his existence in which he's a 42-year-old man, plays video games. Yet it matters not what game he makes, because he's always begging for more. It's never good enough. Hello, Eagle. I was monologuing, as I so often tend to do at this hour.
Hitting the goals ended today because the game was so fucking boring. All right, I couldn't believe it. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. The king streak ended because...
Now, we know what he's like, right? Because this is like deja vu. This is night and day. Because people will tell him that it's not the game's fault, it's your fault. And he'll never accept responsibility for it. I'm the streamer. I'm doing everything I can. I'm laughing. I'm like giving my commentary. I'm talking about how the game sucks and the developers need to go die. No, I'm putting in my 200%. It's like, yeah, is the game boring? Or is the streamer boring? Really makes you think.
Halfway through the game, they lost all their momentum and don't know what to do with the rest of the game. And that's sad. You know, even as critical as I've been recently of games like Elden Ring and the like, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree DLC is way better than Black Myth Wukong. It just is. It's got more interesting areas that look different. It's got more variety of enemies. Yeah.
Go back to when he was talking about Shadow of the Erdtree and how... Sure, remember when he was calling the fucking bosses in that game boring. And again, it's all relative.
We're using some assets, but it got some really unique fights too. This game, once you get to Chapter 3, it's boring as dirt.
Dude, he was clowning on the fucking DLC near the end. He was, oh, it's all the fucking same fights. It's all the same areas. What the fuck is the point of this? Yeah, I'm so bored. I'm bored. Yeah, the open world. I remember the complaints about the open world. I wasn't paying too much of attention, but I remember that.
No desire to keep playing it. I'm done with it. I'm serious. Like, I'm done. There's other games I want to play. You know, we got the MVC collection. We've got Astrobot, which I'm playing now, and I have an announcement to make, but I'll announce it in a second.
So... oh god. So he has like a 10-hour platformer, which, cool. The game looks alright, looks great, looks pretty good. It's a Nintendo game made by Sony. It's very easy from what I see. There's some levels that I feel like he'll struggle with, given the kind of gamer that he is. But it's a game that's not too challenging, but not too easy. That's simple enough. It's spring breeze for him. He'll feel accomplished for playing that game, and then probably give it Game of the Year. And then, what else do we have for his game list? Because he dropped Wukong, he dropped Star Wars. A collection of old games from his past. Whoa. Reminds me of when he got hyped for Nintendo World Championships, which just got like very quietly sunsetted after that last session of it that he did. But when it got announced, he was like, well, this is what I'm talking about. This is it. I was like, where are the new Nintendo games at? They're finally here. It's like, it's almost comical because it's like the Nintendo game he was most looking forward to was it was just a compilation of old Nintendo games. The game he's looking forward to most right now is a compilation of old fighting games. Just can't make this shit up, man. And then the other game is Space Marine, which someone gifted it to him, so out of obligation he will play it. But if he didn't beat System Shock and didn't beat Wukong and certainly didn't beat Star Wars, I don't think he's going to be beating this. But I could be wrong, because he actually played the first Warhammer. But here's the thing, right? We're already in mid-September. Still more games than he wants coming out. It's going to be more skip, felt, play, then drop, play, then beat. He got Call of Duty on the way, wants to play the new Zelda game. He said he was interested in the Mario and Luigi game, but I don't think he's playing that. I think he'll play Zelda ? Probably the completion. The thing is, he said he wanted a new 2D Zelda after Tears of the Kingdom, so it would be very hypocritical for him to get a 2D Zelda, brand new one, and then not play it. Yeah, I'm sorry I sound dead right now, Carl, but I'm loving this shit too. Because it's just... everything from August to now has just been a complete mask off, walk back. And it's to a point where you just have to point and laugh and enjoy the ride, as I've been saying, because it's just unbelievable. This is the shit you would dream about. Like, just can we take a step back and just look at what's behind him? None of that shit outside of the gamer art and the game over sign was there not even 2 months ago. Where am I?
Another game, so I want to play those. I have no desire to fucking keep playing Black Myth Wukong. You know, at this point too, the hype's died. You know, it was very popular last month, but because of all the shit that went down with me in the last couple of weeks, me having to respond to my documentary, which took a lot of time away, and all this shit, I haven't had enough time to really focus on it. And now I'm only halfway through it. Do you really think I want to play another 25 hours when I'm bored to tears of the game? No. So I'm done with it. Fuck Black Myth Wukong. The first 2 stages are great, and then it falls off a cliff, and it's boring as shit now, and I don't care about the rest of it. And what's funny is people in chat were like, yeah, just so you know, Chapter 4 arguably is just as bad as Chapter 3. Maybe it's a little better, because it's not as long, but you're just in a cave, you're fighting spiders over and over and over and over. It's the same shit ad nauseum.
Was like one person told him that, he was like, oh, okay, delusions validated. Thank you, viewer. Thank you for not fighting me on it for once. Thank you for giving me permission to drop the game.
I'm very boring. And I was like, oh my god, well, I think I'm gonna.
I was like, oh my god, I spent $70 on this. L, massive L.
Can tap out of this one. The truth is, I played so much FromSoft shit recently. You know, last year it was Lies of P.
Ah, the burnout. Why do you play a Switch game, you fucking pussy?
And earlier this year, it was me doing my second run through Elden Ring.
Why does he always believe anything anyone tells him, so that whenever he's proven wrong, he can talk about how someone else told him, and then like bestow the personal responsibility onto them? It's never his fault.
And we did Another Crab's Treasure. Then we did Elden.
He bought the PC with. Okay, my bad, Sardgard. Sorry. I forgot. I'm not versed on the lore to the degree, the lore for the intricacies of that, as I should be. I'm a bad streamer.
Shadow of the Erd Tree.
My apologies.
I'm not kidding you. All of that stuff is better than Black Myth Wukong, in my opinion.
Instead of spending $70, you spend $2,000 on it.
I don't think Black Myth Wukong has going for it. It's graphics. That's about it. Okay, I'll talk more in depth about this on tomorrow's podcast. All right, but anyway, I'm done with it. And I couldn't believe it.
Picking his mustache
because of this fucking game basically going right downhill when it hit Chapter 3. I couldn't believe it. So obviously, I'm not upset. Like, I'm not angry, but it's just.
He's not. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. I'm not upset. I'm not angry. It's not your fault. It's not your fault, guys. I know I sound like I'm seething and coping. I'm actually not. I'm actually content right now.
Disheartening. It's like I don't feel like
it's disheartening. Oh, here's what I was talking about. Why did I pause it? I just said, doesn't he always say it's not my fault? I'm reacting. I'm giving commentary. I'm talking about the game. I'm talking with you guys. I'm interacting. But I just heard it right now as I paused it. He's going to tell us about how it's not his fault.
Couldn't believe it. So obviously, I'm not upset. Like, I'm not angry, but it's disheartening. It's like I don't feel like I'm the reason why the streak ended.
Yes. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I knew he was going to bring it up.
It's because the fucking game sucked and people left and just hoped that people were going to support because they didn't want to stick around and watch the shitty game. And that sucked.
I don't know. I have you guys here even though I'm playing an incredibly agonizing monkey game. So maybe the game is not the issue.
That's right. There's nothing I can really do about it.
I sound like I've been talking for 8 hours. My throat's fucking killing me. But somehow I'm able to entertain quite a lovely amount of people. You lovely crowd, you here at like 5 in the morning my time, 6 a.m. Eastern. It might actually be you, Philip.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Tonight was Street Fighter 6. Honda in Street Fighter 6 for the first time in ages. In fact, I hadn't even used Honda since I got this frame almost a month ago. So it was really cool to play with Honda tonight. I did well. I won way more than I lost. I had some really good sets against people higher ranked than me who I beat. Of course, Scrubs beat me too. What are you going to do? But I won more than I lost and I gained points. I think my Honda was like at 1530. I ended the night at like 1550, 1560. I actually was going higher and then I went on a losing streak, which sucked. But overall, I'm gaining in the ranks. I'm getting points. I'm ranking up every character I'm using now in Street Fighter 6. I'm getting better with and getting more points, which is really, really good. So guess what? Tonight, Street Fighter 6 stream, pretty good support. We got a good amount of super chats, a few gifted memberships, and guess what? We hit the tip skull. So now, there's no streak, because the only way there could be a streak is if you do it more than once, right? So there's no streak yet, but perhaps we got the momentum back. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we will have momentum, because here's the deal. Tomorrow on the daytime stream, I'm going to be playing Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. Someone donated it to me during the Street Fighter 6 stream. They said, it sucks you didn't play it.
Just listen. Just listen to what I'm gonna play Warhammer Space Marine 2. I'm sure it's a fine game, but is it a fine DSP game? Like, I don't want to bag on the game, right? I have nothing to do with Space Marine lore. That's Eagle's territory. That's Aqua's territory. But do you look at a game like that? It's quite niche. Like, let's be honest, Warhammer 40k is it's like a sector all its own. Do you look at a game like that and you're like, I want to see DSP play that? At least with like a Call of Duty game, a shooter, first-person shooter, or like a Soulsborne FromSoft style experience, I could say, you know what? I can't wait to watch DSP. I can't wait to watch DSP play that. He's gonna play it. He's gonna die a lot. He's gonna hate himself. Gonna wish he was dead and buried 6 feet under. When he revives after his 20th death, he's gonna wish he never existed. But still won't play Crisis Core Remake again despite having a fan send the physical copy to him. That's different. The fucking Dutch brothers sent that shit. We hate those guys now. The only way it will be remotely watchable is if he doesn't play on normal difficulty or plays PvP. But you know what he says. He only plays on a developer-intended difficulty. Except in reality, that's just another one of his many copes. Oh, was Daspo Dent that sent that? I thought it was the Dutch brothers. Oh well. He hates that guy just as much as the Dutch brothers, I think.
Today really sucks what happened with Black Myth Wukong. Here's Space Marine, give it a shot. So I'm gonna play that tomorrow. What we're gonna do tomorrow on the day stream is gonna be
like, I just don't think this is a game you go to the DSP gaming channel for.
We're also gonna cover this Sony announcement where they're apparently gonna announce the PS5 Pro, and any other stuff that happens. Plus, then after that, we're gonna play Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 for the first time.
What's weird is that they probably will announce the PS5 Pro, but him just casually saying that as if that's locked in and confirmed just kind of... it just kind of makes me think like, well, they didn't confirm that, you fucking moron. But I'm being specific. I'm being extra.
How it is. Since I didn't buy it, it's awesome. I can play it, and if I don't really like it, I don't have to continue, but I'm hoping it's good. A lot of people are saying it is pretty good. They think I'll like it. So there you go. That's tomorrow's daytime stream. Tomorrow night, yes, we are still going to play WWE Champions. It's going to be the first time I'm playing it during this whole monthly event. So basically, I'm behind everyone because the monthly event you're supposed to play the first week, and it's the second week of the month, and now I'm getting around to it.
behind on your main account, bitch.
We'll see what happens with that. If a lot of people show up and it's well
supported, you ain't behind on your main account.
Brother, Philomania. I even have my shirt I'm going to wear during the stream and everything. So
I love him on 1.25. It makes him so much more manic than he needs to be.
See what happens with that, and that's tomorrow. So if you wanted Astrobot tomorrow, I apologize. This week has been very weird. What I can tell you is this: next week will be a normal week of 6 streaming days. All right, so we'll be back to normal. We'll have.
So he stopped reacting. He's using the documentary as an excuse for why his schedule is fucked up. But he finished reacting to the documentary on Thursday. Sunday was a react day. Friday was his day off, so Saturday was the big return to gaming. How was this a weird week? If we assume week means when he came back from break. We just had like one day of reacting on Sunday, and now we should be straight back to gameplay, right? When's his day off, Thursday or Friday?
Good amounts of gameplay. It won't be like, oh, I'm, missing out on certain things. We'll be able to do everything. I love Astrobot. I can't wait to play it again. It just sucks that this week happened how it did, and I only got to play it once. Black Myth Wukong, honestly, I probably should have dropped ages ago, but I wanted to keep giving it a chance, and now people don't even care about it anymore. Like, people aren't even showing up, and it killed my fucking streak. That kills me. That the game itself, it wasn't that people don't like me. It wasn't that people were worn out. They just didn't like my fucking streak. That kills me. That the game itself, it wasn't that people don't like me.
Are you sure?
It wasn't that people were worn out. They just didn't like the game.
Did he do market research on that?
And they're like, fuck this, I'm gonna come back later. And they did. They came back in droves. For Street Fighter, we had almost 600 viewers all night. For Black Myth Wukong, we couldn't even retain 300 because it was so fucking boring. All right, everyone, have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow for level 1.
Do you think do you not think that there are probably different factors as to why people showed up for Street Fighter, which is your pedigree, the foundation, your notoriety, or at least initially, your initial notoriety, is why they don't show up for Black Myth Wukong, which is it is a Soulsborne. You are known for dying in those games, but do you think there's like a little bit of a reason why they might show up for one thing and not the other?
Podcast, the premiere of Space Marine 2, and WWE Champions time.
Does he really think they're gonna show up for that game? That's the real question. Again, it's like Space Marine 2. Do you really go to the DSP channel for that? And for some reason, he thinks they will show up for that, but they won't show up for Wukong. It's just, I don't get it.
Tomorrow, peace out.
I'd like to know his thought process behind these things, but It's too late. It's too late in the evening for me to be thinking about this shit. His audience does not scream 40k fans in the slightest. And again, it's not to slight 40k or the people that like 40k. It just it just doesn't gel with the target audience, you know? The target demographic. As maybe 10 people who cares what the react vids he gets sent. I agree. Yeah, it's one thing if he likes it, but he doesn't like it. He has no history with it. He's just playing it because he got it for free. If he didn't get it for free, you think he would have spent 60 bucks on it? I doubt it. Or however much it is. I don't really know the price of it. I'm just assuming the Royal 60 is the default there. It's a case of fake fanning worse than my own. I pretend to be a big fan of franchises whose games I've not even played. Ask me about Zelda. Alright. But it's 5 in the morning. I need to be up soon. So I wish I could have done the final world, but that level makes me want to cry. So I'll get back on it later today, because it's already today. It's already today and not tomorrow. Yeah. We'll be raiding Tevin because he's awake. Thankfully. I thank you guys for showing up, party people. Where's the Pablo switch?
It's nice to
Sorry, the bubble blow got felted.
Maybe go outside.
It was nice while it lasted, though. Thanks for showing up to the stream. It's 8 hours. It's 8 hours. I can't feel my face. I can't. It hurts to open my eyes. My limbs hurt. I've been sitting down for too long. This is my issue. I don't take BRB breaks anymore. It's very unhealthy. I used to take. Remember, I would take whole breaks in the middle of the stream to eat cereal or something while watching the night stream. What happened to that? I gotta bring that back. Or else I'm just gonna, like, one of these days I'm just gonna collapse. It'll be all Carl's fault. But thank you guys. Genuinely. For showing up to the stream. Big ups to the dingas, the dongas, and the swollen __ ones who made it to the end. Like Carl, Eagle Wiggle, Almighty _Tevin, Aquasaber, Mr. Pun. The thing is, with the breaks, I felt like the break, like, I would be eating for like 30 minutes, and I would just feel, I would feel weird because the mic would be muted, but you guys would be chatting, but I would be eating. The lady wouldn't be on screen, so that wouldn't be too awkward. But it'd be like, I would just be putting someone else's stream on, but offering no commentary. I would just be eating. It just felt weird to me. I wasn't, quote unquote, putting enough transformative effort in. So my solution for that was to just eat before streaming. But this kind of self-felt itself when you're on for 8 hours. Because, you know, you need to eat every 8 hours. At least like a little snack or something. But yeah, Dublock, Tevin, Carl, Eagle Wiggle, Aquasaber, Mr. _Pun. And then there's the issue of booting up so late that, you know, a half hour to eat. It's like, dude, that's like less gameplay. Golem, Goki, Fenrir, Red Check. Drawn Fraga. Partnered streamer Drawn Fraga. Juzzy51. The lurkers like Alpha Elite TV, Huge and the King, Juzzy51, Nadocog, Algernaut, Shroom Dukem, Wrexham _, Pim Pam, Minion, Aquasaber. Imagine waking up and Dingus is ending the stream. No, I am exhausted, man. I watched your video, it was pretty good. Donkey Kong, the top 10 hottest Kongs. Now, Lanky Kong's my #1. I see him in my dreams, man. He holds me tight with his long arms that stretch themselves out just for you. Bearded Knight, BR Joe, Buster, Cerulean, Cypher, DJ Filthy Rich, D-Sci, Flame, Heavy Metal Gamer, Kian Goon, Pandiatonic, Perez, Sinzacroy, So What Do You Want to Fight, Sweet Bean, and Kojima World Order. What did we learn, really? Like, what was the lesson of the stream? What was the moral here? If you're gonna kill someone, don't write a fucking diary about it. And if you're gonna be Dexter, actually kill evil people. And don't be a Star Wars fan. Don't invite people to your garage. And if you're on a dating website, do not pursue romantic endeavors with people who give you shady instructions to visit a shady garage. Oh yeah, and don't kill your mom. Certainly do not decapitate her. Okay, thank you very, very much, Pim Pam. The 10 bitch here. Devoured Eagle, the gifted tier 1 to Goki. For the 1 month. Higher God, the Prime. Devoured Eagle, the 17 bits. A 2 Quick 2, the 100 bits. Gondola, tier 1 for 12 months. Minion, the tier 1 for 2 months in a row. 11 months total. Alpha Elite, Prime for 27 months. Shroom, Raid with a party of 13. DJ Filthy Rich, the tier 1 for 31 months in a row. Pass the Remote, Raid with a party of 2. Easy Money, a tier 1 for 20 months. And okay, that's everything. Oh, seriously, guys, I need to... I need to lie down. What little time I have to take a snooze. We have Tevin awake, playing Overwatch 2. Was Amber Lynn lying the whole time? It was Amber Lynn, so probably. Bye-bye, Adios, Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Ru, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. What's the raid message, though? Forget about it. Alright, we got it. I don't have a monkey emote, though. Alright, there you go. Al in the Family. Get it? Like that show? About the racist guy? He was a racist with a heart of gold, though. Bye-bye! Take it easy.